Welcome, surf fans. A pleasure to have your company as we kick off the 2024 WSL World Longboard Championship Tour at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic at this iconic Coliseum of wave riding in Victoria, Dirac, Bells Beach, an epicenter of contest surfing and wave riding. I'm Sam Bleakley, a pleasure to have your company, and I'm joined once again in the booth by 2006 World Champion Josh Constable from Noosa.
Sam, it's great to be back. We're so stoked to be here at Bells Beach, and it's an exciting year. We've got the first event of the year. Waves look nice, and I'm just excited to be back here.
A special place for you, a place that you have won Australian titles?
Yeah, definitely. It's we had some pumping waves back then, looking like it's going to be a great week. So it's a special place for me, but to come here and call the action this week, I'm really excited.
And with that, Josh, let's get down to the glass because we have Berlin Alvarez Kimball with Tour Director Will Hayden-Smith to find out the call for the day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome down to the iconic Bells Beach. I've got Will Hayden-Smith here, the WSL Longboard Director. Will, do you want to give us a little bit of insight as to what the conditions are like, what we're doing today?
Yeah, it's day one of the event and day one of the year for the Longboard Tour, so it's super exciting, good vibes down on the beach, and we've got some real fun 2-foot waves at Rincon right now, so we're on.
All right, well, let's bring it on. Today we're very excited, and we'll send it back up to you boys up at the booth. You!
Great stuff, Berlin. Big thanks, Will, someone who has been doing a lot for longboarding, and we're all excited to be kicking off our World Tour campaigns as we're going to see Taylor Jensen, 3 times World Longboard Champion, up against Chase Leader from Montauk, USA, and Max Weston, also from Australia. It's a special day and it's an iconic spot, a spiritual home of Australian longboarding, Josh.
It is, and we're right down the bottom here of Australia, so the weather's cold, the water's cold, the people have got their full suits on, their booties, and we're getting amongst it. There's a lot of energy down here in the ocean. The waves are great today, and we're going to see some fantastic longboard surfing. And this first heat to open it up, Taylor Jensen, like what a starter for the event, what a start for the year. I'm excited for this one.
And of course, we got those different spots there. We got Rincon on the high tide, we got the Bells Bowl, we got Winky Pop, and of course, we got the whole of Victoria. And big thanks to Visit Victoria for all of their support. This is the start of the Great Ocean Road, one of the more iconic landscapes in the world. So much to do around here, Josh, beyond just wave riding.
Yeah, there is, Sam. And as you know, last year we were fortunate enough to go and mountain bike through all those trails along the Ocean Road, and it's just amazing to be down here. We're only an hour and a half away from the CBD. This place is cool.
Yep, of course, Melbourne just up the coast, of course, a cultural capital of Australia, Australia's second largest city, but just here down the road, close to Torquay, Bells Beach, and out in the water, that's Chase Leader, representing Long Beach Montauk from the east coast of the USA, the goofy-footed Chase Leader. He is very stylish. He will enjoy the opportunity as that tide comes up. 8:30 local time high tide. We're going to get some of those waves running along the rocks there at Rincon. So there's going to be good shape, good pockets, high potential for critical nose rides.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Chase because he's the young guy. It's his second year on tour against veteran Taylor Jensen, 3-time world champ. So the 2 Americans are going at it here. It's the older guard against the young, fresh surfer coming from Montauk over there in New York. So it's a super cool heat. Looks like we're just about to get this one underway, Sam.
30-minute heats, of course, those best 2 waves, that panel of judges dropping those scores out of 10, taking that average so that that score sometimes comes out a little bit unusual. It's not an even number, and that's because the judges develop that average. But paddling for that first wave, it's Chase Leader, and he's up and riding. He's going to get a nice high line there on his Michael Takayama-built board. Of course, Michael Takayama from Oceanside as Chase Leader cross steps up to the middle of the board, faces forward there with a switch stance, locks in a touch of the 5, opting to wear booties there, kicks out. He's got that first wave under his belt. You just get the feeling there from Chase. He wanted to get a busy start. He wanted to just get moving, you know, really kind of release the nerves.
Well, it's early morning, Sam, so it's cold. The guys, it's been dark, so they probably haven't had much of a chance to get a warm-up and had many waves before the event started. So he's got his account underway. It was an okay wave. It probably won't come into the context later in the heat, but he's away, he's loosened up, and here we go.
Max Weston, high line, fades back, cross steps, 4 up to the tip, locks that 5, widens the stance, little redirect, high again, loose, lively, looking confident. Again, just kind of weaving, engaging that rail as we can just see now the steep section. Here it is. What can he do? He steps up again. He's just trimming. Good work off the middle of the board, and he just roller coasts that float and then cool with that kick out. Max Weston looking elegant, looking stylish, Josh.
Yeah, what an exciting surfer. It's cool to see him back on the tour. He's got the event wild card, and just a nice, stylish surfer. Keeps it nice and calm, uses those rails, and he's a great surfer. That wave, I don't know if it's going to come in at a huge score. There wasn't much footwork, there wasn't much action, but this looks like some sets on the outside. Ever patient Taylor Jensen knows he only needs 2 waves, and we'll see him probably on some of the best ones.
Yeah, and you can just see him gets up on his knees there to have a look. Of course, Max, good start for Max, is probably going to get the edge on that opening exchange with Chase. Max, of course, a smart guy, plenty of brain cells up there. He's got himself a PhD in chemical and biomolecular engineering, Josh. That guy has got brain cells to share.
Yeah, he does. He's probably, even ours combined, we're still not reaching his potential. But it's great to have him back here at the event. As we're going to see over the week, as the waves get a little bigger, he'll come into his own. He likes it when there's a bit of juice and a bit of power, and he's a great little surfer.
Chase on the inside. Again, a high line on his Michael Takayama. 2 steps to the tip, locks a 5, gets a 10. Nice, clean opening ride there. His dad, Craig, on the sand watching. Lords will be tuning in back home in the States. Great line there from Chase Leader. Uses the switch stance cross step there. Sets himself up again. A 3rd opportunity perhaps for a nose ride. Stalls it in trim off the middle of the board. Eyes up that 5. Locks in that 10. And then walks out of that 10, and nice as that sunrise just starts to light up his face, and Chase Leader feeling the vibes.
He was definitely feeling that one at the end. There was a lot of downtime there. We'll see what the judges think about that one. But again, he's getting his account underway. His first wave came in at a 1.5, so the judges were, it was lackluster. There wasn't much action happening. So we'll see. Looks like someone out the outside having a look.
It's 3 times world longboard champion TJ Taylor Jensen. 2 steps on his Stu Kenton built board there. Back up to the tip. Locks a 5 right in the pocket. Great wave selection. Bigger, longer, faster wave. Again, a 10. Walks out. Nice down carved turn. He's got some steep to deal with here, but trimming off the middle of the board, walks back to the tail and kicks out. So patience pays off for Taylor with a really strong start.
Yeah, definitely. That's the best wave we've seen surf this morning. And as you know, Taylor, he's patient, he's calm, he's collected, and then when the wave comes, he just puts it together. So that's a really good start for Taylor. That's going to probably see him jump right into the lead, and that'll come in as one of his better waves for sure later in the heat.
Has his new Singleton model there, of course, a 3 times WSL World Longboard champion. Back in 2011 was his first win, then backed it up in 2012. And it was actually 2017 when he won his last world title, but he has been so close every year since. And I must say, Josh, he's looking sharp as a razor blade this season. He's looking fit, lean, loose, lively, and he's going to be a front runner for another world title.
Yeah, definitely. Back when he won that title in 2017, the performance aspect was higher. It was about big turns, big rail turns, a lot more of that style of surfing. Now we've gone back to that little bit more traditional, more flow, more nose ride. Taylor's probably acknowledged that. Trimmed down, lost a little bit of weight, which helps him with the nose riding, gets the board running and flowing, and that wave we saw there, his surfing was sensational.
Let's have a quick catch up on scores. It was a 4 for Max Weston. It was a 1.5 for the opening score for our surfer from the States in blue, Chase Leader. He's just about to drop his second score, and it comes in at a 4.83. Still awaiting that first score of Taylor Jensen. The judges get the opportunity to use the video replay if they need to, study the ride, compare rides. And the good thing is now they have a reference point. That mid-range score of Chase, as we see this here, that's now the reference point for the next scores, Josh.
Yeah, and they've been doing, Chase has been doing this little switch foot bottom turn. This was his first wave. He looked a little disinterested. He realised there wasn't much potential on that wave. So here we go, and this is Max's first wave, his opening wave. Nice nose ride on the takeoff, but a lot of downtime. He's just sort of waiting for this section at Rincon to stand up, and unfortunately it didn't happen, but again, still really good surfing. So we can see Max is on. If he gets a wave that gives him the potential, he'll stand up and deliver.
That's exactly the feeling I got as well from Max there, Josh, that he's on. He looked crisp, clean, connected, but this is that backup wave for Chase.
Yeah, this one again is, a little switch stance. Must be his little go-to. He's learnt this in the off-season, but he's surfing good. He just needs those waves. That was his first wave, another replay of his first wave, which was the 1.5. And we've got that score drop for Taylor Jensen. It's come in at a 6.67, so he's got that early jump on his other competitors.
And TJ had a good run here last year. He finished third. He lost out in a really fantastic semi-final battle to Kai Salas. Of course, Kai Salas went on to win here at Bells last year. Both Kai and Soleil Erico, the winners at Bells last year, went on to win the World Longboard Tour. What does that say about the significance of this event down here at Dirac?
Yeah, it's so important to get off to a great start and you carry that momentum through. Similar waves this year at Bells Beach as we're going to see in El Salvador later in the year. Here's the replay of Taylor's wave. Scrapes into it right at the top of there at Bells Bowl. At Rincon. There's that little boil. Gives him that slingshot. But look at this footwork through the pocket. Patience. Nice little hang 10 there. So Taylor's just nice and smooth. He's flowing, like you said. He's looking sharp. He's trimmed up. He's lost some weight. The board's flowing. And he's on.
Absolutely. In the pocket. Critical surfing. Yes, that wave didn't have that long wall, but answering back on his third ride on the Michael Takayama, locked in a 5. Holds the 10. It's Chase Leader. He's got a 4.83 to his name. Can he just come with a float here? Hits that section, rides out. Chase Leader's going to just redirect, kick out cleanly. He's got 3 waves under his belt. He'll lose that 1.5. He's going to add now to his 4.83. He opted for a busy start. That busy start seems to have paid off just to release the nerves, get his just get that feel of the rail of the board. Some surfers prefer to be patient, wait for sets. Other surfers do like to quickly get a wave under their belt just to feel like they're connected with their equipment, Josh.
Yeah, totally, and it's about building house. He's taken off on the 1.5. Second wave was a 4.83. That one then comes in at a 3.53. So he's improving those scores ever so slightly. This is a beautiful hang 5. Unfortunately, just a little bit of whitewash in front of him there. But the judges will like this finish. He looked like he was going to fall, but he kind of held it, controlled it, and got out of there. So you've got to finish. You've got to start strong and finish strong. And he kind of did that on that wave. Unfortunately, it wasn't a big wave and it didn't have the length of ride, but still a great surfing.
No stranger to the cool water here, of course, from Montauk, New York, a local at Ditch Plains, riding those Michael Takayamas, of course, built over an Oceanside in California. And of course, California is the place that Taylor spends half the year. The other half of the year, Taylor, of course, lives with his wife, Nava, and his kids, Jagger and Zion, right there next to Nat Young. And that is, of course, his life for half the year. So he's no stranger to Australia.
Yeah, he definitely feels comfortable here. They've been together for a long time, spent a lot of time in Australia, done a few trips down here, especially knowing that the events are down here. Taylor's putting in the time and effort, and this year he's hungry. It's 2017, he won his last world title. He's still one of the best in the world. He would love to prove himself and win one on the new sort of criteria, and we're seeing it. The hard work is starting to pay off.
And of course, last season, 2023, we saw Max Weston win the Longboard QS event up in Noosa. That was a big result for Weston.
Yeah, and Max is such a sensational surfer. He's got the beautiful style. It's just, for him, it's putting it together in the heat, getting himself on the nice waves. He's nice and patient right now, which I love to see. And he's just sitting out there with priority. Taylor's there in second priority. So Taylor's kind of fishing around in the lineup, but again, knows he needs to be on a good wave to get the good score.
There we go. Of course, we have got a fantastic range of support. Bonsai there. Of course, we're going to be enjoying our Bioglan daily dose and our Bioglan replays. So we've got to have a big shout out and a big thank you to Visit Victoria, the start here of the Great Ocean Road. Of course, nearby we've got Melbourne with so many things to do. A cosmopolitan city, Australia's second largest city, a cultural capital filled with music, food, entertainment, energy. Down this coast, you've got golf, you've got some of the best point breaks in the world. And right now you have got elite longboarders out there starting off their campaigns going for world titles. But this feels like a good point to really celebrate our acknowledgement to country and just really reinforce that on behalf of all the surfers and the WSL, we would like to acknowledge that we are staging this special event at Dirac on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today.
Yeah, Sam, we are so lucky to be here. What an iconic spot. Bells Beach, there's so much surf history here. It's a really special feeling walking down those stairs every morning. So for these guys to open the event, open this year's tour, it's pretty cool.
And from one sport to the other, heartbreak for you Queenslanders. New South Wales took the win in the third game of the State of Origin last night, Josh. That was a tough one for you.
I thought we weren't talking about that. We've forgotten about it. We're looking forward to next year, Sam.
But we're in Victoria right now, Josh, and this is, of course, a special place for surfing. And this is somewhere that you have won Australian titles. Talk about the psychology, the mentality of this break and the difference between tides. How much of an impact does it have as that tide fills in and the wave shifts from the Bells Bowl to the Rincon section?
Yeah, it's a great spot. We've got low tide in the bowl, high tide over here at Rincon. The guys are surfing Rincon right now. So there's many faces to this wave, and we're going to see it through the event.
There's many faces. We're going to see a lot of faces smiling for those winners as we get Chase Leader scratching into this wave, up and riding, sets himself a little high line. It's a small one. It's not going to be a significant ride. He's got that nice trim, fades in there, sets up a kick out, and there it is. And with that, let's go to a short break, surf fans. We'll be right back after these messages. There it is, the Melbourne Flight Cam, of course, one of the world's most breathtaking routes by car, plane or foot, the Great Ocean Road, all of that panoramic cliff line, coastline, of course, just an hour and a half by car from Melbourne, Victoria. This road stretches 150 miles along the winding coastline, overlooking some of the most incredible scenery as we get the replay of Max Weston on his second ride, Josh Constable.
Yeah, we can see this one. It's a little bigger. The patience has paid off so far. So nice nose ride on the start, cutting back. Waves looking a little sleepy for him, and unfortunately it just doesn't stand up and hit that little Rincon reef on the inside, which he needed.
So no waves ridden of significance in that Bonsai brew break. We have just enjoyed, of course, Bonsai, the official milk of the World Surf League, with 15 minutes remaining, in 14 minutes 20 seconds to be precise, and it's Taylor Jensen with that significant score of a 6.67. Patience paying off so far for Taylor. Typical of someone who has got multiple world titles. It reminds me of the behavior of someone like Colin McPhillips, who would be so patient. And Taylor kicking off with that second wave, straight to the tip on his 9.6. Gets the second 5, as we can see Max Weston on rail on the inside, looking loose into the drop knee for that second turn. Stalls, cross steps forward, goes back again, lively. Max looking really lively again, roller coaster float through that last section as Taylor's still moving, so we'll get the opportunity to really see if Taylor's wave is going to be a significant one. But he's kicked off with a 6.67, and chase leader, the goofy footer from Montauk, USA, on his Michael Takayama, locks a 5. His dad Craig out here watching, of course, the Sunset Surf Shack back home in New York, of course, you know, a great cultural center of surfing in Montauk. They'll be tuning in, but right now we're waiting to find out if Taylor's wave was important. Did his patience pay off, Josh?
Yeah, we're going to see in that replay, Sam, but as you can see, all 3 surfers getting waves there. Taylor, he was patient. He just needs a score. He needs a 1.69 to move up. He's not looking for a 1.69. He's looking for another 6 or 7 to really cement his place in the first position. However, we'll just see what that one was like. Max got a really nice one. His surfing was really good. We saw him on the tail, dropping, climbing, carving, and all over that. But we'll see if he got much nose work done on it, because the judges want to see a combination of surfing. They want to see using the whole board, the whole part of the wave. So he was doing that off the tail, but we need him to get up the front a little bit more just to solidify those scores and get him a little stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about that variety. The criteria is about those controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire board and wave. And it's about covering ground, isn't it, Josh? It's about walking in and out of those nose rides and that rail work, but covering ground on the wave, using the bottom, the top, surfing in the pocket.
Especially today, Sam, because it's a little bumpy and a little wobblier, we want to see them surfing this whole wave. So you can see Max there dropping off the bottom, nice little drop knee there. Started to walk. He knows he needs to get to the nose, but finishes it with a strong turn there. And we can see in the background, Taylor was using that whole board up to the nose. Again, patient, nice little nose ride. They're only small little taps, good little cutback back to the pocket. Judges are going to want to see him hang a little bit more and spend a little bit more time, but he also needs to read the wave, which he's doing. So here we go.
I'm liking what I'm seeing of all 3 of these surfers. They all look at the top of their game, but you just feel like Taylor's got the edge with wave selection. Max is looking really lively, but Chase, again, the goofy footer, a lot of talent. Great to see him here at the world level, and he could really go far in the next 5 years.
Yeah, he's confident. He's got the confidence. He's a young guy, but he believes in himself that he belongs and that he's going to put on a performance. But look at this one for Taylor.
Working his priority with perfection. Taylor Jensen into a 5 behind the section, walks out of that 5, comes onto the open face, walks to the tail to get back into the pocket. There, goes to the lower part of the wave, sets a high line with 6 steps into a really nice, tight, controlled 10. One of the better, more critical nose rides we have seen this morning. Puts that board on rail once more. Again, high line, quickly up to the tip, rolls that toe right over the nose. Some surfers opting for booties. Taylor opting not for boots. The water about 13 degrees Celsius as Taylor floats that final section, and relative to that opening 6.67, you feel like that could be a really strong score.
There it is, the patience, the belief. So it's easy to say, let's be patient, let's sit out there and let's wait. But you have to deliver when the wave comes. The nerves can't take over. You can't make any fumbles or fall. But Taylor, he believes in himself. He knows how good he can surf. Give him an opportunity and he's going to place a score. And that's the best wave I feel that we've seen this morning.
So still waiting that second score. A third score will come through. Our 2006 World Longboard champion thinks it's going to be a good one, as we can see the loose, lively approach of Max Weston on rail.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see Max. It looks like he's riding a board shaped by Kai Ellis Flint. Both very good friends, both a similar style of surfing, high estate. It's a great little longboard brand, and Kai will see him later in the event, so it's cool to see another competitor riding each other's boards, so it's cool to see.
And in that Bioglan replay, you can really see Max's rail game, that loose, lively, wide point back. hippie board, but really, really reactive off the tail.
Totally, and that's his style, and nice knock-knee, narrow stance, soft in those knees, which we need today because there's so much wobble and bump in the lineup. If we get a bit extended and stiff, we're going to get even more tippy and wobbly. So he was looking great, but I'm excited to see this score of Taylor because I think it's really going to put the squeeze on his other competitors.
And there we go. There's that second score coming through for Max in the third score. So he's got a 4 backed up with a 6.5. So we're still awaiting for 2 significant scores for Taylor Jensen. Chase Leader's highest 2 is a 4.83, backed up with a 3.83. And of course, this is non-elimination. The 24 surfers all grouped into these heats of 3. We will have 8 heats in this opening round. The winners move into the round of 16, round 3. The losers reseeded to surf man-on-man in round 2. So, of course, non-elimination, but all of these surfers want to get through to that important round of 16 and have a big result here at Bells.
Yeah, totally, Sam. That you just don't ever want to give yourself that chance of maybe losing early. So the win is so important. Here we see Chase up and riding.
Really critical on the nose, locked and lifting, and then just comes unstuck. Not able to walk out of that nose ride on his Michael Takayama board, but we're seeing some great nose riding from Chase. We're also seeing use of the switch stance, turning to face his body towards the wave. How significant is it to bring that into your repertoire every now and then?
It is for sure, as long as it's functional and as long as you're doing something with it. If you're just standing there sort of posing and going along, probably not going to enhance the score, but it looks amazing and it feels great. But we're in competition mode, so we need to be making sure that we're pleasing the judges, we're giving them what they want to see. For Chase now, he got off to that busy start. He's had 8 waves already, nothing of big high scores. So I feel like he needs to now be patient, try and get back into that priority and put on a great performance.
There he is, there's the man, Mr. Skindog Skinner, 12 times European longboard champion. He's going to be going out on his 9.4 double scoop model, of course, custom built boards from Cornwall in the UK. I know his fans will be tuning in back home. Also, a lot of his teammates will be tuning in at the European Championships in Portugal at the moment. The English team there, it's late in Portugal, but they'll be tuning in because Ben Skinner will be moving on from this event to go and coach that team for the finals coming up in about a week's time. So, of course, a lot of responsibilities. His son, Lucas, his daughter, Lila, elite young shortboarders. Ben Skinner will be coming up next against Michael van Hoyenstein and Clinton Guest, but with 6 minutes, 25 seconds remaining, it's Taylor Jensen who drops a 6.2 for that third wave, Josh.
Yeah, that was a great wave. So now he's really jumped up there into first place. Max is still right there. He just needs one more good wave. He got that 6.5 on his last wave. So Taylor will be just making sure he can try and muscle that priority back off Max and then control this back end of the heat for sure.
And of course, that coveted trophy that the surfers are going for. We know, of course, the iconic Bells trophy, but we have the Bells Bowl trophy that surfers win here. Unveiled for the first time last year. Proud Wadawurrung woman Karina Eccles explained how they're made from local ironbark, sourced from the woodlands here at Dirac. So we saw Kai Salas and Soleil Erico win those inaugural trophies last year. I got the opportunity to see those new trophies yesterday, and they're very special objects, something that these surfers will cherish for the rest of their careers.
Yeah, it's cool to come to a place with so much history and then get that sort of culture involved, and then to win the trophy here, Bells Bowl, the trophy's a bowl from locally sourced wood and timber. Unbelievable.
And here's the Bioglan replay of that 6.2, Josh.
Yeah, this was a great wave. I really liked it. Nice hang 10 there. He's using the whole board, driving. He's looking spicy. It's fast. It's trimmy. His footwork's quick, and so this was a great wave. He's got himself into the lead, which he'll be happy with. He'll just want to control the back end of this heat and walk away and miss that elimination round.
Yeah, solid, composed, mature surfing from TJ Taylor Jensen. That's why he's a 3 times world longboard champion.
He is. He's so composed on the wave, composed in the heat, and he's off to another one. Here's Chase again. He's on his 8th wave, and again, it just looks like a bit of a lackluster wave, Sam. And the scores are kind of coming in at that really low. I'd love to see him get patient because, as you can see, the kid can surf and he's red hot. Look at that footwork. It's a nice nose ride, but unfortunately coming unstuck.
A lot of lift in that nose ride. I like the use of his drop knee setup for that line. You know, how significant is the drop knee in the repertoire for longboarders?
Yeah, that's the nice thing with longboarding. There's so many chances or so many styles of turns that you can squeeze in. We've got a long wave here at Rincon from right up the top to the inside. So the judges want to see that variety. They want to see the repertoire. Here's Clinton Guest, our Aussie representing Australia here. Great surfer, been here a few times. He knows the wave. It's going to be exciting to see him.
A 5 times Australian champion, of course, 2 open wins, 3 logger wins. Mitch Sermon rider, likes to use the Mitch Sermon boards.
He does, but it's pretty cool. He's actually on a skin dog in this heat. So surfing against Ben Skinner, riding a skin dog surfboard, so that's going to be pretty cool to see.
Exciting on the double scoop there, Skin Dog's new model, as we can see Max Weston riding the Kai Ellis Flint built board, lively loose, wide point back, electric level rail work, just climbing, dropping again, walking in and out of those nose rides, and I really love the flow we're seeing from Max. What we just want to see now is him on a significant wave that opens out and allows that high scoring potential.
Yeah, I think the judges will like this. He was very busy. He was using that tail, some great nose rides, finish it with a nice little hit on that inside. So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes.
There's the replay, sets himself up and looking crisp on that opening nose ride.
Yeah, the footwork, it was so nice and tidy. Here he goes again. That's his second nose ride of the wave. Standing back on the tail, using that little roll and that hip. Nice little roller coaster to finish it. So unfortunately, it wasn't a long wave, didn't give himself much chances, but here we go again.
And crowd pleasers. I think the surfing we're seeing from Max Weston, we'd expect to see a similar style of surfing from Kai Ellis Flint later this morning. This is exciting, it's lively. The fans tuning in are going to love these approaches. Yeah,
this is a nice wave. The judges are going to like this one. Taylor might be sitting out the back a little nervous now, waiting to hear what the score is, knowing that he might need another wave. The good thing for Taylor, he's moved himself into #1 priority, so he has the first choice of whatever wave that comes through now.
Not quite enough. It comes in at a 5.4, so Max Weston in second with a 6.5 and a 5.4. TJ Taylor Jensen in first with a 6.7 and a 6.2. Chase leader needs now an 8.04. He's sitting there in third with a 4.83 and a 3.83. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. And what's TJ doing right now, Josh?
He knows that Max is sitting in a really good position. Yes, he's in second, but he's got a 6.5, second highest score of the heat. Taylor's not going to let him get away from him. It's actually interesting. We don't see Taylor do this that often. Taylor's normally pretty calm, sit out there, but he knows that this is a close heat. He doesn't want to let it slip away.
That sun rising, you can see the light, the glare. Can be quite tricky to see early in the morning there. And up and riding right now, chasing that score, looking for a 6.38. Locks in a really nice, tight, high critical 10. Again, a 5, a high line. The wave gets steep here at Rincon as he down carves with a cutback, walking back up for trim speed. And again, putting that board on rail as this wave starts to get a little bit smaller. But he's back up for another touch of the nose. Walks out of that nose ride and is looking to drop a 6.38. Josh, what do you think?
It was a really well-surfed wave. You can see him here in the bottom of the screen. So you can see the surfers right at the top of the screen. So he's got length of ride. It's given him a lot of opportunity to do a lot of maneuvers. We hadn't seen Max get to the nose and hang 10 like he did. He got a nice perch. So this is going to be a close score here. And it's funny, Taylor did move down to try and keep Max off a wave. Didn't think that wave was going to have much opportunity. Taylor might need to surf this wave to a high level.
3 seconds left. This is going to count. Taylor up and riding, just touches that foam. Drop knee turn, big sweeping turn with the drop knee, throwing spray straight up for a tip ride. Holds that 5, stays nice and tall, just allowing that board to do the work. This wave now starting to get smaller and smaller, but there's still some scoring potential for Taylor, but you just don't feel like this is going to replace those scores in the 6 range, Josh.
No, unfortunately. When he took off, it looked quite a nice wave, but unfortunately that's not going to come in for Taylor. So Taylor's left this one in the judges' hands, which is not the best way you want to finish a heat, especially when you've got priority. So we'll see what... He's taking a few deep breaths there.
I feel like I love Max's opening 10, but I feel like the wave, relative to the length and the size of TJ's high sixes, it might not allow the scoring potential.
And we saw Taylor surf with a little more speed and a little spicier, a lot of footwork, quick steps. So it's going to be close, but I don't think it'll come in.
Comes in at a 5.37, not quite enough. But what we're seeing from Max Weston is somebody at the top of their game. That was fantastic surfing from Max. He finishes in second, but Taylor Jensen takes the win, Josh.
Yeah, Taylor will be happy with that finish, that it worked in his favour. But it was great surfing by Taylor. He looks spicy, he looks fit, he's ready to go this season. Great sportsmanship here between the two surfers, and that was a great start to the event.
And TJ would have appreciated that from Max. You know, Max pushed him right through to the edge there. TJ had to be at the top of his game, but let's also have a shout out for Chase Leader, great surfing, and a shout out for Jirac Bells Beach as we get a rainbow to celebrate the beauty of this iconic part of Victoria.
We're so lucky to be here. You can't get such an iconic spot, so beautiful. The cliffs there, the rainbow. Looks like Jagged there with Taylor coming down to cheer on Dad. That's what longboarding's all about, and we're so lucky.
Big high five to Chase as well. Well done, Taylor. Coming up next, we have got Ben Skinner, Michael Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii, and Clinton Guest, based up in Noosa, Australia. Stay with us. Longboard fans, will be right back. Welcome back from the Bonsai Brew Bake. Thanks for tuning in. It's a pleasure to have your company from this Colosseum of Australian surfing as we're blessed with the delights of a rainbow here in Victoria. Jirac, of course, exposed to that Southern Ocean swell. We've got the bowl. We've got Rincon right now as that tide is sitting on high. It was 8:28 local time, just 10 minutes out of high tide. And right now we have Ben Skindog Skinner, 12 times European champion, coming up against Michael Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii, who will be surfing in the tour alongside his brother, Johnny the Ripper. Of course, Johnny Van Hoyenstein was a standout last year. And Clinton Guest, based up now in Noosa, currently riding a Ben Skindog double scoop board, of course, 5 times Australian champion. Learned in Noosa, but was based down in Burleigh for a while, but now back up in Bocarina on the Sunshine Coast, and someone that you would have competed against a lot, Josh Constable. You know Clinton. What will his psychology now be going into a break he's familiar with in a country that is his home, a place he can really excel?
Yeah, he's going to feel really comfortable. He's got his beautiful family down here with him this weekend, and he likes these style of waves. He's great. He's got beautiful footwork, beautiful flow. So he's going to feel really comfortable in this heat. Yesterday, he had a couple of surfs out here. He was looking great in the free surfs. As all the surfers, we've been so lucky ourselves, Sam, to get out there, be in the action with them, catch some waves, and watching these guys put on great performances in the free surfs.
Little quick start for Skin Dog, kicks off with a 0.5, just to kind of up and look, you know, getting a little bit of positioning. Another quick start as well for Michael van Hooijenstein himself, also a surfboard shaper, riding the equipment under his feet that he has built in his own factory, like we see from Ben Skin Dog Skinner. How important is it for these surfers to also be shapers? Talking from someone who's a shaper himself.
Yeah, it's pretty special because the nice thing is you get to keep going back into the shaping bay and making tweaks that you're feeling yourself, rather than trying to explain to a shaper. You can jump in there and you can just keep making these tweaks and feelings, and it's pretty cool. So to get in the bay, ride something and it's quite rewarding when you get on a good board that you've shaped yourself that performs at a high level. It's pretty special.
And talking of special, it was a great start for our 3 times world longboard champion. Taylor Jensen is on the glass with Berlin.
Good morning, everyone. Here we go. Taylor Jensen, can you give us a little breakdown of what it was like there for your first heat?
Yeah, it's good to just kind of get the ball rolling out there. You know, conditions are a little tricky, and it's Victorian sort of weather, so it's cold, and yeah, it's just nice to get going and yeah, get moving out there.
Yeah. How's your boards feeling out there right now with this little tide going?
Boards feel great. I'm on pretty much the same stuff I was last year, that Singleton model, and yeah, it just feels magic out here. So it seems like it's a good fit for Bells, for Rincon, for the bowl, and yeah, stoked I got it under my feet.
Well, congratulations, and look forward to seeing you surf again, and we'll head on back up there with you boys.
Great stuff. Well done, TJ. Thanks, Berlin, of course, in her own right. An incredible longboarder, somebody who has inspired generations of longboarders, known for her footwork, her nose riding, her silky skills. Kicks off interviewing the tallest surfer in the field, Taylor Jensen, but that tall surfing also comes with elegance. Taylor has this incredible ability to be light-footed, like that kind of Michael Jordan-esque athleticism, where despite his size, he always looks light-footed and loose.
Yeah, that's just Taylor's surfing. He's just fantastic, and it's great to have Berlin on the call with us, an amazing surfer herself. So here we go into some live action, Sam.
Nose riding through that section, locked back onto the tail on his Skin Dog surfboard with a down carve after that 10, back up for a 5, pulls up for a tight 5, soul arches, walks out of that second nose ride and just accelerating and walking to the tail to kick out. Clinton Guest, a strong start, 22 minutes remaining. A significant score will be dropped for Clinton.
Yeah, that was a great wave. He's backed up his 4-point ride, so he's got off to a great start here. Some nice nose riding then through the pocket, opting to wear the booties today. Yesterday he was wearing booties in the morning, took them off for his second surf. Live action here.
Here's the man, high line, Skin Dog, 6 steps to the 5, walks neatly, cleanly, crisply out of that nose ride, and then walks into that turn, sets himself high, again 6 steps back for a second nose ride, another high line, clean and crisp, locked right in the pocket. High degree of difficulty on that third nose ride, walks out, look at the footwork, locks in the 10. Josh, this is radical footwork, quick, clean, critical, in the pocket. Great start for Skin Dog as he gets himself another touch of the 5 through the inside.
The judges are going to like that, Sam. They really like, you can see the difference with these top guys there. In the red singlet, we saw it with Taylor, nose riding deep in the pocket, driving through the whitewash, and we saw that then with Skin Dog. Fantastic opening wave. He got that first one up and down, wanted to keep control and keep control of the heat and get priority. Starting off with a bang there.
Yeah, high degree of difficulty, lively, loose, no downtime. But again, talking about the risk-taking of nose riding through those steep sections. We saw Clinton do that on his last ride, but what we saw from Skin Dog was multiple opportunities to nose ride through steep sections there.
Yeah, and all set up. We can't get into the pocket if we're not doing swooping cutbacks back to the pocket. So the judges are going to love that he's finding the pocket, cross-stepping up to the nose, driving through the whitewash or coming from behind it, getting on the nose, coming out again, 4 steps back. His footwork was really tidy on that wave, driving back to the pocket. Judges are really going to like this wave. It's going to be interesting to see how it compares to Clinton's second wave, which we saw him get some beautiful nose riding through the pocket.
So it comes in at a 5.67 for Clinton Guest in White's second wave. He adds that to his opening 4.0. Do you get the feeling that Skin Dog's wave is going to go higher than Clinton's second wave of a high 5?
I feel it's going to, because it was a little longer and there was a lot more nose riding through that pocket.
Here's the goofy footer from Hawaii. Michael van Hoyenstein, of course, spent time growing up in Thailand, has a ancestry linked to the Philippines, now based in Hawaii, an international surfer on the tip there, walking out of that, back in for another nose ride again, keeping it clean with the footwork. So all three of these surfers looking sharp, no mistakes made. Everybody looks warm and lively. A key thing here in Victoria is looking like you're coping with the climate, looking like you're not stiff, slow and cold, looking like you're warm and ready to react to the waves.
And you know what, Sam, it is cold today. It's really cold. The wind's fresh, it's chilly, but the guys are excited. It's the first event of the year, first round. They're excited. They're going to bring the energy. They're not going to feel the cold because the adrenaline's high and they're ready to do their surfing. That second wave at Ben has come in at a 4.83. Judges didn't seem to like it. Maybe it was just at a little smaller wave, and here we go, a replay of Clinton's. So nice patience. Clinton has nice patience, beautiful footwork, nice. Here's this one where he held through the pocket. Judges really like that. Nice turn. And just waiting. Here he goes straight up. Nice little hold. So now looking at the replay, we can see why they went higher with this one. The nose rides were a little longer. He held them for a little longer, drove through the pocket, kept hanging on the nose, and here's the one of Sam. So this is really cool to see these back to back.
Yeah, and also I just felt like Clinton's opening nose ride more critical. Skin Dog's best nose rides happen later in the ride.
Totally, and you can see it's a little bit sleepy. It's a lackluster wave. Now watching it on the replay, the judges, that's why they're up there. They've dialed in. They know exactly what they want to see.
But what about this nose ride through this section here, right under the pocket, holding true, staying tight, and again backs it up with another nose ride?
Yeah, really nice surfing for Ben. He'll be happy with that opening score, knowing that the wave didn't give him a lot of opportunity, but he's looking sharp, he's looking fresh, he's excited, and he'll just get back out there, wait for a nicer wave that has a bit more wall to give him lots of opportunities.
There we go. So the replay now for Michael van Hoyenstein. He got a 3.33 for this second wave.
Yeah, this is, again, he's surfing really good. Just the waves are tough out there, so not much wall. So there's a lot of downtime here. He's just searching, waiting. Nice drop knee turns, and then a nice nose ride here. So great surfing. There's nothing wrong with the surfing. He'll be happy with how he's feeling. He just knows now that he needs to get on the wave that gives him the opportunity to do the good surfing.
And that's, I feel, of the 6 surfers we have seen this morning, everybody has been looking fantastic at the top of their game, but wave selection, so important. Combination between wave selection and a little bit of luck as well. Do you think that's coming into play, that luck as to where that set runs? If it really hits the bowl section, if it just runs tight on Rincon and has that nose riding wall? Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's so much luck, but it's just some people that they've put the time in, whether they've put the time in out here or they're just putting the time in the ocean, they feel comfortable, they can see it a little different. Top guys can see it. We can see it with Taylor. He lets waves go through and you're like, whoa, that was a head-high wave. But 30 seconds later, he's paddling into something and it ends up being a beautiful wave. So we'll see that. We'll see Ben. He's put a lot of time and effort into his surfing over the last couple of years, designing boards to suit the conditions. The new double scoop is looking great under his feet. So he knows he's got second priority. He's looking like he's having a little paddle here.
And of course, there's those different sections here at Bells Beach, Dirac. We've got Rincon, we've got outside Bells, we've got the bowl. Of course, we've got Winky Pop just down to the east. And right now, as we're sitting close to that high tide, the surfers are going to all be on this Rincon section, Josh.
They are this morning, which is great to see. It's a great longboard wave. It gives the surfers a lot of opportunity. Clinton having a paddle here.
Is it worth it? Is it a good one to go for? He's got a 4 and a 5.67. He's up, he gets the float. You feel as if he may well have wasted a little bit of priority there, but he's got himself a wall here to get a locked in 5, a quick 10. Great lift and lock on that nose ride. There you can really see how that double scoop design is really allowing that board to almost act like a spoiler in the tail and allow that board to lift and hold, and then he walks out and accelerates with that wide point back, putting things into the down carve. Of course, this model available in that Thunderbolt technology, the highest level of Japanese technology, and also available in custom. But what about this on the replay? What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, you could see Clinton, unfortunately, stood up. It looked like his leash was wrapped around his foot, so I think he wanted to get up and get going straight away, but he had to clear that leg rope. This one's nice. It's driving through the pocket, 5, sneaks that back foot up closer there. I don't think the judges will pay that as a hang 10, and then just a little carve away. I don't think this will come in. It was well surfed, nice nose ride. Wave was a bit lackluster. I don't think he should have used his priority on that one, but I think Ben sold him on that one. Ben sort of looked interested, so Clinton was like, I don't want to give Ben any opportunity. Took the wave, nice little carve away here.
Liking those down carves, liking the lift, the trust of the board through the steep sections there, allowing that critical nose riding, knowing that you don't have to walk out of that nose ride too early.
Yeah, and the inside surfing was really nice, the nose ride and the carve. Didn't get much work done on the outside. It'll come in that 4.5 range, ups his score ever so slightly, but by the end of the heat, I think he'll really want to drop both those scores and put some real substance into them.
So Clinton Guest drops a 4.5 to replace that backup 4. So he's in first. Ben Skinner chasing now a 5.35. Ben Skinner in first priority. He's got a 4.83 as his highest score. Michael van Hoyenstein in second priority. In third, he needs a 6.84. He's got a 2 and a 3.3. It's non-elimination. Surfer in first will move into that round 3. Surfers in second and third reseeded to surf man-on-man in that first and elimination round. Let's find out what's going to happen in the last half of this heat. We've got the Bonsai brew break. Go and brew yourself up a nice coffee or a tea, because we'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back to the southern coast of Victoria. We're just 100 kilometers southwest of Melbourne, 10 kilometers from Torquay. And of course, we're at the start of the Great Ocean Road. And this is, of course, Wadawurrung country that covers 10,000 square kilometers and includes the coastal areas between Aries Inlet, Werribee, and extends inland to cover the towns of Geelong and Ballarat and the surrounding districts. And of course, Torquay is just down the coast, and of course Janjuk and Torquay is where a lot of these surfers will be staying, and it's a short drive here to Jurac Bells Beach, and it's 11 minutes remaining of our second heat of the day, with Clinton Guest in the lead, Ben Skinner in second, and Michael Van Hohenstein from Hawaii up and riding, chasing a 6.84. The goofy footer walks back into a drop knee turn, 6 cross steps up to the nose, deep in that section, just takes a little wobble, committed to surf that wave as deep as possible, as Ben Skinner has a look at that one, recognizes that Clinton Guest is up and riding. Clinton kicks out, the wind starts to blow. It's going to be a dicey last 10 minutes of this heat, Josh, because it's extremely close between all 3 surfers.
It is very close. It's just going to be one of those waves that starts from the top of the point, runs all the way down in front of the cliffs, and they get the opportunity to do their surfing. We haven't seen anyone on a great wave yet to really showcase their surfing. A little grovelier. The surfing hasn't been just sort of jumping out, and we're only seeing mid scores right now. So a little more patience, 10 minutes remaining. It's a little difficult down here this morning. The wind's kind of blowing. We're at the top of the tide. It's just starting to run out. There'll be in the next couple of heats, surfers are going to have that choice. Do they surf lower tide Rincon, which is going to get more sectioning, or do they move over into the Bells Bowl? What heat do you think they start to think about where are they going to position themselves? Right now it's easy. They're at Rincon.
Yeah.
High tide, they've got to be there. What do you think?
Local knowledge, key, and of course having a local surfer in your camp, and of course there are so many supportive local surfers. Big thanks to the local community for welcoming all of us, the international surfers here. You really do feel like you are welcomed, as we see a nice replay, the Bioglan replay of Skin Dog with that down calf, but that wave not cooperating, but staying nice and lively.
Yeah, and here we go. Michael on this one. Nice patience, drop knee turn out of it. The judges are going to love that, but unfortunately got a little wobbly, controls it, but you can see just flicking the board out. He knows that's not enough. He knows he needs to get himself on better waves and do better surfing to get through.
Big shout out to all of you fans tuning in around the world. A pleasure to have your company. We've got live action Ben Skin-Dog Skinner. I know his daughter Lila and his son Lucas will be tuning in Portugal, where they're going to be representing their country at the European Junior Championship. Right now up and riding, a 12 times European longboard champion, chasing a significant score of 5.35. We didn't see the beginning of that wave, Josh, but there's 8 minutes remaining. Still time for a couple more sets for all of the surfers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he got done on the outside, because he sort of stayed with that wave. Even though it was whitewashing and shutting down, he was hoping that it was going to give him more opportunities. So maybe he got some work done on the outside. We'll see in that replay. We're waiting on some scores right now, and here it is for Ben.
There's that down carve. The spray thrown off that carve looks dynamic, but is this wave shape, is this wave size enough to give the score?
At the moment, he's chasing a 5.35. We haven't seen that so far in the surfing on this wave to give him that score. He's hanging in there. You can see he looks a little disinterested, unfortunately, but here we go. Here's the start of that wave. So it was a nice little carve, looking for the pocket. Up to the nose, nice 5. The judges will like this, hanging on to it. Look at the adjustment, little bit of water over, great hang 10.
Now that is what we're talking about, Constable.
So that's why we saw him. He's at the end of the wave. He's done so much nice surfing on the outside. He's waiting now, hoping that he's going to get a little opportunity, sticking with the wave.
I like that a lot. I mean, yes, not a great size wave, but that 110 alone, the risk factor, you just feel like that was one of the more fruity, risky, dynamic nose rides of the day.
Totally, and he got that locked in, so that's going to come in, that's going to better his 4.83. So he's put himself in a better position to advance out of the heat. Still in second place, only needing a 4.88 now to get up in the first position.
So it's not the score he needs, it's a 5.3. So like you just said, Josh, now needing a lower score. What do you think held that back from going closer to excellent range?
It's probably just the finish. So the start was great. Judges love to see you get off to a great start, but they love to see a great finish. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow that, but it was still great surfing. He'll be happy. Yes, he didn't get the score, but he's got a 5.3. He's narrowed that requirement now to a 4.88. Ben Skinner, we know how good he is at surfing. We know how good he is under pressure. You don't become a champion, UK champion 13 times and not handle pressure and know that 6 minutes, a lot of time, he only needs a 4.88. He can get that in his sleep.
Nervous moments for his business partner, Jason Gray, his laminator who founded Skin Dog Surfboards with Ben back in 2008. He'll be tuning in back home. He would have hoped he got the score he needed. It was close, but it's not quite enough. Still requiring a 4.88. But Michael van Hoyenstein from Hawaii also has ancestry in Thailand and the Philippines, so international support for Michael. He's chasing an attainable score of a 6.84, but Clinton Guest looking good. Clinton, of course, got the call up late, but 5 times Australian champion. You know, how hard is it to win Aussie titles? You have, you know, a very competitive field. This guy's got confidence. This guy's up and riding. He's got a high line, 2 steps, trimming, fast. Is he going to walk back to the tail? There's that down carve, that wide point back, allowing that rail engagement with a big sweeping turn on the single fin. Gets a high line with 6 cross steps up for a nose ride, a locked-in nose ride with some lift as he walks cleanly out of that second nose ride and again puts that board on a down carve. Really connecting with that equipment, looking very comfortable, Clinton Guest.
Again, 5-time Australian champion, great surfer, composed, calm, had priority, knew he had to keep his opposition off that wave. So he took that wave. Hopefully he's going to improve on his score there. Beautiful surfing, he was patient, and then he got that beautiful nose ride through the midsection. So we'll see what the judges think of that wave and they throw the score in.
And of course Clinton had times with the Noosa Malibu Club, of course the Burleigh Longboard Club, back up there now with the Noosa Malibu Club. But talk about the local community here, the local longboard community and some of the local events we've just enjoyed.
Yeah, well, we've had a great run here in Australia, and last weekend the local longboard club down here, Surf Coast Shy, they put on a great longboard event. We were over at Point Impossible. So we're here at Bells Beach today, but there are great waves, Sam, all around this area. We're so blessed to be down here. Everyone's sneaking off in their cars, finding free surfs at other points. Point Impossible last weekend, the waves were great, and it's just an epic spot to be.
And of course mountain biking and golf. For someone who has a handicap of 7, how good are the golf courses down here, Constable?
Yeah, the golf courses are amazing, but here's this replay of Clinton's. Nice patience, a little bigger wave on the takeoff. That thing was at shoulder high, so judges will like that. Downtime here, but he's smooth, it's patient, it's waiting. 5, got a little caught up there. Judges won't like that, but they'll like this. Sam, that was great, wasn't it? Through the pocket, got the little down carve at the end.
One thing I'm really noticing that is distinctive, both Clinton and Skin Dog are on the same board, the 9-4 double scoop, and what you're seeing is lift in the 10s and the 5s, walking out of the nose rise into a dynamic down carve. But right now, 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Skin Dog, he knows what he needs. What will be going through his head?
Just calm. He's calm. He knows what he needs to do. He knows that his surfing's good enough. He just needs the wave to give him the opportunity to do good surfing. Clinton, smart move going that wave, kept his opposition off, increased his score a little bit more again. That one came in at a 5.03. Just made that requirement a little tougher again for Ben. Now Ben chasing a 5.4.
Now here's an interesting question for you, Constable. Have you been in this position where you're competing with a surfer who is on your board and beating you?
I haven't yet, but Ben will have mixed emotions. Obviously he's here to win, but to see someone jump on his boards, not someone in his home country, this is someone on the other side of the world, riding his board, putting on a performance like he is today. Ben and the team back there in the UK, they're happy to see this surfing on their equipment.
And you can really see that equipment working. But let's not rule out Michael van Hoyenstein, the goofy footer, who is looking absolutely fantastic as we get to feast on that Bioglan replay down carve. But there it is, up to the tip. Similar approach to Chase Leader. 2 great surfers. Look at that lock lifting 10. All of those tootsies round that toe curl there.
That was a super cool hang 10, and we can see how good he can surf. We've seen his social media. if you're not following this young guy, follow him, because it's super exciting and those drop knee turns look great.
Well, both him and Chase have really put on a great performance. They haven't been on necessarily the biggest, best waves of their heat, but they have demonstrated world-class longboarding.
Yeah, that was really nice surfing. Unfortunately, the judges don't like those finishes where you're hitting the lip and falling. He needs to tidy that up going into the next round. But 1 minute to go. Ben's sitting there with priority. He just needs this opportunity to try and put on some great surfing and chase that 5.41.
So we're moving down into the last 50 seconds. We have got Coniella Stewart from Hawaii. We've got Martin Correa from France. And we've got the local Victorian Ben Considine, a rip curl rider. Of course, South Coast Surfboards representing those brilliant built boards made by and designed by Ian Chisholm. He's going to be riding that new low pro model that CJ and Chisholm have worked together. So stay tuned for that coming up next, as we can see Clinton walking up to the tip. That won't be a significant score. It's not going to go into his top two. Is the time for Skin Dog to get one last chance here with 10 seconds remaining?
You can see a little bit of action out the back here. So it looks like he let a little wave through. Here we go. He has to react now.
So it looks like Skin Dog is paddling towards a wave. Is he going to be up and riding in time? The live action right now is with Michael van Hoyenstein. Skin Dog up and riding. Walks out, back up to the tip. Locks on the 5. Speed, control, flow, critical, long, locked in 5. Walks out of that nose ride and walks back to the tail with a down carve as that wave gets foamy. But he has really delivered on that middle section nose ride again, locks in the 5, accelerates through that. And this is the opportunity to look at the body language, Josh. Does that body language say to you that he feels like he did what he needed?
Ben's got a good support crew here right now with him down on the beach. So it looked like he looked to the beach, gave him a little smile. He looked back after his 5.3, gave him a little smile. He feels pretty confident about that one. We didn't see the opening part of that wave, but that mid-section, beautiful nose ride. We saw that from Clinton. He was getting some great mid-section nose rides. So that wave of Ben's looked a little bigger.
Yep.
It's a close one, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah,
like, that was really good surfing that we saw. We didn't see the opening part, but...
Yeah, you talk about that support crew, of course, Mitch, who's a glass surfer on board, does a lot of work with CI Surfboards up there in Sydney. And, of course, Nick, who has La Loca Cafe in Queenscliff. They're down here with Skin Dog. He'll be waiting for that score. The heat is ended, and he's chasing a 5.41, but Clinton Guest has got to feel great about his performance, Josh.
Yeah, all the guys in that heat surfed really well. Here's Ben coming up the beach, shaking his head. He might not think he got it.
Yeah.
But it was a good wave, so it's going to come in very close.
Body language, you know, you kind of got the feeling that he looked like he maybe didn't get the score, but we're waiting for that score, 5.41. I liked the criticalness of that nose ride in the middle of the wave, and I like the length of time. We've seen short, tight, critical 5s and 10s, but we haven't seen the opportunity for the surfers to really stay on that nose through longer sections, and we did see that on Skin Dog's last ride.
Yeah, and multiple nose rides like that, Sam. So it's going to be interesting. It was a well-surfed wave. It was a great heat. Stoked to see Michael on tour this year. Great young surfer. Exciting to see some fresh blood on the scene. And I look forward to watching him in the later rounds as well.
There's Clinton Guest on your screen. But one thing we did start to see is that the opening part of the rides was often getting well rewarded. If the alchemy, the action was happening on the middle of the ride, it wasn't often the bigger scores. And we have to reference that it was a slower wave at the beginning for Ben Skinner, and it really got lively through the middle. Is it going to be enough? I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, and the judges get excited at the back end of the heat. The start of the heat, they kind of hold the scores back because they don't know what action's going to happen through the end of it. But here we go, the boys standing there together. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Like both riding the same board.
Same board. Both are in Thunderbolt construction. You know, you can get these custom. These are the carbon fiber Thunderbolt constructions. 47 processes to get these boards built. The, you know, state-of-the-art Japanese technology. And how special is it to see this moment of both of those surfers, one representing the United Kingdom, one representing Australia, waiting for that last score to drop. This is sport at its best.
What do you think, Sam? You think he gets there?
I think I would like to have really seen what happened at the start. My I feel as if we saw one of the longest nose rides through a section, but it happened in the middle of the wave. And I have seen them not often rewarding things that have had a slow start. It wasn't enough. It comes out at a 5.2, so Clinton Guest takes the win. Ben Skinner will be moving into that elimination round. He's not out yet. He'll be coming back for more. Michael Van Hohenstein in third. We will go to a Bonsoy brew break, and coming into the booth, we'll have the host, the waxhead, Matt Chinoski, joined by the legendary GT Grant Thomas. Stay with us, Longboard fans. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Welcome back to 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. I'm Matt Chinoski. I'm in the booth with Grant Thomas. We'll be welcoming you guys into Heat 3 of opening round. And this is the first event on the World Longboard Tour for 2024 GT. Lovely to have you in the booth for the first time. You've had some experience here in Bells. What's it been like coming back here after nearly 15 years?
Oh, mate, look, it's a fantastic little vibe. It's sort of, you come a little bit unexpected, not knowing sort of how the setup is. I've been to some other big events here in the past, but look, I'm loving the cruisy feeling. I'm loving sort of seeing some old mates. So at the moment, yeah, pretty stoked and pretty excited to jump in and have a chat.
We'll get into Australian longboard surf history during this heat, and throughout the event we'll be talking about a lot of accolades that you've had, a lot of our competitors. You've shared heats with many of us. I've shared some heats with you too, but we're going to be calling this heat with Carniella Stewart, and we got our rookie Martin Corrette, who's representing France, and Ben Considine, the local boy, who'll be out there to make a vengeance for his sessions as he had here in the past. He's a local fella. He's fallen short. You'd expect him to go deep in the draw, though. He doesn't have the pressure on him. He's here as a wild card. He doesn't have the pressure of that whole world tour on him. He's just got this event wild card. Who are you picking in this heat?
Oh, look, mate, you know, Carniella's obviously done really well last year, coming second in the world, and you know he'll be looking to kickstart his year pretty strongly. Look, always excited to see the young Aussies have a go, and like you said, Benny, like you know it's a pretty nerve-wracking thing, and the more of these events you do, you kind of fall at peace with it a little bit. So we've got one up and riding right now.
Yeah, so Carney opening up proceedings just there at the beginning, so you can see him on the nose ride, and talk us through Ben in the background there. You can see him in the white singlet.
Yeah, as he's out at Rincon there, you're always trying to find that little pocket in the wave to be able to do any kind of manoeuvre. So he navigated that pretty well on the outside then, and you can just see cutting back, staying nice and tight in the pocket. Probably wasn't really getting that long section for him to really get onto the nose that he would have loved, but you know, really early in the heat, there's nothing like getting that first wave, mate, and just sort of getting the feel.
Yeah, both surfers just a cruisy pace to kick things off. Just getting a taste for the judging criteria. There seems to be a pattern this morning of the relaxed body language getting the scores. Less is more, and just letting the board and the positioning speak volumes. And there's Caniella up in his second wave, second in the world last year. And he's going to look to go one better out there on his Kai Salas designs. And that one just closing out on the inside section, goes a little heel hang. And a change of pace. They're wearing booties coming straight from south shore of Oahu, where it's super warm right now. And I mean, a transition from barefoot to booties is always a pretty radical one, GT. But there's Martin up right now. His opener, smooth, goofy footer. Came second in the regional QS over there in Europe, which is no easy feat. He had a good result over there in the Boardmasters event. And carving back through there. That neon yellow board's going to stand out. The judges are a long way away here, so anything you can do to attract attention to the judges. See the blue booties there too. Spends a lot of time over in Biarritz. He's from Reunion Island though. He's a surf school teacher. Hangs out with Edouard and Antoine Del Perro a lot, which you know those fellows. But that exchange, just another cruisy opening wave for Martin.
Yeah, look, I feel like all these boys are not rushing into it. You get those pre-heat, you know, that first heat nerves, and looking at the other heats, there was a lot of guys really waiting, and you can see Ben out the back now. So we're going to see that come into play a little bit. They've had a couple of waves, nothing really outstanding there that jumps out, but they're all going to have a score on the board and be able to obviously build from that for the remainder of the heat.
Yeah, Caniella had some tight nose rides, locking in a 7-point ride for that opener. So the judges appreciating his positioning. And we said that relaxed body language, it can often, unless you're paying attention to the little subtleties, which the judges of course are, they're looking at those replays, they're having a look at the live action, and they're picking up on those. In the scheme of things, a lot of it can actually be underestimated from the viewer if we're not talking about it. But we'll go into the replay again shortly. But as we see Ben paddling for this one, you can see him on the outside on the right-hand side of the screen there. We'll catch up with that replay. So this is Martin's wave on the outside. And he goes down on that one. And that was just the end of Caniella's wave. You saw him coming off there. So he'll get back out the back and have that second priority and catch up with Ben there. Live action. He'll get some nice nose ride. We'll go down and catch up with Clinton Guest, who's on the glass with Bellin.
Hey, yes, we are here with Clinton. Clinton, down from the warm water. How are you feeling down here this morning?
Look, it's cold. I've got the booties on. The feet were a bit numb paddling out, I won't lie. But look, Vista's got some good suits, so all warm, ready to go.
Nice. And how's your board? Tell us about the board you're riding and how you just took the guy out that shapes those boards.
Yeah, Skin Dog's a freak. We had a few combos back in El Salvador in April and actually picked that board up the day before coming down here. It was a last-minute trip. Caught up with Harley down at Wacol, got the board and put it in the water down here, and it just seems to suit the bump and chop, and yeah, feels really good.
Yeah, you were saying you're a bit nervous how you hadn't ridden it yet, so clearly it's working for you, so good job on that, and best of luck in the next round.
Thanks, Bellin. Cheers.
All right, back to you boys up there.
Thanks, Bellin. Good to hear from Clinton, and a smiling face. He's got zero pressure on him, really having a good result earlier at Burleigh Heads in the LQS, which is where Australia had their qualifying event earlier in the year. So we'll just catch up with Caniella. So this would have been the 7-point ride. No, this one was just that throwaway GT.
Yeah, I sort of must have missed something at the start of one of those waves when we were calling it then, Matty. But yeah, you can obviously see his intent is to get that board in the pocket. And as we see Martin up behind him, bit of froth on the face, which can smoothen it out here at Bells. But obviously it does make for a little bit harder. It's a bit harder to navigate, really. But it's sort of like not a great quality wave on that one. So that's probably just going to kind of fall back into that range. And he's got a nice little clean part on the inside, which will get him that little bit of extra points. But as we saw, and having a look now, there's Benny with a pretty critical manoeuvre out the back on the nose. He didn't get to hold it for long, but I'm sure the judges will appreciate how tricky that actually is. And he gets to the front of the board again. Really nice footwork. You can see a lot of these guys, their board control is really, really impressive at the moment. And they're doing it with that compression, staying nice and compressed. And as we have a look now, it looks like we've got another paddle now, Matt.
So, yeah, Martin, another goofy footer up here. So, I mean, it's a tricky wave, Rincon, at the best of times, let alone your backside. So these surfers ironing out the kinks really well. Nice hang 10 there. Steps back to the tail. Lose a little bit of control, but trying to carry that momentum, and that's something where the board choice, those big wide tails, they do tend to slow down when you're on the tail, as we just saw there, and he stepped back, and that inside rincon section, it races away. So you saw in those previous heats, a lot of the surfers trimming in that forward part of the board for that momentum. And it's just interesting going to see how the board designs play into the results as we move through the rounds, GT.
Yeah, mate, I'm having a walk around the area out there before and checking out some boards. I was really quite interested. There's a lot of variety. Obviously, the lengths of boards are similar, but when you're looking at the tail shapes, a few rockers, and here we see Carniella up and riding on another wave now.
Yeah, so taking off on classic Rincon there. This is a really smooth wave. He's going to look to go to the 10 again. He gets it, holding that nose right there. Really critical positioning there for Carniella Stewart, second in the world last year. He's going to be carrying a lot of momentum. You can see him with the gloves on as well. The Hawaiian, he's been to Bells before. He was here last year and he kicks out on the inside. That's going to be a great scoring wave.
Yeah, look, he really, obviously he took advantage. That what was really impressive is right when you thought in one of those nose rides he might have come back, he just hung it there and really hung on to it well. And that's the sort of surfing the judges want to see.
Which is, once again, where those wide tails can actually be of advantage because you're leveraging that tail, the fin, it's doing all the work, right? And he's on a Kai Salas design right now. Most likely be the Tsunami model, you'd have to say, but we'll get some more information on that and we'll see how he goes. Maybe have a post-heat interview with Berlin, but a 7, he'll back that up nicely. And at this point, a 4.5 and a 3.73 for Considine. He knows Rincon, he knows it really well. He's been surfing here a lot. He knows exactly what he's going to have to do, but talk us through Martin's wave.
Yeah, this was a pretty impressive wave. It had a nice little hang 10 there, and he comes back to the middle of the board, and this one there, he really holds that, just that fraction longer, but it does stand out to the judges. Unfortunately, like you said, that inside at Rincon can run off, especially in these kind of swells, and here we see Carniella up and riding. This was a great wave, nice hang 10 there. Not super critical, but just really hanging tight there. And as he moves through this inside section, he's just waiting now, and this is where he holds it and really perches it as the wave stretches out in front of him. So fantastic little manoeuvre there. You notice with him as well, like you said, with the way the board does slow on the tail, they don't spend much time there.
Yeah.
It's only for that moment to turn, and then he's sort of back into that middle part to trim. So great wave there by him. I'm sure it's going to back up, and I think that's that score through now. Is that the 6.33 to back up his 7? So he's in a pretty strong position, nice and early. We've got Benny, sitting in second, and both of the other surfers are really going to chase some kind of score of significance.
Have you had much to do with Benny Considine with your time at Surfing Australia and working in the high-performance surf camps?
I think one of the last ones I did, yes. Like we used to run those camps for each junior from each state, or 2 or 3 came and worked with some of us guys. And yeah, there was a couple of these young guys. Kai Ellis Flint definitely was one of the ones I did, and he was a great young kid growing up. He was a classic. And now Benny, I think, really young, I think he was. I think he came there as maybe a 12 or 13-year-old. And he was, you could see he had something. And he's obviously showing that now.
Carniella under priority there, just getting this one, trying to build on that 6.33. See really relaxed arms, low body language. And that, I feel, at Rincon, speaking from experience, it's the type of wave where you do have to keep catching waves. Often if you sit out there and wait, they'll come under you. So a really nice strategy there. It's paying off for Stewart at the moment. He's got a healthy lead. And because we do have some of that side chop, like this one, you can see it's not even breaking yet, but sometimes these can be the really good ones. That one's not going to do it for him. But of course, we're up tucked next to the headland. We are up on the high tide part of Bells. It's not quite big enough for the bowl, and that's why we're surfing the classic right-hand reef. It has a lot of similarities when it's on to somewhere like Rincon in Santa Barbara. It's that classic right-hand point break with the bowl. Very similar. It's got elements of, say, Sunset Beach or El Salvador, Makaha, bumpy, open-faced waves, of course, with a few different faces as well. You competed in one of the last longboard events here back in the 2004 Australian titles. Remember that you were in a final there with Wayne Dean, Jackson Close, and
the other guy commentating.
Josh Constable, who ended up taking the win.
They got a 10 in like the last minute.
Got a barrel.
It's dubious. I'll say it's dubious to the least. But no, look, that was pumping bells too. Yep. That was sort of 6 foot, you know, like in that range with the bigger sets sometimes, and it was just classic. You know, you could hear everything because of the offshore winds, and it was just had that real vibe about it. But Rincon, on its day, I think it's a great wave, especially for longboarding.
And throughout that event, back in the 2004 Aussie titles, you had to go through some heats at Jan Jarp. There was heats at Rincon, and then we moved into the bowl. But we'll go to a Bioglan. We'll go to a bonsai brew break, and we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back. This is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. This is the first stop on the World Longboard Tour. One of 4 stops this year, and riding now is our French surfer, Martin Carrette, and that one isn't going to do it for him. He's down into 3rd place. He's looking to build on that 3.67 and get up in that 1st place. He's going to go straight through into the 3rd round, but it's Kaniela Stewart, the Hawaiian, with a commanding lead at the moment for the local boy, Ben Considine, who's looking for that 8.83. So, I mean, interesting to see if you chip away at that or try and go for the single score with 13 minutes remaining. Grant Thomas in the booth with myself, Matt Chinosky. We're going to be running through the next 2 heats. What's going through Ben's mind at the moment, GT?
Well, look, that's sort of what I'm thinking at myself. I know, like, if I was coaching him or if that was me sitting out there, I know there hasn't been a lot of 8s, but I also know I've got to be selective enough to get myself one of those in that 7-point range, matching something that Carney's got out there, you know. So it's really important. I noted early there was a lot of waves being caught, and I think once you get to like these later heats in the day, once you've had 1 or 2, as we have a look back, but it's really time to start really trying to pick something a little bit better. So I think Carney's out there. He's got 2 scores. He's feeling pretty comfortable. So he's just sort of getting the reps up. A really nice little hang 10 there again. Much smaller wave, so no way is that figuring for him. And as we see Mark now, another replay of his. So that's what I'm talking about with that wave selection. I understand Carney 100%. Like, he's just catching waves. He's feeling good. These other boys are really now sort of in that position. They've got to start getting a little bit selective, at least something bigger that's going to get them through to that inside and have that opportunity of lining up. Like Ben there, possibly fair to say, a probably poor wave decision. I wasn't sure if he had priority then, but he's sitting with it now. So it's coming down to that 11 minutes, and, you know, now's the time. Yeah, you're feeling it, but it's sort of, you've got to trust, you know, you want the chance. That's
for sure.
it.
Perhaps Ben did roll the dice on that one, seeing his competitors were on the inside, deciding to take off. So those of you joining us right now, this is Heat 3 of the opening round of the World Longboard Tour. And just like we see in other forms of surfing, you've got the priority, you've got the surf with the white with the P next to them. And that basically means whatever wave Ben wants to choose, he's got free reign to do it. But there's other ways that you can sneak waves underneath. You can be on the inside section. We talked about Bells Beach having many different faces. You've got the Bells Bowl over to the left. These surfers are tucked up into the headland. We've got a small swell at the moment. Kind of jumbly, 10-second. More of a wind swell at the moment, interrupting, but that should be set to change throughout the event window. We look like we're going to get a bit more groundswell coming, the wind going offshore, so we will see those different elements of bells coming into play, GT. Yeah, well, I think, you know, like the surfers know that in the back of their mind as well, Matt, so they're just like, you've really got that. It almost brings, look at that, beautiful rainbow, but yeah, they know this as well, that there is some waves coming.
which sometimes you kind of can't get that out of your head, and you sort of lose that narrow focus on your job. So, I mean, yeah, they're sitting out there now. I'm sure they're narrowed in right now. They know what they need. They know what they got to do, so they're just waiting for that opportunity.
And here we are down at Durack. That's the traditional name for Bells Beach. And look at that, Visit Victoria. And the Melbourne flight cam doing its job, showing that beautiful double rainbow over there. You can see it starting right there. It's a very special place, and you can feel the energy when you're down on the sand this morning. The opening ceremony was a beautiful experience. Everyone got a buzz and really taps you into the culture of the place. You can definitely walk away feeling just a little bit more connected. And I mean, you can feel the spirit down there.
Yeah, when you see that rainbow too, you know, Victoria, you know, we get all sorts of weather and it is cool, but when you get that rainbow, it gives you that little sense of warmth. You know, you're like, yeah, we're here, we're at Bells, the contest is on, and walking around the car park out there before, the boys are already, the girls or the women as well, they're coming up after that, and yeah, it's just got that little exciting feel, but it's really calm.
And it's crazy to think we're only just a short drive away from Melbourne, the city, with this, obviously some of the most amazing events in the world, some great hospitality, some great art as well. We're down here at one of the premier waves in the world, Bells Beach. It's been home to so many incredible events over the years. The Bells Beach Easter Classic, where we had that 1982 event where we had the thruster, the single fin and the twin fin all surfed, and it's the longest running surf event in Australia since 1962. And which started, of course, on longboards back then. And it was, I mean, there was 1965, they had a big 15-foot day. In the early 80s as well, they had another massive day as well. So it's been some phenomenal events, one over here. And last year it was Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, who actually manufactured current heat leader Cuneo Stewart's board as well. So probably no surprise, being familiar with more open ocean, a little bit of bump and chop on the wave, and certainly no coincidence that he went on to do really well at other events. But to take that win at Malibu at the end of last year, pretty phenomenal for Kai Salas to have finally got that maiden world title. Yeah, well, Kai's one of those guys I was talking about earlier that I did surf against, and it was sort of towards the end of my sort of competitive career, I guess, and the beginning of his, but he always had, you could see, you know, he could ride in a progressive way, he could ride in a traditional way, but you always, as soon as I saw the criteria come back from progression to a little bit more tradition, I really thought, wow, he's going to be someone that can stand up. He can surf both, and he's good at both, but he always had that stylish bottom turn and that nice soul arch and things like that. So I was like, that's going to suit him to a T. And that's rubbing off on surfers like Stewart out in the water right now. But we will see Kai Salas coming up in that next heat. He'll be up against Kai Hamasi and Gavin Adoni, who got the event wildcard from Cocoa Beach, Florida. That'll be coming up next, but still plenty of action left in this heat. Local surf coach Ben Considine, he's in second place, searching for an excellent range score to go into the lead. And Martin Corrette, he's going to have to pull something out of the bag that we haven't seen today, or just chip away. And as you said earlier, just trying to clips that 7 of Cuniella and start rebuilding a heat, build that house. And somewhere like Bells Beach, it's certainly possible. One thing is today, it's very consistent GT, lots of waves coming in. Yeah, there is. There's plenty of waves, which also sometimes make it a little bit trickier, as we see Ben up and riding now. Gets the nose, his backside there, nice, elegant footwork. You can see him. That slasher low pro made by South Coast, locally made surfboard just up the road. Beautiful hang 10 there for the goofy footer. He gets in the middle of the board, grabs that rail for a bit of safety and jams that one back into the power source. Looking for something a little inside, and gets really shallow in there, so he's got to be careful. It's right there on the sand, but this is an inside ledge that it's quite cruel if you're not wearing a leash, or you end up with your fin and your rail hitting those reef. Yeah, it happens in there for sure. I've picked out a few little bits of rocks out of my boards over the years. One of the times was probably just falling over, walking out or walking in, I think it was. But yeah, like you said about these waves now, and as we see Ben on this, there's that nice hang 10. This one was surfed really tight in the pocket. Not a huge wave, but we're seeing a lot of these waves this size as they come through this inside part of Rincon here. Nicely held 5 out of that other hang 10 there. Just caught a little bit, but seemed to kind of keep his style there a little bit. Didn't really sort of overreact from that. And this is the beginning of that wave, I'm thinking. Yeah, it is again. So we can see that coming through and moving in. And hopefully, I'm thinking this might sort of up his score a little bit to bring what he needs down, you know. So I'm thinking a good move.
with that time remaining, but when he comes back out, that selection is going to be absolutely crucial.
Interesting to have a look at how tight and beautiful his camera angle is. The judges have got that pulled back real life angle. So obviously we're looking at those intricacies. If you can imagine watching it from the top of the headland and that expansive view, the judges have really got to pay attention to those little subtleties, which is what they do. They have the ability to look at the replay as well, but we're blessed to have those camera angles. That was a phenomenal little bit of coaching analysis there from your GT, and Ben will appreciate that too. So we'll see where that one locks in at, and it's a 483 goes in. So once again, probably a smaller wave, but that camera angle didn't quite put it into context, I would imagine, compared to, say, that pulled back angle.
Yeah, look, at once, you know, like that 483, that's helped him out for sure. It's his best wave of the heat. He's still chasing a pretty solid score of an 8.5, so it's going to really have to come down to that. This last half of the heat that we've seen, I just feel like both competitors, both Ben and Martin, have probably fallen away knowing when you're needing those excellent scores. I haven't seen anything on the smaller waves yet, so it's really that ability to just trust that you can do it and wait. And if it doesn't come, you know, you can't do much about that. But I just think sometimes, but he's up and riding, he's not going to give up.
Nice transition turn there, slashing that one back and showing some flow and diversity using the rail there. But last time it was more stuck on the nose. Here he goes again, tight section there. He gets to the nose and unfortunately just digging the heels in and coming off the top. But some nice work to get things started. He realised he's still got that 8.5 to chip away at, so he's going to have to give the judges more. Look at that beautiful rainbow over Jirac here. That's the indigenous name for Bells Beach. And the surfers, you can see them sort of on that inside bowl, and that's Rincon. That's the high tide wave generally, and the smaller swells. Later on in the week, we'll probably see them shift over on the lower tides over to the bowl. And hey, you might even get heats where you get one surfer on the bowl and one on Rincon as well, which makes it super exciting, especially for us to analyse the different styles. And certainly opens it up to the goofy footers a little bit more when they get on the bowl. We've seen in the past surfers like Mark Ocalupo putting in fantastic performances here. Arguably one of the best to surf bells on his backside. And you don't get that very often on right-hand point breaks where a goofy foot is one of the standouts.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I think it's backside, especially with some size here, you can really lean out of the top of the wave, so those goofy footers get the opportunity. As we watch Ben here, one interesting thing to note as he comes through this wave up to the nose here, surfing backhand, nose riding in smaller conditions, the challenge isn't so much getting to the front of the board, it's getting back for some reason with your back to the wave a little bit and the angle that you face on. So you can see on a couple of Ben's nose rides today, he's had those little bobbles or little kind of catches. So it's that timing's so important on your backside. You can kind of get away with it a little bit on your forehand, but in these smaller pockets of these waves backside, it is harder.
You'd have to say if you didn't have that big 17-inch tail, if that was a thruster or a board with a lot more release and a little bit of edge, you'd have to say that thing would have slid out as well.
Yeah,
you don't see much of anymore, right?
No, it would have been the old...
There we go, there's the backup board there. That's a Ben's South Coast. You can see the heavy rake on that fin, a big base, and a big chop square tail, very similar to what he's riding at the moment. But that'd be his backup board there. So that's what's leveraging him, right?
Yeah, 100%. You go back into even when I was competing, your Joey Hawkins, and you know, I was surfing against Rusty Keelana for a few years and Bonga for a lot of years, and those guys, and we were on thrusters, and it was a major manoeuvre, you know, to ride that tight that your fins could pop out and spin it round. But obviously gone to those days, but you can see obviously the advantages of those fins for that nose riding. It's super important, and it helps a lot.
Yeah, so you're referencing the classic helicopter maneuver where the idea was to do a 360 from the nose and spin it around. And that was unique at the time. It was something that you couldn't do on a shortboard. Obviously, go to the nose, spin the tail out. There's a classic maneuver. Still seen in a lot of places around the world. Hawaii, the guys still pop them out at Makaha and Chun's Reef. And you'll see that over in Waikiki as well.
Yeah, like Makaha's a favourite place of mine. I spent quite a bit of time there. I'd stayed with Rusty once or twice, which not for a long time, but just to hang out and get the feel of it. And obviously Dwayne DeSoto, ex-world champion, and you know, I guess you could even say that, like, not so much Lance, but Dino Miranda spent a lot of time, you know, over in that Makaha side. A lot of the longboarders actually. So great wave, fun waves. But as we see now, we're at Bells, and here's Martin.
Yeah, so looking for a 9.66 in the final minute of this heat. And that one is not going to do a wave selection, being quite tricky there for the Frenchman. He's used to the cold though. That's not going to put him off. It's just trying to pick that wave that's going to allow that size, but something that's going to run down the reef. Cunniela's done a great job with a 7 and 6.33. Both Ben and Cunny just getting the 5 waves at the moment. But out in the lead, our surfer from Hawaii. He's coming into this event, placed second from last year. He's got a lot of momentum. He's going to look to go one better, and he's kicking off his campaign with a fantastic beginning of this heat. Not being left out of the equation. Ben Considine, he's one of the hardest working Australian longboarders in recent years. He just puts in so much effort behind the scenes. And here he goes, last 10 seconds. Gets up in those nice footwork. Gouging carve there, smaller wave there. You can see that one just falling short way up the reef there. So that one you'd have to say is not going to be that excellent range score, but good signs for both the goofy footers, but just a tough one with wave selection.
Yeah, I think wave selection was the key in that heat. You know, like Ben obviously had moments where he looked really on point, as did Martin with some nice critical nose rides. It's just that challenge backside out there, and when you're on the waves of lesser quality, you're probably going to find it. But hey, they're hard to pick with that little, like we've suggested. It is a bit of a wind swell. Waves are closer together than normal, and it's a tricky wave, mate. But they're both showing that, you know, they're surfing well, they're feeling it. It's just for them to sort of step it up that level and match these guys, they're going to have to be on better waves.
And Cunniela Stewart taking the win there with a great heat total, 13.33 from the local boy Ben Considine and Martin Corrette. And we'll go to a break and bring you back. Heat 4 coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. The 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. This is stop 1, the 4-stop World Longboard Tour. It's so great to be back here again. Joined in the booth with Grant Thomas and Matt Chinoski. We're going to be taking you through heat number 4, the opening round, and there's heat 3 winner Cunniela Stewart, the favourite to take out that heat in the red jersey, and he gets a win with a lovely heat win. Some great scores locked in and good signs for the Hawaiian and his shaper, his mentor, Kai Salas, reigning world longboard champion, out in the water now with Kai Hamasi from Japan and Gavin Adoni from Florida. He took out the trials yesterday over in Torquay Point from a on-fire Jack Roberts from Palm Beach, New South Wales, but it was the Floridian who got the win, and his first surf at Bells will be this morning. He hasn't even had a free surf out there yet, so we'll see how he performs at the regular footer. And Kai Hamasi, he won he actually came second, but qualified through the regional qualifying series behind JR Escobar, who re-qualified last year, who made it to Malibu and clinched his spot an absolute technician. Look forward to seeing him come up. And of course, Kai Salas, we talked about him in that previous heat. He'll be the one to watch. He's the one he took the victory last year at the first time we've had a WSL longboard event back here. And there was a time here in the late 80s, early 90s where longboarding did make a resurgence. It did come back here. And of course, the Australian titles. But how good is it to have longboards back at Bells Beach, Grant Thomas?
Oh, look, they suit the wave so much, Matt. Like, at the end of the day, yeah, when Bells is 6 foot and the bowl's, the bowl's doing its thing, like it can be a high-performance wave for any board as far as a rail game goes, you know what I mean? But longboards just seem to fit the flow of it so well. There's not a lot of power out there. Like, there's push, but it's not a really wave that we'd refer to as being steep and sucking up and having a lot of punch. So that by having the area in a longboard, you can hold your speed, you can glide through some of those sections, and you're still going to have some opportunity to put it on rail at certain parts. And as I watched this morning, a couple of those bigger scores, a couple of those surfers, we're starting to see that creep in, and I look forward to hopefully that more swell coming and seeing more of that as we go.
And we're surfing Rincon here. This is the high tide version of Bells Beach. It's very conducive to longboard surfing, especially the traditional style. But you're right, the bathymetry of the reef here, it's a long, flat reef as opposed to somewhere like, say, Sunset Beach where it lurches out of deep water and it pitches. But this is a more almond-shaped wave. And this is the technician, Kai Hamasi. Talk us through this replay.
Yeah, well,
it's gone back to life.
Yeah, as we just went back there. But I didn't see that, but I already liked it. A lot of Japanese surfers from when even I was competing, Matt, they were so nimble and so quick and so light. So I look forward to I have not seen him surf until right now, so I look forward to seeing more of that. But they were always, especially little waves, they really had something to offer.
Well, I can tell you're going to be in for a treat with both Gavin and Kai. But we know both Kai Hamasi and Kai Salas, absolute technicians on the nose. And someone else who's an absolute technician on the nose is Carniella Stewart. He's on the glass with Josh.
Thanks, guys. Carney, welcome back to Australia. First off, must be great to be back here at Bells Beach and start off with a win.
Oh, definitely. It's nice to be back here. I love it here.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing out there this morning. 2 of the highest scores. Talk us through those couple of waves and how you got those high scores.
It was a little tricky out there to find the good ones, but I feel like when I was out there, I was just trying to look for the nice double ups that'll actually line up on the inside. So that was the whole goal.
Well done. And talk to us about it's back here at Bells Beach. It's cold coming from Hawaii. You're all rugged up. Are you starting to feel more comfortable out there?
Oh yeah, I got the gloves, got the booties. The wetsuit's so warm though, so I'm glad that Tenori, my sponsor, was able to get this out right before I left. But yeah, it's freezing for me. I like to be warm and comfortable, so this is the best way.
Awesome. And talk to us a little bit about the equipment you're riding today. Is it similar to what you were on last year, or you made some little adjustments?
It's the exact same board I've been riding for a few years now. But this board is in Thunderbolt technology, so it's a little lighter than my Holly board, but feels exactly the same.
Awesome. Great surfing out there. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow in the later rounds.
Thanks, guys. Aloha.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Live action with Gavin Nadoni. This is one of his first waves at Bells, and he goes down in the end, so he had some great work just on the inside of the camera angle there, and it was his first wave at Bells Beach, and a nice one, a memorable one at that, and straight into Kai Salas. Opened up with a 4.67, and he's looking to back that up right now, and he gets to the nose. Took the win here last year, so he's feeling very confident here at Bells. He's got a beautiful, smooth pace on this. See elegant footwork, and to see how relaxed, and gets a rail engaged there. Carving it through, just shuffling forward, looking for that trim spot, gets on the nose, and he gets that little bonus section, and here's where it's going to count. He can finish strong. Where you saw previously Gavin falls short, Kai on that inside ledge, he makes it, and that's really shallow there, Grant, but nice science for both surfers.
Yeah, as we see now, what was quite interesting about Kai then, and we may see it shortly, is I actually noticed throughout that wave, as we'll go back here to Kai there, Gavin in the white, yeah. So he's just sort of sticking tight in the pocket. Nice little rail turn back to the whitewash at the start, actually. He's looking like he's quite patient, which I really think is something that suits this wave, because if you lose that patience, you tend to maybe miss a whole section altogether. And, coming unstuck a little bit, sort of getting a bit too extended through that turn. And I think if we watch this wave of Kai's here, this replay, you can nearly see through the wave that he starts to feel like more and more relaxed from the start to the finish. I think this might be his a second wave. This might be his first wave.
4.67.
Yeah, sorry, this is his first wave, 4.67. So not the greatest of waves, but it's got him going, and I think we'll see his next wave is going to definitely improve on that. But in the next wave, you can nearly see when it happens, Matt, that he just moves into the groove as he goes. By the end, he starts to feel happy with what he's doing.
And, I mean, there is a little bit of chop out there too. So if we analyse this second wave, just have a look at the subtleties, GT.
Yeah, so he's really sort of setting up, and this is that patience I'm talking about. But you can see with his arms extended here, like he's almost like a bit of a cat on a hot tin roof. And as he comes out of this turn now and starts to, this is where I really find he sort of gets through that little wobble and now starts to relax. And they're the rail turns I love seeing still in this day and age on these big single fins. And now he's sort of really starting to feel the groove. That little hang 5, hang 10, and this is a part of Kai's surfing he's always had, is to be able to finish waves and put the board in a good position.
Yeah, his ability there to just read that inside bowl and get the 2-for-1, get that 5-10, that little shuffle forward on the fulcrum of the rocker. He obviously designs, manufactures his own surfboards, so he's understanding those models and how to get the best out of them. And it's a testament to his surfing. The 7-point ride, getting locked in for that. So similar to Caniella in that last heat, just those subtleties the judges really appreciating, and great analysis from GT in the booth. But Gavin Adoni, a 5.27, you can't help but feel there's a little bit of meat left on the bone falling off on that end wave, but great signs for the wild card. He got the position to surf today. He took out the trials yesterday from Jack Roberts, who was the Australian. He was leading right throughout. He had some great heat totals, but got pipped at the post from the quick, intricate footwork of Gavin Adoni, who, we're traditionally speaking, really represents the East Coast of America in a pretty classic way. They're synonymous with good nose riding. I think of surfers like Mikey DeTemple. I think of Justin Quintal. And you think back to the surfers in the 60s who had phenomenal nose riding skills. Gavin really possesses that. You know, he's actually in Australia because he was going to go for a holiday to Noosa, then found out the trials were on, so he packed a 4.3, came on down here and got a position in the main event. How cool is that? Yeah,
that's a really cool story. And I think, you know, yesterday the trials being at Torquay Point, and obviously he hasn't had the experience at Rincon, but how good is it when you go from a wave that's okay,
yeah, and
then you go to a wave that's actually good? Like, he'll just be stoked and feeling it, and he should be now too, because 5.27, he didn't complete the wave. You know, I think he can take a lot of confidence from that.
Absolutely, and we haven't seen much from Kai Hamasi, just the 2 and a 0.457, but he absolutely annihilated the competition over in the Asia region. He had tough competition with J.R. Esquivel, which we know what he's capable of coming up later on in Heat 7, but see him down and just losing priority there, handing it back over to Idoni. And you can just see in the inset, beautiful Melbourne flight camp showing us the overview of Rincon here at Bells Beach. Tight footwork there. Floridian from Cocoa Beach. It's currently over 40 degrees back there now, so this is a far cry from what the temperature back home, and he's doing a great job. And he's opted for the leash today. Doesn't surf the leash very often. Thought he'd better so he didn't lose that beautiful Chris Christensen surfboard on the rocks. It's a new model, it's the Scarlet model, and he's a team rider for Chris, who's one of the world's most phenomenal shapers, shortboards, guns, longboards, mid-lengths as well. So really cool to see a Christensen shape out in the lineup. And yeah, we'll see how that board fares later on in this heat. And Hamasi behind him, our Japanese competitor, I call him a technician because he's just so precise with his surfing, his placement. Here he goes in the nose. Relaxed body language. Really mimicking a similar style to Kai Salas as well, but just a little bit shorter and a little bit lighter in weight. See him, beautiful footwork there, and he's going to try and link this inside with clean footwork. And he carves it back around. Little snapping pivot turn there. Low center of gravity, allowing him to continue 4 steps up to the nose. Really great pace on this wave. This will be his best one yet. Really showcasing the length of the board. He's showing a little bit of rail work there too, and some completion and control. So the judges will appreciate this. Where do you think that one will go? The wave might factor in a little bit, GT, the size?
Yeah, look, mate, I tell you what he does bring to it. He brings energy. you know, and like you said, he's technically really good. He's perfect. And it just brings like this new little bit of speed to it in my eyes when I look at it. I'm like, wow, he's just got that energy up and down the board. No, I wouldn't say it's rushed though. So that's one of the first waves I've seen him catch. I'm like, wow, that was pretty impressive. And like I said, the Japanese surfers a lot in these type of waves can look pretty sharp. It's going to be interesting where that does come in as we look at, this is another replay of Gavin. So I'm nicely on the nose there, hanging 10. I was just trying to work out what wave number it was of his, but as he's coming back now to that power source and looking for that little double up reform, he's not going to get over the top of that one. So yeah, and back to Kai now, really fleet on that footwork. I love to see nice little hang 5, putting the board on rail, but the transitions between the turns, there's no downtime, which is it's a tricky thing to do, to put boards so long to transfer from one rail to the other, and nice little hang 5 again. And that often, as you know, Matt, can come down to a little V in the bottom or whatever it might be, and that one a little bit of a wobble, but straight back up to the tip again, and you know, that's going to make him feel a little bit better. He wasn't off to the best start in the heat. Yeah. It's probably, yeah, I'd hate to stick it out. It's probably classed as like an average wave out there, I reckon, sort of in that sort of, should fall in that 4 to 6 point range, I would think. But yeah, obviously we've got that close-up view and the judge is drawn back, so we'll have to wait and see.
I'm really glad to be seeing Kai at this level. He just absolutely annihilates that Asia QS. I mean, some great surfers from the Philippines and Indonesia are there too. Danny Widianto, phenomenal shortboarder and longboarder. Joe Maria Boyza, Roger Kasugai. Those guys all ride short and longboards extremely well. In fact, all of them competing on the QS as well as the and the longboard QS as well as the shortboard QS. So multi-disciplinary surfers, and it really shows their ability to transfer the weight, back foot, front foot, nose to tail, and they're able to utilize that whole board, which is phenomenal to see. And that Asian region really is a booming, I mean, as far as like competitors are going and new blood, that area is absolutely booming, and look forward to some big things from that region. But we're going to go to a Bonsai brew break, and we'll be back for the remainder of Heat 4 coming up very shortly. Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We're in Heat 4. We catch up the remainder of this heat, and at the moment, it's reigning world champion Kai Salas out in the lead from the rookie Gavin Adoni and Kai Hamasi from Japan in third, but it's anyone's game at this stage. Just a 6.41 needed for Gavin, and Kai Hamasi not far behind with a 7.44. All these surfers coming in with a lot of confidence and nothing to lose, everything to gain. First year for Kai Hamasi on the World Tour. We were just talking before the break at his run through the Asia qualifying region, and Gavin Adoni out here on a holiday, found out the trials are on and earned his spot into the main event, taking it out from Jack Roberts, who's one of Australia's brightest young prospects in the World Longboard Tour, and he'll be knocking on the door next year, no doubt. But what an opportunity to surf against Kai Salas, a stalwart ISA world champion, WSL world champion, father, surfboard designer and shaper, surf school owner as well. So just a multidisciplinary waterman as well, Kai himself. And tell us a little bit about your background, Grant Thomas, with Kai.
Oh, here's just one of those quick waves of Gavin Odoni. This is during our break then, so he's just cutting back there. Just the wave quality. You can see the wave doubling up in front of him too, so at some point they're going to probably meet up and catch up. So as we can see, he gets out of that one pretty quickly. Sorry, Bat, what was
We're talking about Kai Salas. You've had a few heats with him in the past, but you've watched his evolution as a competitor, sort of move into the shaping role, and now back on top of the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, it's a fantastic story, mate. He was right up there too when we were there. It was quite we had such big fields then too, so not so much this narrowed down field of 24 competitors. So, and as soon as you open it up, there's a lot of guys, as you know, all around the world, and anything can happen. But he's up and riding now.
43 years of age, the Hawaiian from South Shore, super smooth on his feet. Oh, and he has just said that, a commentator cursing. He slips off the back of the board there. Thankfully, he's got the leash. They're looking to drop a 4.67, and a pensive and very mature Kevin Scavana, not just because of the beard growth, but the way that he's carried himself around the contest zone. He's got a lot of experience now. He'd be one of the actually veterans on the tour. He's been back-to-back on this tour for about 7 or 8 years now, and he's really been chipping away at it. Took out recently the charity event over at Posso's, Surf Coast Longboarders annual event, and that's a no mean feat as a goofy footer on a small right-hand point break, so it'll take a lot of confidence out of that. Must be something going on the inside reef there, GT, both Hamasi and Salas going down. Perhaps a little bit of cold waiting. There's been nothing really of significance since the first opening wave, so about 10 minutes in this water. It's about 13 degree, 12 degree water. And outside, not much warmer.
Here we go. Here's a nice looking wave, Matt.
Nice nose ride for Gavin. Up again on the nose. Quick footwork. Just using 4 steps and nice rail transition there. This one's looking a little bit better for him on the inside. Keeping really busy. It's not the quantity of nose rides that'll count, but the quality, and he's had some good moments here. And Christensen looking solid under his feet. Glassed, nice and strong. And heavy. You can see the weight, you can see the board sitting in the water, and taps that one off the top. Can he ride out? He doesn't ride out. These are the crucial moments. The judges are giving the 5.27 earlier. You couldn't help but feel that was going to go higher, but we'll see where the judges go with that one, but a nice backup wave.
Yeah, to me, that wave size stood out then a bit, Matt, you know, and he really got the work done on the outside, and he was taking that form from the first wave that he had, or his very first wave he had, which he didn't quite finish, and I had that excitement. Let's look at the replay now. Nice little drop knee turn. Just all he's trying to do there is just stay near that whitewash, so when the wave stands up, he can move up to the nose like he's doing now. Just a really quick little hang 5, but readjust and then puts himself up there. Basically, I've stumbled through that one, mate. And once again, it's a little bit of patience, which is what I liked when I was watching that first wave when I saw him. His wave since not a lot of opportunity, but now he's sort of really starting to fill in. Once again, nicely around the whitewash as we look to Kai.
Wow, doing exactly what Gavin did, but perhaps on a bigger wave. And you can see him lining up his inside section, a little bit bumpy, and he rides out of that one. A lot of control there for Kai in a tricky wave, but he's going to try and link this inside. See him shuffling forward. Inside of that forward trim there over the rocker. It's a little 5, close 5, and that one riding out. Not quite the finish he perhaps would have been after, but a great start to that wave. This is going to be a terrific ending to this heat. We've got scores to lock in. Odoni needing a 6.41, but Kai may have just improved on the 4.67. 7 minutes remaining. But Hamasi out there, he's got to really get moving quick, because I think the scores are going to start growing on him, but he does have priority. And this moment, 7 minutes, still plenty of time left.
Yeah, here we go. Looking at Kai here as he just sort of waits for that takeoff point so he doesn't have too much downtime. Straight up to the nose, nice little hang 5. Here we go. And this wave, it's that typical Rincon. Oh, that's the previous one where he had that little whitewash in the slip. And here we go with Kai Hamasi's, and very similar sort of wave, really. Like, I think this one may be as he just sort of works his way back to the whitewash. Nice little drop knee. And yeah, those that double fall off that we saw earlier. The bigger wave here now of Gavin, and like we spoke about earlier, shows that patience, really trying to stay tight in the pocket, and that's that little variation of the drop knee there to keep him there. quick little up and back to the nose. Nice hang 5 there. And moving his way through those little trims just to keep that speed, because it makes it that much easier on the nose if you're moving fast. And here we go, and just coming through to this inside. And unfortunately for him, which could come into play a little bit with that score he was chasing, but I think this might change things a little bit here. Here we go, Kai Salas. Nice critical nose ride. You'll notice he's behind the whitewash and coming through it, then straight into that hood ornament sort of hang 10 that he just is famous for. That's a challenge on a single fin, seeing that float, and you can see he sort of gets that bobble, but without side fins in the board coming out of those onto a rail is you get that little slip in it, and it can grab. So really nice wave there by Kai. Some critical nose rides. That turn in, we haven't seen a lot of that today, so I'm interested to see where the judges go. And once again, once you've won a world title, you know you can finish a wave cleanly, whether it's the manoeuvre or not. So they're the sort of probably subtle differences there between Gavin's. Gavin's scores come in at a 5.83, so he's got 2 mid-range 5s, a high and a low 5 with no finish there.
Only needing a 5.85 now. The judges really pointing out that you need to finish your waves cleanly. That control aspect is part of the criteria, as with the footwork. So the judges appreciating his footwork. They're appreciating his ability to use the rail and on the nose, get the 10s in the pocket, but he needs to finish clean. That score for Kai Salas, a 6.23. Judges appreciating the rail work, appreciating the ability to draw different lines, be a bit creative on the wave and surf what's in front of him, and it's being reflected in the scores. So now Gavin needing a 7.4. That's a hefty score right now, but Hamasi needs to go excellent. A 9-point ride. It's coming down in the final 5 minutes. But we see the Hawaiian technician there, reigning world champion, Kai Salas, up and riding now. He gets that nose ride there, and just like we saw in that previous heat where we saw Carney staying really busy under priority. Rincon is that type of wave where you can do that. You can sit inside. Personally, I don't like to sit outside at Rincon. I like just to keep busy if those little inside ones are there, especially if you've already logged a couple of big scores.
Yeah, I think Kai is very similar to Carney now. There's 4.5 minutes. He's sitting in a reasonably comfortable position. Obviously, third priority too. So he's going to catch some waves, keep surfing. It keeps you warm out there too, keeping the feet moving. You know, it doesn't take long to freeze up out there. So, yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up on at least another 1 or 2 waves in the back end of this heat.
And yeah, right now that water temperature and air temp very similar, fluctuating probably about 12 degrees, but that wind chill factor as the wind comes up in the afternoon, those southerly winds, west southwesters, brutal, really cold. These surfers doing a great job to keep things smooth, and this is Hamasi up right now. It's a smaller wave, try and link the inside section, nice smooth style. You can see him just no hiccups as he transitions. That's a better nose ride. 5 and 10 combo. Just carving this one around. You see how straight his back is, relaxed arms. Really nice balance there, and taps that one off the top, and he'll ride out. So that may be one of his better waves yet. He's going to chip away at that 9-point ride. He's got to get moving. 3 minutes 20 remaining.
Yeah, he's going to be paddling out there pretty quick. It's definitely going to factor for him as he's only holding on to a 2.67 at the moment. As we look out the back, another set approaching now as we see Gavin up and riding.
So needing a 7.4 at this point. And that wave isn't going to do it for him. Perhaps the pressure just starting to creep on, but you're up against the world champion, so you've got to complete your waves. But still, both these surfers learning Rincon as they go. I know Hamasi's been here for a few days. He's surfed here. He's put some reps in, and he also is familiar with the colder water. This is a replay of that last one.
Yeah, once again, really, I love his transitions. You see that board's always moving. It's not really that flat. It sat flat for a second there, but to be honest, it was something Wayne Dean was amazing at. If you go back to his days, it just kept moving, and it keeps him in that power, and it keeps him alive, and it makes it exciting to watch for me. Like, I really enjoy seeing that. Obviously, a much smaller wave finishes it pretty nicely. Beautiful control. It's been clear in this heat that the wave selection, just the size of the wave is letting him down.
And we did talk earlier about board designs, but a flatter rocky here, despite it being almond shaped, doesn't actually perform that well. You can often outrun the section, so a little bit of curve and a board that's going to actually fit into the pocket is really integral at this spot. As you can see, something like Salas, Hamasi doing really well just to keep the rail engaged. Where other end of the spectrum, Edoni, more pivot stalls, high and tight in the pocket, and that suits Rincon really well. Perhaps moving to the bowl, that board's going to be a little bit of a struggle to get on rail, but it's working for him at the moment, and really good signs there from the surfer who just earned the wild card to come through the trials, and he's part of the new blood, 21 years of age from Cocoa Beach, Florida, going from 40-degree temperatures over there. I think he said yesterday it was like, yeah, 42 degrees, 110 Fahrenheit, straight over here to Bells Beach, which is an absolute wild transition. So, I mean, his family would be so proud of him to be surfing here. I'm sure everyone at Cocoa Beach, most of the Americans are tuning in, watching him, supporting him. He's been over there on the West Coast competing in those events as well. He's been to Noosa before, and it's just great to show new blood on the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, look, and he can hold his head up well and truly high. Like, if you know, he's sidling basically he's up and riding right now. We'll check this one out. But yeah, if you look at his scores right now, Matty, you know, like if you added a 0.8 for finishing a wave, not that that's what it's given as, but you know, it can add that aesthetic appeal to both of those waves. He's right there.
Well, yeah, we go back to that 5.83. If that goes over 6, a little bit more pressure on Kai. He really, Kai Salas really unleashed and felt comfortable on that second wave because he knew that he was already in the lead. So it's all those little mental games and finishing a wave and what it can do for your competitors. But by no surprise, it's the world champion out in the lead right now in the last 20 seconds. There's still a chance though for both these surfers though. 7.4 and an 8.8. So Homasi did reduce the requirement a little bit. A 4.43 in his last. It's looking like the Hawaiian will hang on to the lead. He's got priority. And that was a phenomenal heat with the two young guns up against the 43-year-old who's kicking off his campaign here at Bells Beach exactly where he finished last year. He was the winner of last year's event, 2023 World Longboard Champion. He takes the win here again in 2024. So he's going to kick off with no nerves. His team riders are getting through the heats and he's feeling good. And that's exactly what you want to do. Start off and show the rookies how it's done. So 13.23 heat total for the world champ, and he'll be moving straight into round 3. But don't go anywhere. We're going to have heat 5 coming back with Josh and Sam coming back in the booth.
Welcome back. Melbourne, of course, the creative and cultural capital of Australia, one of the major events capital of the world. Melbourne is Australia's second largest city, just 90 minutes up the coast from here at Dirac Bells Beach. And of course, beyond the city, you have the wineries, the golf courses, the beautiful coastal towns, the food, the epic waves, and this great surf coast shire that stretches through Wadawurrung country. As we can see, our reigning WSL World Longboard champion, the mighty Hawaiian Kai Salas. He just put on a good show. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth to call heat number 5 with 2006 world champion from Noosa, Australia. It's Mr. Josh Thompson.
Sam,
What a fantastic last heat. Kai Salas, current world champ, kicking off with a great win in his first event of the season. So he'll be happy from taking off from where he left off last year season. So he'll be happy from taking off from where he left off last year.
Absolutely, and right now we have Silvani, Scavana and Piñatero, Nacho, the Uruguayan, Ignacio in white, up and riding, the goofy footer riding his Nico Carbone built new advanced surfboards. Of course, New Advanced, the biggest surfboard factory in Brazil, based in Sao Paulo. So big shout out to all of the South American fans tuning in. Nacho kicks off with a low score. Scavana from California kicks off with a 2.5. Silvani, of course, also from the East Coast. We just saw the trials winners, Gavin, put on a good show in the last heat, losing out to Kai Salas. But Silvani, a stalwart of competitive longboarding, still back, still going strong.
Yeah, he'll look great in these waves. He looked unreal yesterday in the free surf. So Tony's excited. He's been surfing lots. He's ready for this event. Ready for a big year. 5th place last year, so he'll want to go finish in the final 8 and then put on a good performance later in the year.
Rides those Bill Stewart built boards. Of course, Bill Stewart now into his early 70s, but still at the cutting edge of shaping. Of course, has been such a prevalent feature in the longboard culture for so many decades now.
He has. He's had so many world championships, so many world titles. He's a great shaper, great surfer himself. In his 70s, heard he's just bought some property down in Mexico, spending time down there, still spending a lot of time in the water. So having a shaper that still surfs, current, backing the next generation that he has for years on end, what a great partnership they've got together.
So here's the Bioglan replay of Silvani's first wave, Josh.
Yeah, really nice start. You can see Tony's just got so much flow. Board's going nice and quick. A little bumpy there, a little wobbly, but back up to the nose. That's his second good nose ride on this wave. A little bigger wave. You can see it's starting to section down there. And here we go. Really nice opening carve there, so he'll be happy with that.
Nacho kicks off with a nice lively start. The Uruguayan, of course, pleased to qualify for this World Longboard Tour. If you've not traveled to this fantastic Surf Coast Shire, I thoroughly recommend coming out here for a trip. That, you know, even the opportunity to just walk along the 44-kilometer stretch of Surf Coast Shire between Torquay and Lorne, if you might cycle it, it really is incredible. And inland, you've got the Great Otway National Park with rainforest canopy and the giant ferns. But right now, Silvani is getting a look at this wave. He doesn't take it, recognizes that he couldn't quite get much scoring potential on that, but sitting further out in blue, it's Kevin Scavana. And let's talk about Kevin Scavana, riding the Infinity surfboards built by Steve Bainey, of course. Scavana, not only a great longboarder, a fantastic kneeboarder, US kneeboard champion, and also will be going to the World Kneeboard Championships in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa later this season, Josh.
Yeah, how cool's that? And here he is up and riding now, Sam, on a really nice set wave.
Typical Scavani with his tight footwork. The degree of difficulty, the technicalities of Kevin's surfing is always paramount. What you'll see from Kevin is really critical footwork, a lot of surfing in the pocket, and use of the switch stance. So we saw Chase Leader putting the switch stance into his repertoire earlier. Of course, Rusky Alana, the 3 times Hawaiian world champion, used that switch stance to his advantage in the heyday of his career.
Yeah, Russ K was one of those first guys that was fantastic surfing back in the day for sure.
And from one iconic Hawaiian to another, let's go down to the glass because our reigning world champion, Kai Salas, is with GT.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Standing here with Kai Salas, mate. Congratulations. Always nice to get that first win out of the way, especially when you think of back-to-back events here at Bells and obviously defending that world title, mate.
Yeah, I'm stoked. It's great to be back here. Great to be competing again after last year, and yeah, I'm stoked I won that one.
Yeah, fantastic. Similar equipment to last year, mate, or have you gone away and looked for some little subtle changes to give you just that little bit more edge, or something different from previous?
It's similar to what I rode in Malibu, different from what I rode here last year. So I rode this board, it's a Moontail board in Malibu, and I won the title on it, and it worked amazing. And then I made a smaller version, went to El Salvador for the ISAs, and that's kind of what I'm riding here. It's a 9.6 Moontail with pinch of edge in the tail just for the juice out here, and feels good.
Yeah, mate, looked really nice, looked smooth through transitions. Best of luck for the rest of the event. Anything to say to the people at home? Or obviously your family's here too, mate, I can see.
Yeah, my family's here. We're all here, and just want to say what's up to everyone back home, and thanks for tuning in.
Cheers, mate. Thanks, guys. Back to you in the booth there.
Great stuff, GT. Thanks so much. That was a big one for Hawaiian surf culture when Kai finally got that coveted WSL world title last year. I know the likes of Dwayne DeSoto, Dina Miranda, Bonga Perkins, Russ Kealana, they were so proud to see Kai get something he had thoroughly deserved, and he backed it up with the ISA world gold medal this season.
Yeah, it's funny. He's like a fine wine. He's getting better with age. Our first year on tour many moons ago, we joined the tour together. So to see him still here, putting on performances like he did last year, coming back almost better. It was only his first heat we saw, but the last few days in the free surfs, it looks like he's taken his surfing to another level. Sometimes when you become world champion, you can take a step off the pedal, back down a little bit, but it doesn't look like it. He's come refreshed, new boards that he worked on the back end of the tour, riding it here. Looks like he's ready to go again, Sam.
Yeah, and the opportunity to travel with Sissy, Coral, Alphon, his family, that's going to give him a big boost to be comfortable in that environment and to reflect back on his success in the last couple of years, to have been not only a WSL World Longboard champion, but a Mexi Logfest winner, an ISA World Gold medalist for the second time. He did that this year and in 2018. And last year was of course the top 8. It was the final 8 at Malibu. So it was the surfers in the top 8 who got for that one-day winner-takes-all event, and Kai Salas came out on top. So in those variety of formats, he proved that he can win in different places under different competitive formats, and that says so much about his strength, his charisma, his maturity.
Yeah, and that goes to show his surfing, because it's the variety of locations. So he's doing it at Perfect Malibu, did it here at Rincon last year, and here we go, Kevin Scavana on a nice one at Rincon. Looking
cool with the beard, Kevin Scavana. Got a bit of a maturer look there with that stubble grown long, but his nose riding is as sharp as ever as he gets into a third 5. Another nice 10. 3 solid hang 10s on this wave from Scavana. That was pretty dynamic.
That was a nice wave. Unfortunately, the wave didn't give him a lot of opportunity. The surfing he did was solid, but a little bit he just needs to get himself on the open waves, and then we'll really see him light up. He came a week early, surfed in that event that we had last weekend over at Point Impossibles, took the win, so he'll be building some confidence through that event, hopefully carrying it over today into the event.
Yeah, took the logger win. There was the pro division, which Taka Inui won. There was the logger division that Scavana won. There was the over 40s that somebody called Mr. Josh Constable took the win at.
Which was pretty cool. It's nice to get the Rashi back on and have a surf. I went in the opens and got to surf with Tucker and JR, so it was pretty cool to surf with those guys. But we can see this takeoff here. So as I was saying, beautiful surfing, great hang 10, but the wave's quite grovelly. He's just sort of hanging with it, being patient, just trying to get some scores. He's building house right now. Again, nice little nose ride through the pocket. Surfing unreal, just unfortunately the wave isn't delivering so he can do beautiful, great surfing.
Great commitment to the 10s there from Kevin Scavana, riding the Infinity surfboards, a graduate of a business degree at Saddleback College, of course a place where Lindsay Steinride, our former Women's World Longboard champion, works and lectures, and a lot of great surfers have studied at that fantastic institution. And Chase Leader will be moving coasts in the USA. He'll be studying there from this fall, and that's the autumn season in the US. But of course it's midwinter here in Victoria. How important is it for the surfers to be prepared for the cooler weather that they'll experience here, perhaps relative to the warmer climates they might live in at home?
Yeah, definitely. I guess it's where you come from. So the Hawaiians, we're seeing them, they're rugged up, they're wearing boots and gloves, and it's cold for them. But someone like a Chase coming from New York, yes, it's summertime, but he's comfortable in the cold water because it's chilly over there on Montauk.
And also cold in the winter will be Uruguay. Right now, of course, it's the southern hemisphere winter. So Nacho also coming from his winter climate in his native Uruguay. Gets pretty hot there in the summer. Nacho has been very instrumental in putting Uruguayan surf culture on the map, and I think that's something we should really celebrate, is the mix of nations represented. You know, it's not often that you have a surfer from Uruguay competing on the world stage.
Yeah, and it's great to see him. His surfing's unreal, so it deserves to be here. Hopefully he gets some more opportunities in this heat. He's had a couple little waves, one halfway decent score, 4.67. So he's going to be out there. He's not in priority right now, so he might stay busy. It's hard because you got to be patient, waiting for those set waves, but also you want to keep moving because it is quite cold out there, Sam. So the surfers that are sitting around waiting for those set waves can get a little chilly, so you got to make sure you're ready to deliver when that wave does come.
Well, it's a hot start for Silvani with a 6.33, so he's only got one wave, but he's sitting there in second, looking to get a pretty low score to move up into first. 16 minutes remaining. Kevin Skavana sitting in first with that 4.17, which could be an important score, but he'll want to replace that backup 3.33. But Nacho, that 4.67 is a very strong ride for him to carry. He needs to replace a 1.5, so it feels like it's pretty evenly poised between all three of these surfers, with Tony still waiting for his second ride.
Yeah, and Tony's just got that little edge. He's got that couple of point buffer at the moment, which is going to come in handy. Looking like he's paddling into a great wave here, Sam.
4 steps into a 5, nice 10. Feet wide on that 10, toes curled over the tip, but what happened there, Josh?
Unfortunately, just pushing a little hard. You can see that wave, it's still whitewashing, it closed out, so I don't think that's too bad. He pushed hard, fell, he'll get back out there, plenty of time remaining. That'll be a throwaway wave for him.
Tony Silvani, originally from Williamsport in Pennsylvania, but then of course moved to North Carolina, where he runs his Tony Silvani Surf School. But he spends the winter season on the road. He likes to be in the Caribbean, spends a lot of time in Costa Rica and Puerto Rico, of course here with his partner Lena. And we've talked about those Bill Stewart boards. He has 3 new boards with him, all with these distinctive kind of moon tails and bat tails. And what I have noticed in the last 5 years is a real attention to detail about what is happening behind the fin on a longboard with regards to designs.
Yeah, which is going to help set them up for, one, being more active on the nose and pulling them and keeping them tight in the pocket, creating stability, slowing them down. And then also we're seeing in that criteria we have to use the whole board, so we have to be using the tail, doing that beautiful surfing on all parts of the wave. So the boards are getting refined each year. Tony, very lucky to work with someone like Bill Stewart, he's an innovator. He's always thought a little bit outside the box. He worked with great surfers like Colin McPhillips, Jeff Kramer, who's still in the factory and working in the shop and helping with design. So Tony's in good hands there.
Well, you're in safe hands for more live action. There's a little bit of a lull, so let's put a coffee on the roaster there and let's have a Bonsai brew break, and we'll be right back. is the Great Ocean Road walkways. Of course, big thanks to Visit Victoria. This Great Ocean Road stretches along the southeast coast between Torquay and Allensford, of course, built by returning soldiers between 1919 and 1932, and dedicated to those soldiers who lost their lives in World War I, making it the world's largest war memorial. And it winds through an epic coast, including the 12 Apostles, limestone stack formations, and you can find out more at visit greatoceanroad.org.au as we move back to the live action here at Dirac, Bells Beach. Heat number 5, opening round of men's. It's 24 men's. It's the first event of the WSL World Longboard Tour with 11 minutes remaining, and our Uruguayan Ignacio Nacho Pinutero out there in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.5. Kevin Skavana from California in second with a 4.17 and 3.33. Tony Silvani in third with a 6.33 and a 1. Silvani chasing a low score, and here's that last ride of our Uruguayan, Josh.
Yeah, really nice wave. You can see it's a little taller, it's got a little more size. He started off with that great nose ride. A lot of downtime here, so he's just being patient, waiting for this thing to stand up on the inside. And that's the nice thing about Rincon, it's going to give you a couple of opportunities. So here it is opening up, nice turn, and then finishing it off strong. Unfortunately, just not finishing it cleanly. The judges like to see you finish that wave nice and clean, but here's some live action, Kevin Skavana.
Two goofy footers trading blows back to back. Skavana walks out of that turn. Nice drop knee, stylish, strong. A high line, a smaller wave, but steep. Straight back into the tip. Locks that 5, switches stance, and then walks back to his natural goofy foot stance and kicks out. And I have to say, Constable, Skavana is looking pretty suave in that beard. Looking cool.
I think he's let that thing grow knowing he was coming. It's winter time here. A little bit of warmth on the face, but surfing good, and his surfing's looking fiery.
So he's chasing a pretty attainable score of 4.01. Technicalities-wise, that drop knee, that footwork could be close to that score, but we're really noticing that wave selection is super important, and a lot of damage has to get done on that opening section. Choosing those waves that allow a little bit of high scoring potential, like we saw from Connie Ellis-Stewart, like we saw from Kai Salas, like we saw from Taylor Jensen. It was happening out back, in contrast to that exchange between Clinton Guest and Ben Skinner in Heat 2. Skin Dog on the top of his game, but the scoring potential in the waves happening in the middle. So it just goes to show positioning is pretty important today.
It is really important, and now we're seeing the tide 2 hours running out. So Rincon is normally known more as a high tide wave, but here we go, Tony on a nice looking wave.
Straight into a 10, quick 10, good clean footwork out of that 10, fast, lively, puts it onto a drop knee, standing tall, high line again, 6 steps to a 5, touches the 10, great read of this wave, again into a drop knee down carve, and finds room to go into a float, into another rail turn float. Behind the whitewater here as that wave will just go into the very shallow section over the reef at Rincon, and Tony Silvani will be backing up that 6.33 with something strong.
Yeah, no, only needing a 1.84. He was never looking for a 1.84. He really wants to put a little stranglehold on this one. So he's started off beautifully with the 6.33. He's going to back that one up, because if we think about it, it was a taller wave. Started off with some nice footwork, hang 10 on the outside, worked it all over. There was not much downtime. He's a busy surfer. He never keeps his feet still. He doesn't let the board trim. It's either in drop knee, whipping it around, running up and back to the nose. So judges are like that he was busy.
So this was the 4.27 from Nacho.
Again, nice wave, nice his drop knee. Him and Kevin kind of look similar, don't they? They've both got beautiful style on their backhand. It's not easy to do out here.
That was nice surfing from Nacho, but again, that wave just dying on him. So he's got a 4.27 and a 4.67, and this is the 4.17 from Skavana, looking again very dynamic. And Josh, the technicalities of Skavana's footwork is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, he is, and it's nice little hang 10 there, just nice and patient, but you can see it's just a very similar surfing, and we're seeing it in the scores. They're so close, but here we go. Nice surfing here for Kev, nice drop knee, just the patience, waiting.
Really nice opportunity as well to just look at the way he is looking at the wave. There's the moments where he'll look down in front, and then there's the moments where he's going to look ahead. But that score just coming out a little lower than Nacho's last ride. Silvani waiting for that score to drop. Silvani finished in 5th at Bells last year in 2023, lost out to the eventual event winner Kai Salas, but Silvani did qualify for the top 8, that final at Malibu. He got 5th, so Silvani's still chasing a first world longboard title. He's been a North American WSL regional champion. He was also the ISA world champion back in 2011, an event that happened in Panama. But is it still in him to win a WSL world title?
I think so for sure, and he's hungry. He's super hungry.
Straight up to the tip, grabbing that rail, Skavana. That fin just coming out, but he committed to holding that line on the nose through the white water, as we can see Nacho. Body language, again, recognizing that maybe that ride wasn't as strong as he would have liked it to have been. Of course, when you miss the start of a ride, you don't really know what happened, but when you see the body language at the end of the ride, you get a sense of how the surfer feels about the score they might get.
Yeah, and I always think when I'm coaching the young kids at home, I'm always, you've got to sell it to the judges. They're sitting up there, they're watching a lot of waves, finish positively, finish with a good hit at the end of the wave, paddle back out aggressively, kick off with a bit of energy and excitement, because the judges want to see that you're having fun and trying your hardest out there.
Yeah, those clean finishes so essential, and that shines through in so many performance activities, dance, sport, music, you know, having that crisp, clean ending, very important as we get the replay of Nacho here.
Yeah, here we go. We didn't quite see the takeoff, and this is where we just see him cruising through the whitewash. He's upset with that one. He knows that it wasn't going to give him much opportunity, so he's getting off that one. He's going to get back out, and it looks like Tony's wave has dropped in, 5.2. That's going to throw him way up into the lead. He'll be happy with that. Now he's going to be patient. And here we go, seeing him on another set wave, driving back to the pocket.
Nice drop knee turn there, back up for a 5, into a 10. Again, a second nose ride. Little nose dive there, things got a little bit fluffy, soft, hard to ride, but he's got that 5.2 and that 6.33. So he's now only midway down the point, so it's not going to take him long to paddle back out. 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Silvani, 5th on the World Longboard Tour last year. Is this going to be his year as Nacho up and riding? You can see now from that pulled back view that we're just starting to maybe shift to some sets breaking on the Bells Bowl.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We spoke about it earlier, which surfers are going to go across and maybe take their chance over at the bowl. But here's Tony. So like I was saying, he's always busy. He's looking, he's pushing hard there. Coming unstuck, maybe pushing a little bit too much rather than letting that board trim into the next spot. But he'll be fine. He's sitting nice right now. He's in the lead. He'll get back out the back. Wait to improve on that 5.2.
Big shout out to the longboard community tuning in. Our good friend Tommy Piruki will be watching. Tommy, of course, normally here documenting the action, talking about the fact that he's actually enjoying listening to the broadcast right now. So, Tommy, hope you're doing well. And, of course, all of you longboard fans around the world, you Americans tuning in, supporting Silvani and Skavana, Uruguayans and fellow South Americans tuning in, watching Piñatero. And if you're in the neighborhood here in Victoria, come on down. This is a fantastic opportunity, of course, different to the Rip Curl Pro early in the season, the CT event. Here now with this longboard event, you really come close to the athletes. You're really going to get an opportunity to feel close to the action, close to the energy at this spiritual home of Australian surfing.
Yeah, we can even see it now, Sam, on the stairs. There's a lot of the young kids down here watching, cheering on their favourite surfers. One of the up-and-comers, one of a fan favourite, Kai Ellis-Flint, coming out for his heat now.
And of course, Declan Whiten, who got into the final here last year, lost to Kai Salas. Declan, fellow Australian, of course, a Manly Beach lifeguard. He is going to be surfing against Kai Ellis-Flint. But Antonio Dantas from Portugal. He is based in São Pedro, Estoril, which is a really good right-hand point break right there in the heart of Lisbon. So Antonio, although he is a goofy footer, he's no stranger to this kind of climate, this type of textured right-hander, and that guy is incredible. So this is going to be a really great heat number 6. It's going to be starting pretty soon, but we've still got 1 minute 50 seconds remaining of this as we see Silvani into that trademark drop knee turn, a high line, 2 cross steps, 4, touches the tip, and then back into that cutback. Sweeps it, throws some spray. Again, lively walking out of those turns, staying high in this wave. Wave losing a little bit of energy now, but using that cross step to keep the board trimming. And here it steepens up, and he reads it well, locks into a tight 5, soul arches a little bit, and quickly moves back to the tail and ends with a radical roller coaster.
He's going to like that one, Sam. That was a great wave, surfed it really well, started strong, finished strong, and here we go. Kev coming back, looking for that pocket.
Wow, got a little bit of a look of a left-hander there for Skavana, but then sweeps it back right. And again, what we see from Kevin is those technicalities. I always enjoy watching the tightness of his footwork, the fact that he manages to always stay in the pocket.
He does. That was a nice wave for him too, but that one, I think Tony's going to be really happy with that score. Last minute of the heat, closing it out. He's going to put himself in a really strong position to take this heat.
Yeah, good chance he's going to replace that 5.2, add to that 6.3. So Skavana is currently chasing a 4.17. The look of the last section of that wave, you got the feel that the wave size and shape wasn't really going to allow a score that big.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I think with Tony dropping that 5.2, adding to his score, that we're still waiting for the judges to throw that one down. It's going to even put more of a squeeze on Kevin to chase higher than the 5.71 that he was after. Here it is, Sam. Look at it. Really nice. Drop knee straight off. The judges like to see you go straight to the nose, but the wave didn't allow, so he had to play around with it. Surfing nice and safe here. Drop knee turns back to the pocket, being patient, waiting for the sections to stand up.
I like the way he read things in this latter stage here, where he used that footwork to connect with this steep section.
Yeah, totally. And here it is here, the 5. Get a little tighter with his footwork there. And this one, they'll like this finish here.
Yeah, ended cleanly, quick out of that last nose ride and critical on the turn. But what about this from Skavana? Can it be that score now he needs in the high 5s?
Yeah, a lot of downtime to start off with. Nice little 5 there. I don't think so. The wave looks a bit grovelly at the moment. And here he's trying to... This is where we're in between the tides. We're not quite rincon, not quite in the bowl. So he's just searching through a little bit of dead water here. But the footwork, like you said, it's really tidy. It's smooth. Little caught there. I don't think it's going to get into that score that he is chasing, but nonetheless, he'll be happy with the first surfing.
And it might well be a higher score he requires when Silvani drops his last ride. But what about this from Nacho? Of course, great achievement to be here on the World Longboard Tour. A fantastic surfer. And look at that tight lock lifting 10.
Yeah, again, nice wave. Nice surfing. The wave's just not allowing him. There's a lot of downtime, but this is a nice little 10. So that's his second 10 on the wave.
And how
Judges
close were
like
those
that.
feet?
Yeah, really nice.
Yeah, that was good from Nacho, Josh.
That was a great wave. He was chasing a 6.86. It's going to be interesting. There's Tony sucking in the big ones. That was a great opening heat for him. I think he'll be really happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like Tony's got it. Waiting for that last exchange. Nacho, those 2 10s. I mean, that was good to see. We've seen a lot of 10s today, but we've seen, you know, space between the ankles. You know, we saw with Nacho there, just like those ankles just tight in those 10s, and that was nice.
Nice and tight in that backside. It always looks nice. It's a different approach. You know, us being regular footers, nice to see the goofies get that. Some camaraderie between the guys here.
Absolutely, great to see. Scores coming through for Silvani. It's a 7.27, near excellent range surfing. He takes a convincing lead, waiting for that last score for Nacho, who now needs pretty much a 9, an 8.93. So big congratulations to Tony Silvani, the 2018 Longboard Qualifying Series WSL North American champion, going for his first WSL World title, the 211 ISA World Champion. He's looking good, but stay with us because we have got a beauty coming up. Declan White and Kai Ellis-Flynn, Antonio Dantas live from Dirac, Bells Beach. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Victoria and Jirac, Bells Beach, a coliseum of surfing, this spiritual home of competitive surfing, a place of long-running international surf carnivals, and of course the place that is kicking off the 2024 WSL World Longboard Championship. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by 2006 world champion Josh Constable.
Sam, what a morning we're having so far. We're seeing some great heats. This one's going to be super exciting. Waves they're tough out there for the competitors, but these are the best in the world, so they're making the most of it and putting on a great display.
And of course, two big names now coming up, Declan Whiten, Kai Ellis Flint. They would have competed against each other a number of times in the last 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, they have for sure. They grew up competing in the juniors together, pushing each other and getting them both to this high level of longboard surfing. So they're going to be out there doing their best. Declan feels very comfortable out here, put on a great display last year, finishing runner-up in the final. So he feels good. He's down here. He's been training a lot. I've seen him do a few little strike missions over the last few months, so he feels comfortable out here.
I get the feeling I saw his parents, Paul and Margaret, knocking around the contest site.
Yeah, they're here. They're keeping him comfortable, feeding him well, making sure that he's focused and ready for the week.
They were both on hand last year when he got to that final. But let's talk a bit about Kai Ellis Flint. He's been doing a lot of work with CJ Nelson this season. He's been surfing with Soleil Erico up in the Byron area, of course from Ettalong Beach, New South Wales on the central coast, but also a surfboard shaper himself. So how positive will it be for him to be making his own equipment?
Yeah, it'll be great, and that's a great move for him working with CJ. Obviously had great success with Soleil. For Kai to be hanging around that group and that little, they're a tight little knit group, so that's great for him. It's going to help his surfing. It's going to see what it takes to become a world champion with Soleil, so it's great for him.
And here's the man from Portugal, Antonio Dantas, from Lisbon, kicking things off, Josh.
Yeah, great surfing. It's pretty cool for him. He's obviously hasn't surfed in these events before, but he'll feel very comfortable following his brother's career. Would have watched who will be back home cheering on his little brother.
Absolutely, and someone who looked very comfortable in his first heat, representing the east coast of the USA. Tony Silvani is with GT Grant Thomas.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, hey, Tony, mate, congratulations. How's it feeling being back here at Bells Beach?
Yeah, it feels good, Grant. It's been an honor to be able to come back here to Bells Beach and catch some really fun waves, see all the friends that we don't get to see for many months. And, you know, you're a pioneer of the sport too, so it's awesome to have you here.
Yeah, fantastic. It's great to be here, watch that surfing. Break that down a little bit, mate. As I saw the heat unfold, you looked like you were surfing pretty well. You had some, I guess we'd say, good scores coming into that last couple of minutes. So, like you said, you spotted the little double up. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I just knew that patience was the game, you know. 30 minutes, you definitely got to find the right waves that really connect all the way through. And, yeah, I was just listening to Josh's wife, and she's like, patience, Tony. Go out there, you know, get the best waves. So, yeah, it rewarded me at the end, and yeah, it's just so fun to be back surfing again and being on this awesome Stewart longboard that was shaped by Bill just recently, and I really love it. It's a pintail. It's real spicy in the water.
Yeah, it looked great, mate, and like always, nothing like that feeling getting through that first round. Get a little day of rest potentially, and you can really start to relax and feel like you're involved in this contest now. It's time to start building.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just come here with just so much, you know, enthusiasm and just finding that positive atmosphere that I've been wanting to lead to for so many years. And I'm here with my girlfriend, and my family's back at home watching, all my staff is. So this is what the sport's all about, you know, being able to have that exposure, to be able to travel and have a really good time while doing it.
Oh, mate, well, from an old guy to a younger new guy, you're doing a great job, mate. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the event.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Big shout out to all the Tony Silvani Surf School team back home at Hamlet Avenue, North Carolina. Of course, his mum Barb will be tuning in. His brother, of course, a great surfer himself, who would have competed with both yourself, Josh Constable, and of course Grant Thomas. And Silvani wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a genuine, humble, modest, person, but his surfing is always sharp, and he never fails to just get those quick starts and keep things lively. Makes very few mistakes and still has got that world title in him.
Yeah, Sam, you know, we've got to sit level in here and not have any favourites, but it's hard not to like Tony. You know, he's a positive attitude, great guy, brings good energy to the events, and his surfing's phenomenal, so great to have him here.
Oh, and a phenomenal opening 5.10 on his Luffy board, but Antonio Dantas from Portugal, of course, his brother João Dantas, again also a great longboarder, a former European champion. He'll be back home in Portugal tuning in. It's midnight pretty much, it's morning time in Portugal, so if you are staying up to watch your brother João, then congratulations for that commitment. But he came unstuck on that second nose ride, just slipped off the front, went a little bit too far to the 10 and over the cliff edge.
Yeah, I don't think that matters too much. It was not looking like it was going to be a great wave. He got off to a nice nose ride, but yeah, pushing hard. Sometimes if the wave isn't the star, you've got to push hard to make the surfing the star. But if we can match it up, like we've seen in some earlier heats, we saw Carney Ellis Stewart do that. It just let the wave and the surfing match each other, and he got those high scores. We can see now Kai sitting out there being patient. Declan still yet to open his account, but sitting there with priority. So he's sitting good right now and just waiting. Something will come. 30-minute heats, there's plenty of time. With this being a bit of a sloppy wind swell, there's lots of waves coming through. Sometimes here at Bells Beach, it can get very lully and inconsistent, but then when the sets come, they're great. But today we're seeing lots of waves come through.
Of course, Kai Ellis Flint, a real crowd favourite last season. He won the Manly Classic in 2023. He got 9th here at Bells last year, but his performance in the World Longboard Tour event in El Salvador following Bells, it really excited a lot of the global longboard fans. His flow, his use of all of the wave, his rail work, walking in and out of rail turns. Of course, he's got that nose riding, but something very distinctive about Kai Ellis Flint is that spontaneity. He has that kind of Harrison Roach edge to the way he engages the rail.
Yeah, totally, and that's a little bit of board choice. That's from what he's riding is giving him that opportunity. But speaking to Kai, he has acknowledged that his nose riding is probably something a little weaker for him in his surfing. Not saying that he can't do it. He's phenomenal. He's from Byron Bay and he's got it dialed in. But it's something that he's working on with CJ in both surfboard design and also approach on the wave to lift that and become a little bit more complete and really put in a performance this year. Smart move for him because all the guys on the tour, they surf phenomenal. The difference is how they compete. And the ones that compete well and consistently are the ones that we see at the end of the events and that normally walk away with the title. Someone like a Kai Salas. Consistency all year, competes well, surfs the waves, start to finish, always on the good waves, always putting the right manoeuvres in the right spot. So Kai working with CJ, realising last year that his surfing's really good, compete well, and this year we might see a different result.
On your screen, Declan White, and he got second here last year. He got to the top 8 in Malibu that final day to take that world title. He finished 6th overall on the tour. Now over 10 years riding the Steve O'Donnell built boards, often riding that bell pin model. And of course, Declan, a Manly lifeguard, grew up in inner West Sydney, but it was trips up to their pass in Byron Bay with his parents, Paul and Margaret, that really kind of hooked him into surfing. And he's still studying part-time to be a primary school teacher. Both his parents are teachers, but this is a guy who's also got a world title in him. Declan's drop knee, I mean, that is electric when you see it on a good wave face.
Yeah, surfers need some ammo, something in their arsenal that's really sets them apart, and Declan's got two. And it's what the judges love. Spicy whipping drop knee turn, and he's got the crazy hang 10. So he's got the complete surfing. Pretty cool to see.
Well, talking of spice, let's have a chill time. Let's go to the Bonsai brew break. We'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back to the Great Ocean Road in Victoria. Of course, you've got so much here. Anglesey at the start of the Great Ocean Road is family friendly with loads of great chilled waves and restaurants. The Point Alice Marine National Park has amazing limestone and sandstone cliffs and those stunning rugged coastlines exposed to those intense Southern Ocean swells. And we're at Bells Beach, the spiritual home of Australian surfing, a favourite spot for mighty titans like Midget Farrelly, Nat Young, Bob Tavish, Wayne Lynch, Wayne Dean, and of course Josh Constable won a couple of Aussie titles here back in the day, and not that long ago. We're talking 204 and 99, I believe.
Yeah, it was great times back there, especially the 2004. We lucked into a great day, offshore winds, plenty of swell, sitting in the bowl. Yeah, it was a really nice day, actually. Our co-host with GT, we were both in the final battling it out, so it was fun. Hopefully we get a few surfs over the next few days and do it again. Yeah,
we can get a bit of banter about that. Of course, you got a perfect 10 in that final. GT claims it was overscored. How do you feel about that, Josh?
If we could have gone to 12, it would have gone there. It was so good.
Well, we got 15 minutes remaining, just reflecting on the importance of this fantastic break. Of course, it's so special for the longboarders to be here, kicking off their world title campaigns. 15 minutes remaining. Josh, what's on the news?
Yeah, I can see here it's interesting. So we've got Declan in red, priority, sitting where he is. We've got Kai Ellis Flint way up the top of the point. Interesting to see. I really like this move from Declan. So obviously second last year, great result, doesn't rest on that. He's gone away, he's working with Cale Bell Warren, local legend Victorian, worked with many surfers, won some titles with Carissa Moore at the Bells Classic, also worked with Callum Robson, got him to the final a couple of years back, so Cale's no stranger out here. So employing a local coach, I would call it. So really cool to see that. So here we go, really nice wave here for Dentos.
So this is the 3.33, kicked off with a 2.67. This is his second score. So these have been significant scores because we've had patient starts for Kai Ellis Flint and Declan Whiten.
Yes, plenty of time remaining, 13 minutes. Like we were saying, it's a bit of a onshore day, little bit of a wind swell. So there's going to be plenty of waves. I don't see Declan struggling to just scratch himself in if he needs to by the end of the heat to get a couple of threes to get back up in the lead if those scores hang in there. But he's being very patient right now.
Big shout out to Luis Bento. Luffy, of course, one of the iconic surfboard shapers for so many of the European and Brazilian longboarders and international longboarders. You're going to see J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines riding Luffy boards in this event, and also Sive Girard, the first American Samoan to qualify for the WSL World Longboard Tour, based in Hawaii. She is also going to be riding Luffy's, and it's that green Luffy under the feet of Antonio. And Antonio, yes, they're not very significant scores, but we've had such a patient start from Kai Ellis Flint and Declan Whiten that you may well find that those low scores of Antonio are really important to get a big result here to kick things off.
Yeah, totally. And you can see Declan just getting up on his board. He's moving. He's just making sure he doesn't get too stiff and cold sitting there. He's definitely worked with Cale. They've got their lineup. They've got where they want to sit right now. Sitting in second priority. Looks like Kai was having a little paddle and looking for this one. And up and riding.
Here we go. Kai Ellis Flint up to the tip. Touch of the 5, just gets nice and low, great flex. Of course, that body language, that kind of compression, that extension through the hips, the knees, the ankles is something that's so distinctive in his style as he gets a nice patient high line, lets the wave do the work and locks into a lifting critical 10, done cleanly, elegantly, and then just roller coasters through that section, engaging the rail from the front half of the board, walking out of that turn, and then compressing to climb out of that float. And there was some incredible beauty and elegance in the way he rode that wave.
Really nice surfing, like we talked about. He jumped it, working. Well, here we go. So the patience, look at this one.
One of the more significant size waves of the heat, straight into that dynamic drop knee turn. Quick, attacking, lively, back up for a first nose ride. So we've seen rail engagement, we've seen nose riding, but Josh, where is this wave going to go now as we see this tide dropping?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's sort of, he wasn't high at the top of Rincon. He'd moved a little bit closer towards the bowl. acknowledging that the tide's getting a little lower. Great opening carve, nose ride, big wave. A lot of downtime in the whitewash, so it's going to be interesting to see where they go with Declan and Kai here. Declan, 2 major manoeuvres, quite exciting. Kai, super precise and nice, smooth surfing with lots of different opportunities.
A little bit unlucky there for Declan. Did play the patient game, but that wave, of course, strong start, but didn't allow much else. But reflecting back on Kai Ellis-Flint, the composure he showed to let the wave deliver for him was pretty incredible. He didn't overrush things. He just trusted that he was standing in exactly the right part of the board to just get that section to stand up again for him and walk in and out of some rail turns and some nose work. And that's why he has been such a popular surfer globally over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's beautiful surfing, beautiful flow. Quite a nice kid too, really nice kid. He's quiet, he's kind of unassuming. He sort of drifts around in the competitors area, don't get too much out of him, but here it is, nice 5, and here it is like you were talking. He's just flowing, waiting for the wave to give him the opportunity, Sam. And here it is, that downtime, just rolling those ankles and those little feet, gets over that little bump, and here it is, that 5 to a really nice 10. And again, just rolling, letting the board do the work. It's going to be really interesting to see where these scores go, because there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of flow, but there's a lot of downtime where here's the wave's a lot taller, big drop knee whip, throwing a lot of water, big drive out of the bottom turn to that 5. And then unfortunately, it would have been great if he could get up and get a high line and climb over that whitewash. 3 major manoeuvres on the outside, and I think the judges would have really liked it.
Do you think he should have stayed with this in case he got a little bit of a reform?
I think with not much time left on the 9 minutes, only having 1 wave, he wanted to get back out and get in front of Kai Ellis on that priority rotation.
Who do you think is going to get the edge of that exchange?
It's going to be really, really close, and I think they're going to come in similar scores. I don't think one jumps out more than another. If Declan could have got back off the nose 1 second earlier and got a foam climb, 3 manoeuvres out there, it would have gone really high.
So it comes in slightly lower than Kai Ellis-Flint's 4.17. Declan Whiten in red drops a 3.83, and now you start to wonder if just staying with that and getting something else on the inside could have turned that into maybe a 5 and a significant backup score with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. You go all the way in, then it's a long paddle back out and not much time to maybe get the backup. So he's in the heat right now. 3.83, 4.17 for Kai. Antonio with the 3.33. They're all there. They've all got their backups. Whoever lands the biggest blow here in the next wave, someone goes into the 5 or 6 range. Probably going to see him walk away with the win.
Yeah, very good point there. Talking about the strength of the backup, and it's this surfer live on screen who's got the strongest backup, that 4.17. Beautiful down carve, beautiful roller coaster. Kicks off with a nose ride into a turn, into a roller coaster, walks out of that floater back to the tail, and then just stays in the pocket with a little redirect cut back, stands tall, 2 steps. He uses that real nice Harrison Roach style up and down rail engagement, and then cleanly walks into the nose ride at exactly the right moment. The timing of that surfing, for me, Josh Constable, was impeccable.
And there it is, that's the wave, isn't it? That's the one where it's like, who's going to take this first blow and really put some pressure on? That wave was surfed really well, like you said. The flow, the patience, beautiful footwork. The 5 with that back foot really tight. Judges are going to love that. Yep. Driving through the section. Little bit of levitation in the nose. Let's watch it again.
Composure throughout, Josh.
Yep. Nice little nose ride on the takeoff. Little shuffle back, but it doesn't matter. It's still pretty surfing. Nice little roller coaster there. Compresses down to get driving speed through this section. Nice little turn again, and this is where his surfing, he's not doing anything, but it looks great, and that's what the judges like. And like you said, a little bit of Harrison Roach there, just rolling, finding it, nice 5 there, finishing strong. So started strong, nose ride through the pocket to that big carve, finished with a clean little roller coaster at the end.
Yeah, and it's like the beauty of, you talked about that downtime, but it's that pauses, the space in between. For music fans, the great jazz maestro Miles Davis, it's the music that he didn't play that made a difference, those pauses. And what we see from Kai Ellis-Flynn are those pauses in between that allow the subtleties to get back into the critical sections. And I think we're seeing a master at work here. And if he can pull this together competitively with the psychology that requires to go far, then this is going to be somebody who could win a world title.
We saw that wave inside, but it was a big takeoff. And then we ran to the nose, drove through it, then the big carve, and all that downtime linking work was done so cleanly, and then finishing strong. And look at that, the judges go bananas on it.
And that 7-3-3, when Kai Ellis-Flynn hears that score, he's going to know how far he can go, because he knows that there's so much more in the tank in his surfing. So that's significant. That's going to give him confidence. But where is that now going to affect Antonio Dantas from Portugal and Declan Whiten from Manly?
Yeah, it's still the same. Those guys are still, they need one good wave, both fantastic surfers. For them to get a 7 and an 8, that's nothing. That's just the wave needs to deliver. They're good enough surfers then to put the action on the wave.
So 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Kai Ellis-Flynn now just looking to drop that 4-1-7. We see our surfer Van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper in blue. He's going to be coming up against the Frenchman, reigning WSL European champion, multiple French champion Edouard Del Pero, and of course Alexandra Escobar from Brazil is going to be our lone Brazilian on the men's side. We're seeing a year off for Chloe Calmon. Big shout out to Chloe if you're tuning in back home, taking a year away from competitive surfing. She'll be coming back strong next season, I'm sure, in 2025. As we can see, Kai Ellis-Flynn opting for an insider. Was that just an option to try to replace that 4-1-7?
I think he's it's a smart move. I was going to say he's sitting in third priority. If he can drop the 4-1-7 and drop a 5, all of a sudden Declan needs something in the 8, starts to become an excellent score. If he can drop something in the 6, he starts to put it out of reach for these guys. So we haven't seen this from Kai in the past, where he starts getting strategic. Normally he'll just go out the back, sit and wait for another bomb if the wave doesn't come. But now he's thinking, drop the 4-1-7, put 5, build some pressure. Drop it. If I get lucky and get a 6, I'm really putting them under pressure. So I like to see this from Kai. We didn't see it last year. You can see he's working with CJ. They're coming up with game plans, and it's great to see.
Great to see. A 3.63, so it's not going to change the situation. It doesn't replace that 4-1-7. He's sitting out there in first, so red. Declan Whiten is chasing a score of a 7.67. Antonio Dantas is in second with a 3.3 and a 2.67. 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. That first priority is with Declan. That second priority is with Antonio, and Kai Ellis-Flynn staying busy on the inside, looking to replace a 4-1-7. Walks up to the front of the board. Can he get a tip right? He can. Locks a 5, holds a 10, little climb and drop in the 10, walks cleanly and snaps that back with a smooth drop knee. And then look at the way he'll just stand nice and smooth there. That wave then not quite allowing anymore. He's on the inside over the reef at Rincon, but that 7.33 is going to be a confidence booster. He's been working hard in the last few months. He's come here armed with confidence, with good board design, and he's demonstrating that he's going to be a threat to win here at Bells.
100%. Like you said earlier, he's a crowd favourite. We can see here just easing into it. Nice little bottom turn, waiting, patience. Even that patience in the cross step just to get to the nose. 5-10 through the pocket. Again, comes out of it, nice swooping cut back. And this one here, just letting it run and flow over. Would have loved him to see just finish it, keep it nice and tidy, leave a good taste in the judge's mouth and finish strong.
This is something that reminds me of what I see from you, Constable, is when he's in the 10, he'll often then roller coaster in the 10. I mean, what's the advantage of being in the 10 and then, you know, having the strength and the timing to engage even the rail whilst you're hanging 10?
Yeah, it's just trying to find that little bit of the pocket. You're weaving on the nose. You're never staying still. You're still just trying to find it so you can hold it as long as you can. That was really well done. Sometimes you're starting to drift a little bit, get a little low, wiggle your way down, back into the power source, and away you go.
And for longboarders tuning in around the world who are learning to get that feeling of 10, what advice would you give them when you lock into that 10 about you know, ankle strength and body positioning and where you're looking?
Yeah, you don't want to look down at your feet. If we're looking down, we're going to fall down. So we're looking sort of down the line of the wave, not so much directly down. Here we go again. Kai's really trying to build some pressure. He's working hard. Nice takeoff there. Great little carve.
And he looks like he just wants to enjoy the surfing as well. He wants to start things off being busy, and this is a great wave through the inside. He's already got a nice 5-10. He's got a couple of sweeping turns, a third cut back, and now an opportunity for a nice float. Ends cleanly, and again, just that lower body language. Upper body very composed, but from the hips, knees, ankles down, compression and extension is elegant, but super functional.
Yeah, and he's looking excited. Like he wants to win. He wants to be here. He wants to put on performances. Look, he's stoked looking back at the beach. His dad's here. His dad's as proud as punch. He's so stoked to see his son competing on this high level. But that surfing is what the judges want to see. And I think this one could put the pressure on the boys. Again, nice, not crazy amount of nose work that he's done on the previous waves, but we're seeing him drive through those turns, compress coming out and getting that lift and speed, and then finishing strong.
And finishing strong with a lot of waves at the end there. After getting that 7.33, more waves ridden, just gets that one over the inside as we move into the last 5 seconds. Dantas in second, Whiten in third. So it looks like there's not going to be an opportunity for Antonio or Declan to get the score they need. So they will go into that elimination round. But this surfer on your screen in blue, he will be moving into round 3. And that was fantastic as we see him getting a high five from CJ Nelson.
Yeah, really cool to see. That was great. I'm interested to see what that second last wave will be. But obviously got the win, so he's stoked.
I feel like that's going to go into his top 2. And of course, how much of an impact is working with CJ going to be for Kai Ellis-Flynn?
Yeah, look, Kai surfs amazing, so he doesn't overly, it's not so much the surfing that he needs to work on, it's the mental game, the composure, having someone just to bounce ideas off and keep reinforcing what you're doing is the right thing. And CJ's a positive guy, has got experience. He's worked with Soleil. He's got the job done. Look at this one. So unfortunately for Declan, he only got the one wave, being super patient and then coming in on a nice wave on his belly there. But heat's over.
So there it is. Score. Goes into the top 2, a 7.7, higher than his 7.33. So it looks like it's going to be the strongest heat score of the morning so far. Kai Ellis-Flynn takes the win in second place from Portugal, Antonio Dantas. And in third, got second here last year to Kai Salas in the final. He'll go into the elimination round. Declan Whiten will be having a short break and coming back into the booth. Stay with us because we have the Waxhead, Matt Janowski, and GT Grant Thomas. Stay with us, Longboard fans. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Here we are, beautiful Victoria down here at one of the wonders of the surfing world, Bells Beach. So much more to do than just surfing. Mountain bike rides, got beautiful Great Ocean Road. We're at the base of the Great Ocean Road here. Amazing hospitality. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, joined by GT Grant Thomas. Stoked to be back in Bells. How's the morning been so far?
Mate, it's been pretty exciting watching these guys surf. I was just super pumped watching actually Kai Ellis-Flint, and that really stood out to me. That's the performance of the morning so far. We've obviously got plenty of great heats to come, but to be honest, he's really laid it down. He's sort of showing a new little maturity and a real eagerness, which is different for him, normally just that cool, chilled free surfer. So I'm excited to see where he goes.
And on the other end of the spectrum, Edouard Del Perro, the Frenchman who's known for his fireworks and his passion visually coming through the screen to a lot of us who have seen him compete in the past, and John Michael Van Hohenstein, the Hawaiian, Alexandre Escobar, the rookie. He's made his way onto the World Longboard Tour. He has competed at world level before, but to get into this top tour, it's his first time to compete. There was the open qualifying system back in 2019, where it was free. You had to surf through very early rounds to get through onto the major heats, and that's what he did through. And this is the opening wave of Edouard.
Yeah, look at a nice little start. I knew it wouldn't take Edouard too long to keep going. Hooked it nicely back into the pocket. He surfs with that energy, surfs with that flair, and it really comes out. It's kind of in his personality. His brother, a fantastic surfer too, as he trims this one through to the inside, straight up to the nose, hangs onto it, and I'd say he'll be finishing that one there. So pretty good opening for him, Matt, I think. Just rolling on from Kai's heat then, and as he's just going to get one more little closing off turn there just to finish it off. He's not going to leave any stones unturned out there today.
No, coming off a third place finish last year at this event, he was looking absolutely on fire. He had a more speed shape style design, but he's on the classic nose rider. That one's a composite material. I believe it's epoxy as well. So he rode that one at Malibu last year. It's a board he's very familiar with. Bells Beach, very similar to a lot of the waves there in the south of France. La Fatinia and Guthrie as well, those right-handers on a similar flat reef. A lot of similarities in the temperature of the water, of course. Wearing the booties. In France, you're wearing booties for about half the year, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I was never the huge booty fan and couldn't really get the feel of them that well, but in saying that, I had lots of days with really cold feet too. So, yeah, look, it's a good little start for him, a 4.5, Matt. As we see, Alexander's opened with a 1.83, so the boys will start to settle into this one, and yeah, a good start for him.
You can see just hunting on the inside there. Del Perro staying really busy, and that's the order of the day. Beautiful hang 10 there. He goes down, steers it, and is somehow able to wrangle that nose ride, and he's looking pretty electric and activated is the best way to put it right now. Try and finish off here, and he does. He rides out of it too, so a second completed wave there for the Frenchman. Trying to put pressure on Hohenstein, who lost an elimination round last year. It was his first time at Bells Beach. Live action there. Ooh. So priority for Escobar, who made way for Hohenstein. So we'll just wait and see what the judges make of that. The priority judge might have something to say, because it did have on our screen priority with our surfer in white, Brazilian. Here he goes now, smooth bottom turn. That Nico Carboni, new advanced longboard, holding the nose ride through the whitewash there. Nice drop knee slash there, and he's going to try and work his way through the inside. Gets tangled in the leg rope. You can see the back foot kick that up. It's pretty classic. A lot of these surfers are not used to surfing with the leashes. They're kicking it away. And that one just closing out on the inside into the rocker in that board. That one's his 9.6 nose rider. It's got a lot of flip in the tail, a big concave, and looked about 4.5 inches of nose rocker in the nose, and pretty similar on the tail, which is what we're seeing. A lot of those big boards, they've got a lot of those features to slow them down and help them on the nose, GT.
Yeah, that rocker obviously helping them fit that such a long board into such a small wave in those pockets. So yeah, pretty interesting. From when we surfed, even on high performance, they're actually reasonably flat. And now you can see obviously the heavier, bigger boards, and they're compensating to have that rocker, so they get that manoeuvrability.
And on the other end of the spectrum, you've got the simplicity. A lot of the women in the draw have got streamlined surfboards, and as we see someone who won that last heat talking about streamlined surfboards, he made his own equipment, and he's got a pulled-in nose, very different board shape to what we're seeing with a lot of the male competitors. That's Kai Ellis-Flint, who's down there on the glass with Bellin.
All right, we've got Kai Ellis-Flint here, absolutely ripping in that last heat. Those transitions between maneuvers, those nose rides, perfect on point. You have the highest heat score total of 15.03. Do you want to kind of walk us through what it was like out there for you?
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the heat, we had 15 minutes without any waves. So I just tried to stay busy towards the last 10 minutes and get a few waves and lucked into a few nice inside runners. But yeah, I feel like Rincon's perfect for transitional surfing. There's a pocket there, you kind of exit the pocket, and then you can sort of re-engage and point and shoot.
Yeah, after you dropped that first high score, you kind of hung on the inside there, and you looked like you were starting to have a lot more fun, and then you dropped your bigger score. Tell us about the boards you're riding, who you're down here with.
Yeah, so I'm rolling with CJ and Soleil and Danny, and it's been a good time. But I ride my own boards, hand-shaped and designed by myself. Sort of a design I've been working on over the last couple of years, and something I kind of just stumbled upon just recently. Just playing around with a few ideas, and it kind of all just came together with hints of the history and hints of where I want to take my longboarding. So it's cool. I'm enjoying it.
Well, hands down to the hand shapes. It's really hard to do, and thanks for showing us your beautiful style, and look forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you boys up in the booth.
Thanks, Billy, and great insight there from Kai. We'll catch up about that shortly. But watching live action with Edouard way down on the inside, so perhaps linking up with the Bell's Bowl, which is that tide drops right on cue.
Yeah, I didn't see where he took off on that, but you really saw that bit of progressive surfing in that way that Eduardo has, and his brother very similar, and he's really combining it pretty well, I think. But it's going to be interesting to see where the judges actually go with that sort of stuff. I noticed on one of Kai's waves earlier with the nice floater, I was sort of thinking in my head, maybe that would be a little bit more. And here we go. Here's the first wave of Antoine's wave now, or Eduardo, sorry. Antoine's the brother. Held a nice nose ride, hang 5 through that section, up there again. Really perches on those 10s. He's not afraid to hang on to those as long as he can, and he's just coming in through a flat section now, nicely up onto the nose again. And here he goes. He'll finish this. Really nice projection out of that. So I'm interested to see where this one goes, Matt.
Yeah, and he got that bonus section. So it was in between the bowl and Rincon there. So the tide's dropping. It's not a massive change. See that 10 there, really stable. And that was the first wave where he was able to wrangle it. So 4.5 the judges gave him for this one. And you'd have to say it was just that lack of control, perhaps, that kept the score down. The maneuvers were there, but of course control and those smooth flowing transitions really making a lot of those scores jump higher. You can have those critical nose rides, but they've made a point about riding out of them really smooth.
Yeah, it's a huge thing, and at the end of the day, that's longboarding, right? It's that smooth, it's that keeping everything looking aesthetically pleasing, and we can get caught up on those boards sometimes. Sometimes I feel it's like trying too hard, so when we see the surfers relax, we saw it earlier as guys moved through their heats, they relaxed and they kind of leant right into that, and I feel like even Eduardo's second wave, he was looking more relaxed. He's, still a couple of little bobbles, so it'd be nice just to see him keep going because he does hold a lot of potential.
And this is a replay of Alexandra's wave.
Yep, up and riding that nice sweeping bottom turn. That's where that rocker in that board's helping a lot. Very sort of, it's a really nice hang 5. He's got his legs separated a bit more than the other surfers, so he's not right up on that that far end of the board, but he does have control when he's doing it. Gets stuck in the whitewash on this one and bails out.
And this is the replay. So Hohenstein actually did have a interference on that wave where Alexandra had to pull it off, but this is his first wave of scoring potential right now, and we'll catch up with that interference shortly, but gets a nice drop knee done there, GT. He did that in El Salvador last year. We saw some fantastic moments on a similar right-hander, and here he is in the full suit trying to go better than the elimination round that he lost in last year. Yeah, I'm loving that drop knee cutback. Do you actually see the board tilt on its side and get on the rail? A little head dip through the inside. That's a classic longboard maneuver, and flicks out of that one clean. But I tell you what, that whip in, that's the first time I've seen him surf. The whip through that drop knee is pretty impressive. And we see out there, it's Escobar has got that priority. Hohenstein down into second. I'm wondering if he realises what had occurred, if they've got that relayed over the beach announcing. Tell you, he's looking behind now, so it seems like they're getting an update, and he realises he's had an interference. So scores still to drop there. But yeah, it's an unfortunate way to kick off your heat and your campaign here. It is a non-elimination round though, so they will take some respite out of that. And it's still possible. You know, I mean, he needs a combo of scores right now, but it doesn't mean there's an interference on someone else. We've seen that before as well.
Yeah, that's right. As we see
Edouard, that's
Edouard,
right.
that's three times.
We've all done it before, and
just gonna
it's
say
a compliment to both of them. Del Perro, there you go.
I'm just going to say Del Perro from now on. His last score, though, Edouard's a 5.83, so he's starting to build right now as we see Alexander sweeping through a nice little cutback.
Yeah, so this one's actually his 9.8 that he's chosen to ride out there. It's 22 and 3 quarters wide, so an incredibly wide nose riding base surfboard there, made by Marcelo Carboni from Brazil. Here's that little inside section there. He gets on the nose. You can see it. Unfortunately, just sinking. That wave really shrinking in size. And you can, I mean, riding a board like that at Rincon, your intentions are laid out pretty clear. You're looking for nose riding. And there's that beautiful flight cam there, the Melbourne flight cam. While we're looking at that beautiful lineup, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back for the remainder of this heat very shortly. As we're in Victoria for the Bells Beach Longboard Classic. There's so much more to do here than just surf GT. Of course, some amazing events, the Great Ocean Road, beautiful scenery, great hospitality. What's your favourite part of this beautiful zone?
I think Melbourne, like obviously you got the beaches and the Great Ocean Road, but coming from Queensland in Australia where I'm from, like what you can't deny is the events in Melbourne. It's the sporting capital of Australia, perhaps even the world. It's the way they embrace sport here, Matt.
Yeah.
I just can't stop loving.
And the natural amphitheatre of Bells Beach, which is laying host to the first event on the World Longboard Tour, and a very fitting place. It was a fan favourite and a competitive favourite last year on the tour. And no better way to kick things off at this world-class right-hand reef break. And out in the water, international affair, we have the Brazilian Alexander Escobar is in second, chasing a 7.39 to go into the lead. But the Frenchman, third place last year. This place looking very similar and drawing a lot of comparisons to the south of France. They've said it before, the French surfers have had some great results here. Zoe Guapion coming up in the women's, and Alice Lemoyne both surfing fantastic here. And of course, Del Perro put on a clinic last year and feeling very much at home with the temperature and the type of waves. And he's out to an early lead with a 5.83 and a 4.73. Sam Hunting just baiting Hohenstein right now, who's moved up into second. And fading into this one, 9.4, Mark Liddell shape. Very similar board that he rode in El Salvador. Beautiful hang 10, a little bit of elevation there. somehow just shuffling back to the tail, making it look really seamless. Nice drop knee wrap, which is fast becoming part of his feather in the cap. That's something that he used to go really deep in the event last year in El Salvador, and just nearly made the cut onto that final event in Malibu, but he went from way down the rankings to rocketing really high with that drop knee carve, and I think that was a breakthrough event for Hohenstein, and coming here to Bells, he's going to take a lot of influence out of that, and he's going to carry that momentum. So even though he's down into second, he's just going to try his hardest just to try and chip away at that first, but he's not able to get there because he's in combo situation with that earlier interference, which is unfortunate, but happens to the best of them, GT.
Yeah, mate, it happens to all of us at some point. You learn from those, but what he's got now is, you look 12 minutes to go, he's got an opportunity to put some surfing in the judges' minds. You know, he's going to be coming up tomorrow at this point, unless there's nothing saying he's not going to get sort of that 10 point, well, he can't get a 10, but or 10.56, but he's got this opportunity now to surf pretty much free of anything. He's got to get over his disappointment of it and just put on a little clinic out there. That drop knee turn, that last wave had a nice hang 10, and to me, I'm like, just go, mate, get into it.
And you're getting Bells Beach with 2 other surfers out there in the water as well, so he's building some repetition, he's building some strategy. He's getting to surf mid-tide Rincon, and perhaps he'll move over to the bowl to gain some of that experience too. So, I mean, that's invaluable for a lot of these surfers, to surf the comp zone with no one out. How often do you go to these places then it's so crowded? Catch up with that in a moment, but here's Escobar. This is on his wave, last wave.
Yeah, nice hang 10 there. Just a little quick 10 toes over, moving back as they work through. He switches stance there, a little drop knee, sort of switch stance, cut back into the white water, and he's coming across now. Nice little hang 5. It's a very flat section though, so it's not going to be overly rewarded, but still working through it. I think he is sort of starting to build his last wave, this wave, I think at 3.77, so his best wave of the heat nevertheless. I think there's just a bit better flow there, Matt, and starting to kind of feel the groove a little bit for him.
Yeah, and it was interesting that that reverse drop knee, that cross-step drop knee. I remember Wingnut referencing that it's the type of maneuver you do when you're in between. You don't quite know what sort of section it is, and then I think that sort of sums up his heat so far, where he's caught between those running rights, and this is a bigger one. This is his biggest wave yet. Beautiful 10. So there's a section of significance. He's out on the face, trying to cut back through to the inside, and that one fading away. So we are in that change of the tide, and Escobar's just struggling to link those maneuvers up, but he's going to get back out there and commence at 10 minutes remaining. He's also needing only a 6.79 at this point. I mean, super doable, but he's going to have to need something special, because you know Del Perro's priority. He's going to be on that next best wave within the 10 minutes.
Yeah, only with 9 minutes 50 to go, I think he's really going to have to. We've seen some of those little inside waves. Kai Ellis got a couple. Tony Silvani as well got one of those double up, being his best wave of the heat. So it's really starting to take note of that lineup. And I think obviously this first surf for everyone's going to help. But yeah, with a little bit of time to go, he's definitely got some work to do.
You can see to the right of the screen, Del Perro paddling over to Rincon, and on the left, these surfers are in between the bowl and Rincon. Very interesting. We'll catch up with that strategy in a moment. And here goes Del Perro, surfing from the midsection. That one is using his priority of kicking out. And the reason I'm honing in on that, GT, is because a lot of the surfers don't have experience out here, and it's very specific. They're in no man's land, and they're in a zone that typically doesn't provide any scoring opportunity. You've got to make a choice often between the bowl and Rincon. And at this point, Del Perro, yeah, you can see Hohenstein's gone and joined him right now. And yeah, it's a difficult lineup if you haven't done your homework here.
Yeah, competing out at Bells, I always found I had a couple of different strategies. Like if I was doing well in the heat, I just found myself happy to surf where everyone was surfing and sort of back myself to out-surf them in those positions. But when you found yourself chasing, that's when your mind started to play a few tricks on you. Do I try and sneak away? Do I look for that sort of mid-size one at Rincon that will hold up? Or am I just waiting for a set at the bowl? So there's plenty to think about out there, which does make it challenging.
Well, part of me is sort of thinking, is Hohenstein trying to maybe force an interference on Del Perro to get back into this heat? Why not? He's got 8 minutes left. It happened to him. It was an accident. These things happen. And it is part of the strategy. We don't see it in longboarding too often. But hey, it's pretty cruel. At the very beginning of the heat, you make a simple mistake. It's happened to Harrison Roach in 2019. He was in a heat against Kevin Scavana, and he thought Kevin lost priority, took off unfortunately, in that it was around a 16. Could have gone on to make a really good impact in that event, and it wasn't enough. And unfortunately, went on to effect his world title campaign, finally clinching one in 2022, but you could have to say it was long overdue. And I think back to that one little error, and it can happen the best one. Thankfully, this is the non-elimination round, though. We've got 4 days of great longboarding coming up, and Del Perro, current heat leader, just rolling the dice on that, staying really busy, and probably staying a little bit warm too, because it is cold and that wind is starting to come up.
Yeah, that wind is starting to come slowly starting to turn now. It looks like we're going to have a little replay of the interference.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what's happened here. Unless one of the surfers, obviously White,
he had priority. So it had switched. White had priority. He's taken off on the wave, and Hohenstein didn't realise. He turned the other way, and it was a complete mistake. He barely would have realised it happened so fast. So unfortunate mistake there. But silky smooth transition there. Often referred to as Johnny the Ripper. That was his social media tag for a long time. Crowd favourite. Surfing through the middle of the board there, and that just coming unstuck on the inside section. But great science, smooth style there. And Escobar giving his all on the outside section, but little equipment malfunction. And that fin, interesting, is really far forward. A lot of the time with longboards, you'll see a fin placed in the last few inches of the tail, but that fin's about, I want to say about 8 inches back from the tail, which is often an indication you want to loosen up your tail. When you move your fin forward, that creates a more freer tail. So why would he be doing that on a big wide tail like that?
Well, I think, I guess with the big wide tail, you can get caught with it being a little bit tricky to turn because it's got so much area in it. So by moving it forward, gives him that opportunity. Whether or not it's 100% best thing out here, it's to be seen. But we can see Antoine up now.
And Edward, that's all right, Del Perro. And he's petting the kitty there. He's going left, redirecting back in, and he'll tap that one off the top. He'll ride out cleanly. He's trying to drop a low of a 4.73. See where the judges go with that. A mixture of waves there to keep him really busy. And he'll be thanking himself that he started really early. That was his 8th wave, and his first 3 were the best of his exchange so far. Throwing away a 4.5 with the 4.73 and the 5.83. But Escobar still only needing a 6.79, so certainly not out of the equation. That's a very achievable score. And Johnny still in that combo situation, that unfortunate interference before. But as we said, no stranger to these right-hand bowls. Those wraps he was doing in El Salvador, look forward to seeing more of that here. And you can see the spread of the scores on the screen at the top there. And Del Perro, the veteran, hasn't had that World Championship win on the WSL, but he's been knocking on the door for nearly a decade now. His brother Antoine has taken out the WSL World Longboard title. That would have been at the sort of tail end of when you were competing, GT?
Yeah, it was when I'd finished, for sure, but he was a young kid and everyone was pretty wary of him moving through. And as I'm looking at these scores on there now, Matt, I'm really noticing like a huge difference in what the judges are giving is just that control factor.
Yeah.
As we watch here, Edward cruising across this one and not seeing any potential. As you can see, the wave corners right out on him there, so pretty good decision. But yeah, I'm really noticing just the really finer details of when they're moving back from the nose. And here we go here with John Michael. That wave getting that quick nose ride as it shuts down as he moves through, hoping for it to line up here. And not as one of his better drop knees, but I look forward every time I see that knee drop to see what he comes up with. Another quick nose ride and coming right through that inside, hoping for it to double up and reform again. And just a nice quick tap. And the surfer in white, Alexander. So you can already see probably a little bit less wave quality here, but straight up to that big wide nose that he's on. And that rocker probably maybe hindering him a little bit in those sort of flatter conditions on the waves.
Yeah, I mean, what the rocker does is it can bait you. It wants you to go to the nose, but then it'll push you back off it as well. And there's a flatter rocker there for Edward as he drives through the whitewater. You can see him very low and stable. I would say that he's just trying to stay lower to the board, center of gravity, to not get knocked off from those side chops. But the judge is taking that into account, keeping those scores, they lid on the scores a little bit more. It's no coincidence that the highest heat totals of the day, it's very upright with the style, very straight back, very relaxed body language. And that's an indication of the flow and the style element. The flow and the style is in the longboard criteria. You know,
Yeah.
style is written in it, and carrying that through and making it look easy is the easiest decipher of what the judges are looking for.
And I think where some surfers have some struggle sometimes as they're moving through and improving is because these guys are so relaxed and they are so upright, but a lot of the time they do have that bend in their knees to handle the bumps and stuff, and we do see surfers get caught out just too straight-legged a lot. So that's sort of something for those longboarders out there that are finding themselves wobbling around through turns or it's not quite having those smooth transitions.
There's a difference between having a straight back and straight knees. You can bend it. Some of the best in the world, they're at 45-degree knees, but straight backs. And you'll often see guys like, think about the most stylish surfers in the world, starting with the guy who wrote style in surfing, Phil Edwards, 45-degree knees, but he's got a straight back or even an arched chest as well. And that's, of course, where the drop knee was popularized. We saw Hohenstein doing that drop knee. And back then, in the 60s and the 50s, it was the only way to turn because you had a big pivot fin, right?
Yep, that was it. And you know, you move through to arguably probably one of the greatest as well, Joel Tudor, who had the misfortune or fortune of having to deal with what he could do on a wave, and especially in small waves throughout my whole career. And just that he had the pure effortless, like you literally had to watch the board.
You know, I'm going to go as far to say is the drop knee turn was ended in the 60s here at Bells Beach. It was in the beginning of '67. It was a shortboard revolution, and it's when they had more pinched rails and piggy boards, and the guys started driving roundhouse cutbacks because they had these Greeno-style fins. There's no need to do the drop knee anymore. As we catch up with that, it's Edward tapping that one off the top, and low center of gravity there, just squatting through this section. He's going to make his way forward of center, just going to try and trim through this and look for an inside, and he pops out of that. Make his way back out the back. Yeah, if you look that up, it was the 67. I believe it was the Australian titles, and it might have coincided with the Bells Classic that year as well. And it was a pivotal time. It was one of the last years that we saw boards over 9 feet. Matt Young won the world title in '66 on a revolutionary board, an Australian style board. We call it the involvement style boards, and that kind of spelt the end of the drop knee turn. Because all of a sudden you could do these power carves and engage the full rail, not just the tail turns. But here we are, 55 years on, and we've got such a great combination of rail, drop knee turns, pivot turns, and it's on display with the variety of surfboards that we have in the lineup.
Yeah, it definitely did change the surfing. Obviously, it had to when the boards changed. You're right, Matt, 100%. I do have some really fond memories of an expression session in France once with both Bo Young and Nat Young.
Wow.
And just being amazed of Nat. He stuck to that drop knee on whatever board he rode, unless it was his short board. So as we wind up that heat, mate, it's looking like a win for, I'll get it right, Eduardo.
Eduardo Tapero, yeah, it's it. Moving through the Frenchman. And unfortunately, Hohenstein, just that little wave on the inside. It's not going to factor in. He stood up after the hoodoo with that unfortunate interference, but we'll see these guys coming up in the second round, and we're going to go to a break. We'll be back for Heat 8 coming up next. Welcome back. We are into Heat 8 of the men's division. This is our first event on the World Longboard Tour this year. It's the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Joined in the booth, Matt Chinoski and Grant Thomas. And out in the water now, it's South African Sam Christensen, a rookie on this World Tour, making his way through regional qualification. His first time at Bells Beach. Stepping back into that redirect there and tapping that one off the top and unfortunately going down, but catch up to see what he had on the beginning of that wave. And a South African Japanese surfer be familiar to these conditions. This is our Filipino surfer, JR Escobar. His backside there and really sure-footed, growing up and right-handed there at La Union. On the west side of Luzon, the main island there of the Philippines. He's over here for the second time. He kicked it off last year. He was in the round of 16 and he unfortunately lost to Edouard Del Perro in a really close battle, but no easy feat in challenging conditions last year. We did have Rincon, we had the bowl as well, and a variety of different winds. And he put in a fantastic performance at Huntington Beach, which is probably where he really rose to stardom. And he's going to be a favourite in this, carrying the red singlet. And have you seen much of JR on that World Tour last year?
No, I didn't have an opportunity actually to see much of him last year, but yeah, there's been a couple of whispers. I was talking to Josh about him earlier too, so pretty excited. Like a few of these surfers, the first guys I'm seeing surf for the first time, so it's pretty intriguing and it's good to watch.
JR absolutely wiped the floor of the Asian qualifying series. He took wins at all the locations. He's over there in Belair and La Union in the LQS, which he didn't need to. He'd already re-qualified, but he was just keeping everyone else in check and raising the bar of this Asian region surfing. And Taku Nui wasn't too far behind, making semi-finals in some of those events and getting the wild card on the World Longboard Tour. Didn't re-qualify. Here he is up and going. Nice, smooth style. And Taka put in a great performance last year. He bowed out in the quarterfinals. He put on some, yeah, it really turned some heads in the bigger swell last year. He was absolutely sending it, but obviously no slouch in small waves as well. Delicate footwork, really creative with his style. And he's feeling familiar at Bells. He's here with his two sisters and his mother. She'd be watching right now actually with a camera. They watch the webcast at night and they watch their own footage. So yeah, they're super in it. One of the most entertaining surf families to hang out with. And they're super enigmatic. But the South African Christensen, he's friends with Kevin Skavana. He's friends with Stevie Sawyer. He's traveled the world. I've seen him at a lot of invitational events, really smooth, regular footer, and he'll be relishing the opportunity to surf here at Bells. We just hope these surfers can really click into gear and find some bowls. That last heat, we had Edouard was managing to get the win, but you have to say Hohenstein, unfortunately with that interference, he actually would have taken the win if it wasn't for the interference. Yeah,
he sure would have. He was looking really smooth. He was attacking the wave as much as you'd like to see on a longboard, like not overdoing it. And yeah, I was very impressed with his surfing. So if I'm in that elimination round tomorrow, I'll be hoping I didn't have him.
Yeah, for sure. And one of these guys will meet him. But we're going to go onto the glass and catch up with last heat winner Edouard Del Perro, who's with Belen.
Hi, we have Eduardo Del Perro down here, just coming from sunny Biarritz into the nice cold weather at Bells. How was the conditions out there? It looked a little bit tricky. You want to kind of give me some insight on that?
Yeah. Definitely tricky. Super windy, super hard to choose the right wave actually. So you think you can start on the wave and it seems like to line up and then there is a section breaking or it's just dying suddenly. So super tricky to find the right waves, but I'm glad to make through that one.
Yeah, you powered through, sorry about that, you powered through some beautiful sections that got nice and low, really engaged your rail, and were able to link in some of those insides as well, so you got the scores you needed. And what are you riding right now, just so people know, because we want to give a little bit of insight as to the equipment people are riding.
Yeah, I actually have brought my two models, the two models I'm developing with Stork and Mainviel, my shaper. So it's a 9.2 Classic, pretty overall waves, like it goes in every condition, and kind of bumpy today for that, but I took that option because otherwise it needs more size for the other model. So yeah, it worked okay. I guess Johnny was unlucky because he got the priority. I don't know his second score. Maybe he got better second score and was first if he hadn't the priority, but stoked to make that one.
Yeah, it's the name of the game, isn't it, right? It's just, you just want to avoid the priorities. Anyone you'd like to say hello to back home?
But I think everybody's sleeping, but yeah, probably my father is awake, could be awake, I don't know, but merci pour ceux qui suivent, et allez.
Yeah. Massive shout out to Lindsay, world champion as well, and we'll be sending you lots of love for the next round.
I hope she's sleeping though, because it's 3 a.m.
It's 3 a.m.
And yeah, she needs to sleep, so it's all right. If you're not looking, Zai, no problem.
All right. Well, back to you, Matt, up in the booth.
Yeah, long distance relationships, and that's part of the process when you're a professional surfer. Lindsay Steinreity, the partner of Edouard Del Pero, sending some support. I'm sure she's tuning in. If she's not tuning in live, she'll be tuning in, watching the replay, of course, in the morning, as will his friends and family back home. But I tell you who's tuning in right now, it's the Philippines. They'll be absolutely going berserk with their man, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel, who's out in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3. He's over here with Luke Landrigan, his coach in the Philippines, and it's been really nice to get to know JR over the years and work with him closely actually at some events myself, and a great shortboarder, terrific longboarder, really dedicated, and he really wears the weight of the Philippine flag on his shoulders, and he understands the privilege that he has to represent, and it shows in his performances, his professionalism, his maturity. He's come of age surfing in the ISA at El Salvador for the Philippines. He was over there with his fellow sparring partner, Roger Casugai. And those guys just, they're the pride of the Philippines at the moment, really flying the flag, and so many people back there are just taking so much inspiration from them. And we saw that on the World Tour over the last 60 years with so many countries. Brazil's had a massive influx of Brazilian storm the last 15 years. Japanese surfers are coming on strong at the moment, but it was the Australians in the 60s. Midget Farrelly, Nat Young, who put on great performance. Gail Cooper, who's actually present. She's here watching B. Conroy coming up in that next heat. She's the most winning surfer here at Bells Beach, and she was part of that Australian push in that longboard to shortboard era. But live action, JR right now. Nice drop knee there, and he steps forward. That's the rock there. These surfers are sitting further out at Rincon, so that's the takeoff spot on the higher tide. You're familiar with that?
Yeah, 100%. It little boils up out there, and you kind of, as much as you see these when it, when it's a really lined up swell, you want to go further, or you want to go further, and it kind of just keeps you in position so you don't get dragged out. As we see the surfers, we see Sam up and riding. This wave sort of, there's a nice little section there to take advantage of, and he was right there to do so, which was great. As he brings his way back, gee, he is smooth, Matt, like you mentioned that before. So nice control, and he's bringing his way through. This wave should stand up again as it moves through to the inside. And here he goes now, another couple of steps up to the nose, off the whitewater. And yeah, so that one would have been a nice finish, but he had a little bit of work done, and I think that was his 5.5 as we see red now. JR, and his much smaller wave, you can look at that straight away, but the board's sort of running nicely, and it's not going to really event to too much, so that will finish off his, and it looks like another wave here possibly for Sam from South Africa. Well, that's that similar one, I think. Yeah, so super smooth, trimming. He's looking for those sections. Really nice little wrap cutty there, actually. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Interesting how he was able to wrap that around. The board looking a little narrower without the hip. It looked free through the turn and getting a variety done. So that's the 5.5 there for Sam. So you'd have to say if you could finish cleanly, may have been a few extra points on top.
Yeah, for sure. I think that clean finish, as we saw in those couple of early heats, is going to make a difference.
And live action there. So answering back with another nice line here. This wave petering out a little bit, but he's carrying some momentum through. See if it's got an inside line, and it doesn't. He kicks out of that one. So it'll be a nice backup. Chasing a 1.83, so he'll go to the lead at the moment. And there's a bit of a paddle out there. You can see Tucker making his way back out to the lineup, and JR, he's out in the priority position in the red there. We talked about that little boil that popped up. It's just on the inside of the screen where that wave's breaking now, and often you're taking off actually inside the rock. But at the moment, on the lower tide and a medium swell, smaller swell, we're taking off further out. So this would almost be a non-run day on shortboards, but on longboards, it's providing a lot of opportunity, and it's going to get better throughout the week as well. But, just consistency, and as a competitor, that's all you ask for, and a coach as well.
Yeah, opportunity is the name of the game, and I think if you go into surfer heat at whatever level, whether it's board riders or your local longboard club or whatever, there's the one thing you hope for is at least an equal opportunity. Like, it comes down to your decisions then. Like, you may not have the same opportunity because you chose the wrong wave. But as long as there's enough waves coming through, there's good enough quality there to score some points. As we look at Tucker here, a little out of control, but he just hangs onto that so nicely by the end of it. Plenty of speed, wraps that sort of cut back round. I like that, and into that tight pocket. And you can definitely see that little bit of that progression, that shortboard influence. I've seen a few clips on him on the shortboard, and he goes pretty good too.
Oh, yeah.
So it's pretty cool with Sam from South Africa up behind him. Nice trim through that section on the nose, drops down, comes around, and this one, as I remember, a little kick out of that. So it was that backup score for him at 3.2, and Tucker's last wave at 3.57.
Yeah, so, I mean, no one's really broken out in this heat so far. You feel like all the surfers just testing the waters, still not even at the halfway mark. So, you mean, look, with that opportunity and that consistency, it allows the surfers to kind of use their process of elimination, not make the same mistakes, hopefully. And both of us coming from coach backgrounds as well, they're the coach killers when the surfer isn't adapting to their wave IQ and their surf IQ throughout the heat. There's the ocean, right? It changes. And these waves have been generated, you know, quite literally thousands of kilometers away, and they have to come all the way around Cape Otway, bend and twist, and you know, with tides and wind, there's all those little subtleties that the surfer has to feel it and adapt to it, and it makes competitive surfing, I mean, so compelling to watch when you understand those features, and we hope as a broadcast we're getting that across to the surfer.
Yeah, 100%. And then when you take that surfer's point of view, like anything at any given moment can throw you off.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes to the point where you're focusing on something so much you're actually missing it.
Yeah.
So it's really important to have that ability to breathe, to relax, to have that sometimes that broader vision of what's happening around you, because we can really get caught with that narrow focus, and it can really lead us astray sometimes.
You can see there just the Sam moving on the inside and all the little decision-making processes, like a game of chess, but it's with the ocean and your competitors. So many little subtleties of competitive surfing. And here goes JR, one of the best to do it. Nice 5-10 combo, and that one just running away from him. You can see that Luffy board just with the leash, thankfully. But he's pretty far up the reef. That tide dropping a lot, but it's in between. It's not quite big enough for the bowl, so these surfers all together, persevering with the right. Probably a good option. A lot of consistency. If you're in the bowl right now, not too many waves.
Yeah, and I think the bowl at this size too, it's not offering a lot of steepness, and just that one sort of section in it too. So you end up, it becomes like a cutback competition over there sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, you got to roll the dice. You got to be up towards Rincon and looking for that, just that optimum size that it's just going to hold up to give you plenty of opportunity.
So interesting time here with just at the halfway mark. So you can see JR third in priority just on the inside. It's actually not a bad place to be sometimes on these in-between tides, because if you're out the back past the rock, you let those good ones, they can go underneath you. So probably a good strategy to stay busy right now on those sets, closing out a little bit as well. We saw that heat with Declan Wyden and Kylas Flint there. There was not a lot of waves at the beginning, and at the end some of the surfers were still waiting for that opportunity. While waiting for those sets, we're going to go to a Bonsoi brew break, and we'll be back shortly for the remainder of Heat 8.
here with Bioglan, the official vitamin and supplement partner of WSL Australia. And of course, as we age, as we get older, looking after our joint health is essential to continue to enjoy surfing. And Bioglan have a fantastic range of products available, including this with glucosamine and turmeric to really allow us to enjoy surfing the waves of tomorrow.
Thanks, Sam. Bioglan, it's actually very local to where I am on the northern beaches of Sydney, creating some great products, and another great ambassador, Tom Carroll, working with that company and spreading awareness to some of their amazing products so suited to aging and performing surfers as well, much like ourselves, GT.
Yeah, well, me more than you, Matty, but yeah, it looks like we've got the girls about to come up, or the women, sorry, that I'm pretty excited to see as well. Like I've been away from the sport a little bit, like watching bits and pieces, so it's been really great to sit here and break some of this stuff down.
That's one of my students, B. Conroy there. She's the local girl lining up here. She got the wild card into the event, and she'll be one to watch with the support there of all the people in the crowd tuning in to watch her, and Sam Christensen up and riding, and unfortunately goes down. Yeah, Gail Cooper came down specifically to watch B there. I mean, how cool is that? One of the most victorious female surfers of all time, especially here at Bells Beach, coming down to support you. And it's a massive pat on the back. And yeah, look forward to seeing B come up in that next heat. But so much action left in this, and it's the Filipino needing a 4.38 Esquivel. And Inui, the Japanese surfer, a 5.14. These two have had lots of sparring battles in the regional qualifying series. And here he goes, JR, fortunately using his priority on that. We'll keep busy and look for another opportunity. And yeah, over there in La Union, where they have just such a colourful surf scene, so different to what we have with the vast landscape here of Bells Beach. And that's the Visit Melbourne flight cam. And here we are in Victoria. Amazing, lush forests. I mean, you just take a drive down the Great Ocean Road, you got one of the most beautiful landscapes. It goes through, you know, subtropical rainforest, and it goes into almost like a desert as you get out to the other side of Port Campbell and along the 12 Apostles, and you know, that deep green water goes almost to black when it's really big, and you get those big, long Southern Ocean ground swells up to 20 seconds period, and yeah, you can have great log waves, humongous big bommies as well.
Yeah, that's it. And one thing I love about that picture from the flight cam, the Victoria flight cam right now, is just the sun, mate. Just having that sun out. The wind's got some chill to it here, but it changes the whole vibe as well. So stoked for her to have her, I guess, an idol of the sport, and in Gail, and like to come down and sit there and be part of this. It gives you that good feeling when you know you've got someone important or someone with that has stood out or so good at something there in your corner.
And you know what, a local shaper as well is Sharma Buttonshaw, who comes from the Buttonshaw family, synonymous with Quicksilver and Torquay in particular, and a huge name in surfing, and Sharma shaping for some of the greats, and B. Conroy as well. So cool to see a local shaper, born and bred in this zone, making a board for one of the surfers. And there's a Nui out there. He's actually riding a Piccolo Clemente board, as he has done for many, many years. Former world longboard champion, and here he goes. This is the answer back.
All right, lovely hang 10 there. Just holds it that little bit longer, pulls it out as it flattens out, then cuts back to that whitewash like we've spoke about so many times today, like being right near that pocket of the wave, the better chance of being able to pounce on it when it stands up and offers that scoring potential as he brings his way through to the inside. Another nice little, he stands up so upright on those 10s, it looks fantastic. And here we go with Sam Christensen. Nice hang 5 in that steep part. That's the one he fell on earlier. So look, this heat is wide open. It's just waiting for someone to grab it, waiting for something to stand out.
Yeah, everyone's struggling to connect with their waves, and I'll tell you what, Tucker and JR, they've generally got pretty good wave selection. They're really good at manufacturing something out of nothing. So for them to be struggling to kick into gear, it's just an indication of where we're at with the tide right now. But well done to Sam Christensen. He hasn't had a lot of experience here at Bells, and to be, you know, in the lead right now, only narrowly, but still in the lead, that's a testament to his preparation and maybe a sign of things to come on the World Tour for him. I look forward to seeing more of him. That board's looking good as well, silky smooth style. And we are missing Stevie Sawyer over here on the World Longboard Tour. He's South African, the 2018 World Longboard champ. Fantastic goofy footer on longboards and shortboards as well. And a great character, one of the greatest characters of the modern longboard era, actually, Stevie Sawyer, and a big influence on surfers like Sam and his mate Kevin Scavana as well. And tell us, Grant, when you were traveling, who was the crew that you were traveling a lot with on the world tour?
So predominantly it was a bunch of Aussies. It was myself, Dave Simons, Ian Bell, Jai Burns, and then sort of in and around with Josh and that. Josh sort of travelled with a few other guys, and I was pretty tight with those boys down from New South Wales, that sort of end. But we had a really, really good friendship through mainly Dave in the beginning with the Hawaiians, with Bonga and Dwayne DeSoto. And I actually personally travelled with Bo for the first part of Bo Young a lot early days. So learned a lot from him and his dad. There was some fantastic experiences through Europe with those guys, with their connections through Oxbow and, you know, that whole European surfing thing. And Romain Mohin, who's a French surfer, his dad was Fix, who was like the Nat Young of France. So Europe was one of my favourite places, but we had a great time. And back to this, the girls getting ready to go.
So that's Honolulu Bloomfield with that's her dad and her boyfriend Clay there, and Kiani Canulo, who's over there in the blue singlet. So the two Hawaiians matching off against a local girl B. Hono's looking fantastic out here in the free surf. She's got great boards under her feet. As with Kiani, silky smooth style. It'll be a good battle coming up. If you want to learn more about that 90s and 2000s longboard era, as a podcast, Longboarding's Not a Crime. It's the takeoff the classic Bystrom film. Our friend TJ over there set that one up. Some fantastic interviews, including one of mine recently where I talk about Dane Wilson and you know, the traditional element emerging back into Australian longboarding, and what were my influences with Ray Gleave as well, and of course the Californian stuff. But yeah, great podcast, and there's not much out there in the longboard world, so it's pretty cool when something like that and the World Longboard Tour kicks back off again.
Yeah, you find there's been, like, it's done so many circles when you've been in longboarding for a long time, like the twos and fros. But I guess what stood strong through all of that at the end of the day has been that traditional side of it. So, you know, it's whether you love that side or not, it's something that you can't deny, and it has its place, and its place is Bells Beach.
And that camaraderie that you build over the years is something that lasts a lifetime. And he goes South African Sam on that sleepy little wave, GT.
Yeah, mate, look, just not enough to offer on that one, but I don't blame him right now. It's really hard to pick him, and you've got to roll that dice a little bit. For that one, for him, though, he had priority. He's sitting on the best wave score of the heat. Yep. Maybe not the best decision.
Talk about camaraderie. There's Sharma, the shaper for B. Conroy, sitting there next to her. She works down at the local Patagonia store, and she's just a stalwart now in the Bells Beach lineup. Pretty cool. You don't see that too often, where at a shortboard orientated lineup where a longboarder, especially a female longboarder, is able to really make her presence felt. It's really cool to see that she's been able to emerge as one of those, you know, favourites, and it's really cool to see. And here goes JR. Talk about favourites. Wearing the red singlet, coming in this nice 5'10". Just relaxed style, just waiting for this thing to hit the inside, steering from the middle. And that big loofy nose, thankfully not poking in there. He's trying to find a pocket there. That one's a little better. Quick footwork. Only needing a 4.38. The score's on its way there, but he'll need something of significance there. And a couple of touches of the nose. But of course, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. The judges want to see critical surfing. And he kicks out of that. So clean surfing, 3 minutes 30. Where do you think that'll go?
Oh, I reckon that's going to be right on the number. Yeah. It wasn't a big wave, but it was surfed with so much control. The repetition was up. Like you said, his quick footwork, though. Here we go now, though, with Tucker on a bigger wave on the outside.
All right, grabs that rail. Coming through the whitewash once again, just like JR, waiting for that inside section. And he's maintaining that momentum. And he kicks out of that, sees no more potential. And Sam, there's a significant nose ride, holding that hang 10 there. And a little layback jam. Oh, he gets caught up in the whitewash. So all that hard work, unfortunately not backed up with the turn, which has been so important today.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crucial, and more so, like, it's always crucial, but when it's this tight. And I'm really interested to see JR's wave come in here, because I think it's going to be pretty close. It was surfed really well. The wave quality wasn't there, but when you're looking to just the 4.38 that he's chasing, I'll look at the 4.33 on his wave earlier. I think it's right around the money.
Sam still only needing to drop a 3.2 though, so interesting times here. You can't see a lot of urgency from all the surfers, so perhaps JR, seeing the surfers ahead of him, might pick up something on the inside, as that priority hasn't actually proved to be very helpful.
Yeah, let's have another look at this one though. So this is that wave, we're getting lots of quality, but in short periods. The wave didn't really offer much, but he's really got everything out. But there's a nice tight little hang 10, but heading down the wave, not across, as we see him just keep going as the wave flattens out. This is probably the better nose ride of the wave right there. And he cutting back to that white water, and now the wave's going to start to really kind of lose size dramatically as it moves through to the inside, but he's still gaining points. So this is tight. This is probably the tightest heat I've sat through right now. So I'm just looking at it going, well, he finished it. It's clean. What are the judges going to say?
We talked about goofy footers on right-handers earlier, having almost an advantage here at times at Bells Beach. And the first winner here, Glenn Ritchie, was actually a goofy footer as well back in the early 60s. But he goes Tucker. He got some work done on the outside.
Yeah, it was that big sort of steep nose ride on a bigger wave, but I think from here on end, he just gets trapped in that whitewash for so long. There's so much downtime, and it's just, it leaves us wanting more, but unfortunately for him, the wave not giving him the opportunity. This could be the opportunity that slipped so far in this heat. He's got the highest wave score, probably the best nose ride, arguably, of the heat, I think. And then coming through, nice sort of little layback, and just doesn't quite complete that turn, so...
And early scores coming in. It doesn't seem like that score was enough for JR, a 4.23. So still needing something towards the end of this heat. And we're coming down to inside that last minute right now. So tense times. Tucker needing a 5.56 and a 4.81 for our surfer in red, who's up and riding on the inset screen now. That one may have something on the inside. This is a cleaner wave.
Bigger wave.
Yeah. Let's see, taps that one off the top. See, it's got an inside bowl. It goes to the parallel stance. Very practical, stable as he drives through this whitewash. And seeing this inside section, final 15 seconds. It's a crucial wave there for the Filipino surfer. Gets a 5-10 combo. He likes it. He straightens out the shore. And that's the first wave that we've seen come all the way on the inside to round out that heat. Will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see. First thoughts, GT?
Wow. I'm going to say I think it is, and purely, like, it was not safe surf, but it was well surfed, but the wave aesthetically was bigger, it was cleaner, he got a bit of work done. I guess they're going to go back and compare to some of those waves earlier. Obviously, Sam's first wave being the best wave of the heat. I think I know that's not our job, but yeah, I think he's going to squeeze it over the line on that. And it's only going to be close, and I think it's going to almost come back to some other mistakes by other surfers made in the heat early too.
Yeah, that's right. Remembering Sam fell on two of his best waves at that point too, so you can see Sam's board there, no hit, but let's look at that replay.
Yeah, you can see all of a sudden it's a bigger wave, a nice wrapping turn. That wave helped him there. It stood up a bit as he hit the nose. I don't mind that little bit of progressive style surfing, the tap, it just adds to it. And he's not jumping around, he's not bouncing. Yes, there's some downtime as he took that one through to the inside. As we go back to Sam's, possibly his last wave. And it's just obviously not much happening on that outside section. A little bit adjustment to trim through to the inside. It stands up fractionally for him, but a much smaller wave. Nice little nose ride. So something really big is going to happen on the inside here.
The judges locked in a 4.23 for that wave just then of Sam's, pushing JR's reclimb to a 5.41.
Wow.
So the judges appreciating that wave there from Sam, and it was a completed wave. So he'll take that, and did everything he could do on that last wave, and making that wave a little more complicated for JR, and the judges really having a look at that.
Well, Sam was only replacing a mid-range 3, so that's fair enough, but we're going to be pretty interested to see.
And it doesn't look like it was enough. A still score to drop in for Tucker right now. And 4.83 for Escobar, and it's not enough. So Sam Christensen.
Yep, got through it, did the job, but that score came without us seeing that other wave too. So well done to Sam, great heat, tight.
Yeah, well done. And we're going to go to a break, but we'll be back very shortly with South African taking the win over JR Escobar and Tucker Inui. Don't go anywhere. Women's Heat 1 coming up next with Josh and Sam.
There it is, of course, the Melbourne flight cam. Big thanks to Visit Victoria. Take a look at this incredible coastline all the way down to the towering 12 Apostles. All of this limestone cliff line. You can see the iconic Dirac in the background there. That's a bedroom window that you could die for. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by 2006 World Longboard Champion Josh Constable.
Yeah, Sam, we're excited now. We're into the women's action, so the waves are looking great. We're in this beautiful area here in Bells Beach, and I'm excited to see what action we're going to get now.
Yeah, big names come out. Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii, Keani Canulo also from Hawaii, and B. Conroy from Australia. Let's talk about the local surfer B and her chances going up against these big names from Hawaii.
Yeah, in the water yesterday, I was surfing with her and just asking her about how she felt about having the event here at home, and she was saying how she surfs out here a lot. Bells is her favourite wave. Posso's is one of the most popular longboard waves, but she prefers to surf out here, so she feels comfortable. And she said she's loved seeing different approaches out here, where she's seeing the nose rides put or the turns put by other surfers, taking a different approach out here. So she's learning a lot. She's stoked to have everyone here in her hometown, and she's going to put on a great performance.
And of course, winner of the Victoria State titles this year, and of course surfs at Point Lonsdale there, and a former winner at the Byron Bay Surf Festival, so she's got good experience up and down the coast. But how will she feel coming up against these big Hawaiians? Young Keani, an established Honolulu, herself a 3 times World Longboard champion, and having just won the ISA World Longboard Championships earlier this year.
Yeah, Sam, there's 2 ways to look at it. You can go into your shell and get a bit nervous that these high-level surfers are coming to your hometown, or it's the other way. You take them on and you're like, all right, this is my time to shine. I'm on the big stage. And here she goes with one of her first waves, gliding in nicely, nice and patient on this one. And you can see, like we saw her surfing last year in the trials, and she was surfing great, but a year on, her surfing has gone to another level, which is great to see, and one of the Australian hopes now leading forward over the next few years.
And of course, Rice, those Shima Button Shore boards, of course, they run the Surf Coast yoga spot just here nearby, and of course that local knowledge on surfboard design, hugely significant.
Yeah, it is for sure. Shama's put a lot of time and effort in around in the local area, and this is a great wave for Red. Honolulu Bloomfield, as you can see, just the composure up, nice and tall, gliding, great 5-10 opening, and now just being nice and patient with it.
Dry hair start, you know, something that is always interesting to see if people just go straight in there without even duck diving, and we can see that strong start for our Hawaiian. And what about this for our goofy footer? It's fresh off a win from the Mexi Log Fest, which is an incredible event to win. Had a little bit of time up at Urban Surf in Melbourne, of course. If you check out her Instagram, she is an influencer on Instagram. Keani Canulo has a huge engagement, huge following, a great talent, a dynamic surfer, one of the more incredible cutbacks, but great nose rider and riding those Kai Salas longboards.
Yeah, they look like they had a great time up at the pool, which was really cool to see. Just embracing everything. We're in a beautiful part of the world here. We've got great surf, the Ocean Road, Urban Surf just up near the CBD, an hour and a half away. So it was great for them to get in the water up there, get used to their boards, get a feel for the water as well, and then now back here at Bells Beach.
And someone who has been getting a good feel for this coastline, he comes from South Africa, but he's looking at home here in Victoria. He took the heat win. It's Sam Christensen on the glass with Billy.
Hi, yes, we got Sam here, just come out of that heat. Sam, how you feeling? First time down here at Bells on a friend's board. Give us a little insight as to what you're riding and how you're feeling out in the water.
I'm feeling good out there. Water temperature is pretty similar to where I live in Cape Town. Just kind of adjusting to the air. It's freezing out here. The mornings are really cold. Takes a while to get going, but stoked when you're going. And this is a board that a friend of mine and I, his name's Kai Vea. He's from my hometown in Durban. We've been working on it. They're really stoked with it. Seems to be working.
Yeah, it's definitely seemed to be working out there. I saw you drop a beautiful reverse drop knee turn out there. Beautiful nose rides, really working this board. It seems like it's loving you, so I cannot wait to see how it happens for you in the next round. So best of luck in that. Anyone you want to send a shout out to back home?
Yeah, just my friends and family back home. The messages of support are epic. and to my girlfriend. It's pretty early there in the morning now. I think it's like 3 a.m. So shout out to everyone who got up and watched me.
Shout out to the South Africans. Amazing talent coming from South Africa. Jason Ribbing back in the day absolutely killed it at the Oxbow event down at J-Bay, which was amazing to watch. So your whole country would be so proud of you. So good on you and best of luck for the event. Back to you, boys.
Congratulations, Sam. Yeah, big shout out to all the South African crew. Jason Ribbing, of course, 2 times ISA World Longboard Champion Matthew Mouse-Muir, and of course Simone Robb, herself an ISA World Longboard Champion, and then Stephen Sawyer, 2017 WSL World Longboard Champion. So heritage. And Christensen, for me, he's got that kind of air of a Sean Thompson about him. He's a cool, good-looking dude, and he's surfing well. But let's focus now on the Bioglan replay of our 3 times World Longboard Champion.
Yeah, Honolulu there, just trying to back up that first wave, which was a really nice one, and kicking off. There was not much action happening, but this is looking really nice. Nice footwork. This is what we kind of fall in love with her surfing. It's this beautiful footwork, and then gets back on that tail and can really jam those turns.
Nice in and out of those turns. Again, that beautiful sweep of the cutback there really has that aggressive approach on the cutback, but also that elegance.
Yeah, it's very smooth and flowing, so it's great surfing there. None of the ladies yet have got anything of real substance. They're just feeling it out, just trying to find some rhythm. Conditions are getting a little tougher at the moment, where the tide's dropping. Not quite enough yet to slide into the bowl, and the swell's a little smaller today, so it's going to get a little tricky for the next couple of heats until they really adjust with that tide running right out.
So a little recap. 2 Hawaiians against 1 local surfer. B. Conroy, of course, the regular footer from Victoria, winner of the Vic State titles this year. Regular at Point Lonsdale, riding Sharma Buttonshaw boards. She is in white. She's got a 3.33. Honolulu Bloomfield, 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion in 2017, 2019, 2021. Took the ISA World Longboard title earlier this year in El Salvador in 2024. Had won the Junior ISA World Longboard Championship back in 2013, beating all the junior boys in that event. Martin Correa from France came second, got silver in that event. But Kiani Canulo, she's just dropped a score of a 3.87. Rides the Kai Salas Longboard Company built boards, often on the Guava Jam or the Lava Flow. Her partner Carla, great surfer, he's here. He had a good time at Urban Surf in Melbourne as well very recently.
Yeah, he's a fantastic surfer and powerful, and got that Hawaiian raw power, so it was great to see him having fun in the pool. Not afraid to pull in either. He's getting some nice little tubes, so they've had a great time so far, but now the focus is on the contest. They need to put on performances. All the 3 ladies here are here. They're hungry. They're ready. Honolulu obviously probably comes into the heat as the favourite, just with her 3 world titles and surfing that she does. But here we go, B up and riding.
The regular foot, a nice start to this wave. Couple of cross steps out of that first rail turn there, and that wave just dying on her, so she'll add to that 3.33, but it won't be a significant score. But she's staying lively, busy, so she's going to be pleased to be here. But she did surf at this event last year as well.
Yeah, she did, and like I was saying earlier, she's gone away, put in a lot of effort in her surfing. Here she goes, fading into this one.
Nice fade. 4 steps towards the front of the board, walking back to the tail there. Again, a couple more cross steps, keeping that trim speed through the white water, opting to choose that wave through the inside. 19 minutes remaining. She'll leave Honolulu Bloomfield out there with priority. That P next to the surfer in red, that means that surfer has priority. For all of the surf fans tuning in back home, Josh, explain a little bit about the priority system and why it's important in competitive surfing.
Yeah, it's really important in competitive surfing. So we see B here just on this replay, just sort of being patient, waiting. Unfortunately, just didn't really, nothing eventuated with it kicking out. But yeah, the priority is really important, Sam, because you have right away. So Honolulu is sitting out there in red. Any wave that comes through that she wants to take, Blue has to pull back and give her the right away. Second priority, which Blue has right now, she can take any wave over white. So it just, if a wave does come and it's something that you want, you don't have to feel like you're fighting for the inside priority. You can sit wherever you want in the lineup and then position yourself to do your beautiful surfing.
We've got Sophia Colhane, Kira Molnar, and Coyote Inui coming up next. Coyote, of course, won the trials event at Torquay Point yesterday. Kira Molnar, the president of the World Surfing Reserve up there in Noosa, of course, rides those classic Malibu Peter White built boards. Sophia Colhane, her mum Sarah, went to school in Geelong. She is half Australian. She's very comfortable along this coastline. A lot of family will be on the sand, on the cliffs, watching and cheering Sophia Colhane from Hawaii.
Yeah, really cool. Sophia had her cousins down here, 2 little twins down here the other week watching, so that was really cool to watch, and here we go again.
Her dad, Kalohe, on the sand watching. Her partner, Clay, of course, a iconic, legendary skateboarder. He's got a lot of friends who'll be competing in the Olympics in the skateboarding, but right now it's Honolulu Bloomfield through the middle section there, up onto the tip, and then just winding that back with some cutbacks, cross-stepping back up to the nose for a touch of the 5, and again, staying quick with the footwork, locking in a nice 10, hips forward, quick soul arch, cleanly walking out of that soul arch there and just floating that final section. Panache, timing, poise, everything about that wave showed somebody tuned in, ready to go for a big result.
I love that wave. That was awesome. Just the flow. I really like when she turns, there's that little bit of spice out of the turn. It shoots her off, gets the board back in trim, up, quick nose work, and then back. She's not forcing anything, not trying to oversurf the wave. To be honest, the waves aren't amazing today. It's a little bumpy and wobbly, but just really nice flow here. Letting it run, trim, forward, back on the tail, and up to the nose. So really well done. This is a really nice, well-surfed wave.
And how about the way she links this more critical nose ride through the middle here on this last section?
Yeah, and just the patience, isn't it? Here it is here, nice 5 into the 10, stands back, and then finishes really strong and clean. Well done. It's a great wave, but it's kind of what we expect because she's a 3-time world champ. She surfs phenomenally and a great reader of the ocean.
There we go, B up and riding. She's going to add to her score. She's already kicked it off with a 3.33 and a 1.9, so that will be that 3rd score coming through for B. And Kiani waiting out back for her 2nd wave. She's sitting there with priority. We're expecting a big score from Honolulu Bloomfield. She'll add to that 4.33 as Kiani has a look at this. Our surfer from Hawaii in blue. She's stroking into this with a high line potentially, but that wave just not allowing her to drop down in, but she may well still be alone out back, so she may just about keep her priority, Josh.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. She can have a little look around. The girls aren't back in the lineup yet, so she's got that opportunity to get priority back. And here's this one of B, just hanging with it, just waiting for the opportunity. Nice swoop back to the pocket here. Just the difference we're seeing between this wave and Hono's wave. Hono was getting the leaks and the nose riding through.
But that was nice, wasn't it? Locked in 5 at the back there. Lovely down carve out of the turn. So, good composure, demonstrating use of all of the board, covering a lot of ground on the wave.
Totally. I think the girls really need to keep pace with Hono right now. They can't let Hono find that rhythm and that flow like she does. And once she gets that momentum, she's pretty hard to stop. That wave has come in at a 6.33, so that's going to be a real keeper for this heat.
Absolutely. So add to that 4.33. So that's that heat total now combined. That 10.66 number is just adding together that 6.33 and that 4.33. And when the judges drop these scores out of 10, we eliminate the lowest and the highest score and take that average. A lot of first-timers get confused when they see this kind of 6.33, but it's that mix of the 7s, the 6.5s, the 6s, and highest and lowest eliminated, and then an average taken from those other 3 scores. And that is why you get those odd numbers, those decimal points. And this is, I find, surf contests for kids at school interested in math. This is a great little kind of bit of math. Sometimes it's more about working out what the surfer might need. All of these surfers are currently chasing our 3 times world longboard champion. Let's find out who it's going to be after the bonsai brew break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Victoria, a geologist's dream with some incredible coastal and inland landscapes from Princeton all the way down to Allansford, the likes of the Gibson Steps and the Arch and the London Bridge and the Lockham Gorge and the Bay of Martyrs and the Bay of Islands. It really is an incredible coastline to enjoy, and of course it has the iconic Coliseum of competitive Australian surfing, the longest running surf carnival and surf competition in the globe, the only place to appear every season on the WCT. Of course, earlier in the year we had the Rip Curl Pro, but right now this is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic on your screen. It's Hawaiian Keani Kanulo chasing a score of a 6.79. She's sitting there in first priority. She's got a 3.87. Out there in first position, it's our Hawaiian 3-times Women's World Longboard Champion, Honolulu Bloomfield. She's got a 6.33 and a 4.33. Our local surfer, our winner of the Vic State titles, B. Conroy, riding her locally built Sharma Buttonshaw surfboards. She's looking good, a 4.6 and a 3.33. 2006 Josh Constable world champion. What do you think B needs to do now to build on that strong backup score of a 4.6?
Yeah, I'd love to see both of them, both B and Keani, getting a little busier right now. I'd love for B to try and improve on the 4.6, maybe not chasing that 6.07, because we've seen it's hard to get those scores right now. But if she can improve on a 5, 5.5, it'll reduce that second score. And the same for Keani. Rather than trying to get the big 6-point ride, quickly back it up. Let's get something in the Keani 4, 4.5, 5, and just chip away at the score. If Hono gets another 6, it's pretty much out of reach for both the other ladies. So they need to get busy now. They've got to start building a little bit of a house and then work on one wave right in the last minute.
Of course, it's that non-elimination first round. All of the surfers seeded into these heats of 3. The winners move into round number 3. Surfers finishing in second and third, reseeded for 8 woman-on-woman heats across that round 2. We've got big names coming up. We've got the likes of Sophia Colhane, Khalees Kaleopa'a, we got Soleil Erico, our reigning world champion. We got Mason Schremer, Alice Lemoine, Rachel Tilley, Zoe Gropignon. We've also got some new names coming through. We've got regulars like Natsumi Teoka. We've got Roisin Carolan from Byron Bay. We've got Molly Powell, of course. Molly, fantastic opportunity for her to shine with the best. And we've got some young talent. Chloe Coleman, not the Chloe Calmon from Brazil we're used to seeing, who's having a year off competitive surfing, but Chloe Coleman from Montauk, same spot as Chase Leader, a fantastic young surfer riding Michael Takayama billboards.
Yeah, there's a lot of exciting talent coming on this year, and I'm excited to see Chloe surf in the free surf. She's been a bit of a standout. Looks comfortable out here, feels comfortable with the colder water because she's used to that from coming from home. So there's exciting heats to come this afternoon, and it's going to be action-packed.
Everyone had a look at that little last set. No takers. Patiently out back, waiting for her second score is Keani. Having a look at that one in third priority B. That opportunity, Josh, to be in third priority, it allows you a little bit of freedom.
It does for sure, and that's when B now has to try and get busy. Unfortunately, the time's starting to run out. That the chance of getting 2 waves is starting to get slimmer, that now they do have to get patient and try and get that score in the 1 wave.
And talking of someone who knows how to score good rides in competitive surfing, a legend, born in Melbourne, Gail Cooper won 14 Victorian state titles and 10 Bells events through the 60s and into the early 70s. She is down there with Berlin.
It is an absolute honor to be in front of surfing royalty. And as a female logger, I'm just so appreciative of you coming down and supporting the event and supporting the women. Can you just give us a little bit of history about yourself here and about the wave? You're just explaining to me about your favorite part of the wave. Yeah, so can you give us a little insight on that?
Well, today's very much like it used to be, you know. Cold, windy, onshore, waves not all that great, but, you just have to pick the best out of it. It's not all that big, so I'm sort of feeling for people in the water because it's looking familiar.
And you're telling us that before these stairs were here, you ladies had to slide down on your bums with your board?
Everybody did. And the car park was mud, so you'd get changed on the bonnet of your car because your feet would be just absolutely covered in red sort of soil. And it'd still be between your toes when you got to the bottom, so you'd have to sort of wash it off. But there's a really good photo of Midget. I think it's at the museum of him on about the fourth last step. And you can see they're really, really wonky, and they've just got a couple of little bits of wood and some water pipe holding, the steps up. So it was quite quite something for everybody to just get down the hill. And sand always felt really, really cold, and it's gritty. So yeah, it was quite an ordeal, really. And it was always windy. Not many times when we could remember that much sun, actually. Yeah.
And so you were able to show up at the first World Championships at Manly.
Yeah, that was a big surprise because I'd only surfed lawn, and I'd sort of surfed there for a year and probably 2 or 3 months I'd been learning to surf. And one of the organisers rang up my dad and said, "We hear your daughter can surf, bring her around." I'd never seen bells ever. And I just thought, oh well, just paddle out and catch something, And I ended up winning that event, which was the Victorian titles, turned out to be. And the prize was you got to go to the nationals, which turned out to be combined with the world titles, which was the first one. So.
And you ended up winning 4 of them, went on to world champions, 14 of them, 14 national titles. And then you went on to taking a 4th at Manly.
Is that all right? Yeah, 5 national titles. Yeah, and in that first world title, I got 4th. So I was pretty pleased with that, actually.
And then you went on to Rincon and San Diego as well.
Yeah, and where did we go? Puerto Rico, 68. Yeah, that was interesting, to say the least.
Warm water.
Wasps coming out of the bushes at you, and sea urchins in your feet that were still coming out a month later, and yeah, it was a bit of a learning curve, that one. But
and now you're back home supporting one of the local girls. Can you give us a little bit of insight of that?
Yeah, well, I still live in Lorne, and so anybody sort of in Victoria is kind of your local, So B. Connor is from Point Lonsdale, and Peter Goodall, who's behind me, who's come to watch. We competed against each other here in the 60s, and these families here, and it was a bit like bells at Easter when everybody turned up to cheer on Ellie Harrison, It's like, once you get a Victorian in, everybody goes, yay,
And that's the beauty about events like this. It is really engaging community. It's bringing people together. And again, it is so amazing to have the women who've paved the future, not only for Australian surfing, but other women throughout all these different generations. So it is an absolute honor to be here. And I appreciate your contribution to women's surfing, as well as, yeah, you do, don't you? We're just down here laughing. So thank you again for coming down and your insight. And I hope you have the most beautiful day down here.
Thank you. Well, when I warm up, I'll be right.
All right,
I'm getting used to it as a local. You sort of just put gloves on and another layer, and yeah. And I noticed a few Hawaiians have got booties on, and I thought, good idea, out in the water. Yeah.
And thank God for good wetsuits now. So, all right, well, we're gonna take it back to you boys up there and continue laughing down here. But yeah, we got the amazing Gail Cooper, absolute pioneer in women's longboarding down here. Thank you for your amazing insight. Thank you. Back to you boys up in the booth.
Oh, that was gold. Brilliant. If you could bottle that wisdom of Gail Cooper, you'd have a bestseller. Of course, her father, Stan, a pioneer of surfing administration. And of course, she became such an unbeatable force in Australian surfing, and heavily inspired by fellow Victorian Wayne Lynch. And it was really great to hear Berlin celebrate some of her accolades, and also to hear her celebrating B, up and riding, chasing a score, needing a 6.07. Josh, what does she need to do to get this win?
Yeah, we saw just then while we were speaking, that was a couple of ways. She just needs to get busy. Her surfing's nice and flowy, but she has to get busy. She has to give those judges manoeuvres. They want to see nose rides. They want to see big calves. She's got the beautiful flow. She doesn't have to worry about that now. We've got to get busy. We've seen Honolulu put that 6.33 together with big calves. nose work. So the ladies are surfing well, but they've just got to go to the next level if they want to kind of match it with Hono.
So that will be her 7th ride for B. She's chasing a 6:07. She's got a 4.6 and a 3.9 for her top 2 rides. They have come later with that 4th and 5th ride, so proving that getting some of those waves out of priority are paying off. But right now it's our heat leader, our 3 times women's world longboard champion, fading, keeping a high line, 6 cross steps cleanly up to a 5, walking out of that 5 and then just flexing low to keep her balance back into the pocket, using that cutback and that rail game to just stay in the pocket. Again, a nice high line with 6 steps, back up for a locked 5, into a 10, staying in trim for another 5 through the inside, walking out of that 5 onto the shallows, but looking cool, Honolulu Bloomfield.
And that just goes to show, Sam, just the composure, feeling comfortable out here. You can see the difference just with Honolulu surfing and B surfing, just Hono just keeping busy, making sure she's getting to the nose. So she's turning, no downtime, straight back to the nose, turning back to the pocket, walking, trimming, just doing it all and on all parts of the wave. So the judges are going to love that wave. I feel like it's going to better her 4.33 and really secure that first place.
And so much inspiration would have crept through from the impact of the likes of Gail Cooper to these young female longboarders. You know, Gail's presence at the 64 world titles, the San Diego 66 world title that Nat Young won, moving then into Puerto Rico, won by Philip Pomar. And of course, now we see the young Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield going for her 4th world title and starting her campaign in style.
Yeah, that was a great heat, but to have Gail down here, that is surfing royalty right there. We celebrate a lot of the guys, Nat, Midget, Wayne Lynch, but this is surfing royalty. She's done it all for a long time, and to get her here at the event right now, like, it's inspirational, not just for the guys, but for the females, and her to still be down here supporting female surfing. That's what it's all about.
Fantastic performance also for B. Conroy. Gets the 2nd place there, a 4.6 and a 4. Kiani Canulo didn't get that strong backup score, kicked off with a good 3.87. So B and Kiani will move into the elimination round 2. Honolulu Bloomfield books her spot in that round 3, therefore likely to have a day off, a rest day tomorrow, while we will probably move into that elimination round 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's looking like the forecast is looking great. We're getting some nice waves coming for the weekend. So Honolulu will be stoked to maybe have tomorrow off, then focus on the weekend and start putting on another performance like that.
Fresh Myers board under her arm, performed very well, but coming up next, we have got some exciting surfing with Kelly's, Sive Gerard and Sakura Inui. That'll be our 3rd heat, but before that it's going to be Sophia Colhane, Kira Molnar and Coyote Inui. So the 2 sisters will be competing after each other as Honolulu with Clay and her dad Kalohe waiting for that score. Stay with us, we'll find out what it is after these messages. Here we are on the Surf Coast Shire that stretches across the lands of the Wadawurrung and Eastern Mar, people from Torquay through Anglesey and Ayers Inlet to Lorne, as we can just see a kick out there from our Japanese surfer, Kaidi Inui. She's got her brother Taka Inui in the men's draw, and also her sister Sakura will be coming up. Kaidi and Sakura both finished in positions first and second at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic Trials yesterday at Torquay Point. And our young Japanese surfer is going to be against Sophia Culhane from Hawaii and Kira Molnar from Noosa, of course. Josh Constable, Kira, somebody you have grown up seeing. She has a huge positive role in not only Noosa but globally, the first female president of any of the world's 10 World Surfing Reserves, and the fact that she is president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve says so much about her work beyond just wave riding.
Yeah, it's so special to have these organisations looking after our ocean and our shorelines and making sure that we just keep it pristine and what it should be, and just enjoy the ocean for what it is. So she's doing a great job up there. She's looking after Noosa, and the whole group up there are doing great things. So we're very grateful for the work that they're putting in.
And Sophia Culhane, no stranger to Victoria. Her mum grew up here, went to school in Geelong, but right now up and riding, having won the trials event at Torquay Point yesterday. Kaidi Inui, nice opening turn, cross steps to a 5, locks in that 5, cross steps cleanly out of that nose ride, takes a high line with 6 good steps, walking back into another nose ride, cleanly walks out, goes to the tail, extends, accelerates, floats, and just stalls it enough to stay out of that short break and swims herself through the shallows onto the sand, demonstrating a great variety of skills there. That is a world-class longboarder on show.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. They're such a cool family, so energetic, and just always buzzing, lots of fun, and that's a really good way for her. She's going to be very happy with that, to get a campaign underway with a score like that.
A 2 times ISA SUP champion as well. So all of the Inui family excel as shortboarders, sup riders and longboarders, and the fact that they're traveling here with their mum, they have that tight unit, and all 3 of the siblings represented in the event. That's pretty unusual, as we see this replay of Kira Molnar from Queensland.
Yeah, here goes Kira with a nice fade up to the nose, cutting back here. Just keeping busy, keeping that footwork, finding that flow, waiting for a section to stand up here. And looking like it's going to stand up on the inside. Nice hang 5 here, so this one's really nice. Getting a little steeper and finishing up right there on the inside.
Right on the bricks, that was.
That was shallow. And here we go. K80 on this one. Patient on the takeoff. Nice cutback, draws it back to the pocket. Gets a little sticky and a little loss of control. But here it is, nice little 5. This is good. Again, the board's trimming nice and calm and composed, and then finishes up here strong. So both her and Kira will be happy with those waves. Good starters, and a little bit of freestyle to finish it off.
Big time freestyle. Scrappy start, but clean finish, and a lot of good work through the middle. But how much of an impact does that slightly scrappy start have on a score sometimes?
Yeah, it's not going to go excellent. It's not going to be high up there. Hopefully for both her and Kira, those scores won't be in their total at the end. So, but we have seen it's getting a little slower. We saw in that last heat there wasn't many opportunities, so the ladies will have to get busy and really capitalise when the sets come.
Shout out to Auntie Megs back home in Hawaii. Of course, Megan Godinez coaches Sophia Culhane. She'll be tuning in. Mum Sarah on the sand. Mum Sarah grew up here in Victoria. Sophia opts not to take that wave. Kaidi up and riding. Again, a high line. Control from the opening turn there. Using the footwork. Out on the shoulder. Cutting back. This wave looking like it's going to die. Opted to take it. The wave didn't really deliver much, as we can see a nice wall for Kira Molnar. Straight to the tip on her classic Malibu. Peter White built board. I'm sure Peter will be tuning in Peter's very, very distinguished, of course, a hugely influential person in surf culture, in longboard shaping, traveled the world, worked all over the world, very proud to see Molnar riding his equipment, and she is looking strong on this, Josh.
Yeah, that's a really nice wave. She didn't have priority there and sort of seemed to get that one off Sophia, so she'll be stoked with that one. She's getting her campaign underway. We saw that last wave come in at a 4.33, backing it up there, so she's going to take a little lead early on in this heat, so she'll be really stoked, and that'll settle the nerves. Now she can get into some rhythm and start surfing some waves.
So 21 minutes remaining, waiting for that last score to come in for Keira Molnar. Here it is, Sophia Culhane in red, smooth on her Michael Takayama board. That wave not allowing her to really link things up. Josh, let's talk about the tide. We had high tide 8:30 local time. Local time right now close to 1 p.m. How is the tide going to affect lineup positioning for the competitors?
It definitely looks like this heat, when we had that pull back vision before, that looks like the ladies have moved over into the bowl. So they've adjusted. High tide when always over at Rincon in these small swells. Now the tide's dropping out, so they've moved back. They have to get busy. If they're in the bowl, they have to capitalise on that takeoff where it stands up and it gets a little steeper. They would like to try and get a nose ride and a big carve out of it, and then it's all about the linking work to get to the shore. So they're going to have to read the wave well. They're going to have to select the right wave and put the manoeuvres in the right spot to get those beautiful scores.
So low tide, 1:38 local time. Not massive tides today, but this is the replay of our surfer from Japan. Drops to 2.33 for the last score.
So that's the opportunity. It stands up. She only got the one big carve, and then the wave died out, where Keira's sort of read that one well. Little bit deep on it. Got a little stuck at the start, but comes around it. And we're just waiting to see what she can do through this midsection. Following the board, the board's trimming up to the nose right there, which is really nice. Trying to drive off the bottom, or didn't want to really drive and accelerate up into the lip, which got her there a little late and got a little stuck. But again, still a nice little score, and she'll probably jump into the lead with that one, so she's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, 3.3, backed up with a 4.33 for her second wave. So Keira Molnar moves up into first. Coyote Inui from Japan. She is up and riding in the white singlet, just coming deep into that section. Comes off the middle of the wave, top turn, lively, clean footwork, stretching out for a 5, and then walks back to the middle of the board all the way to the tail, and then goes for the float, commits right into the sandy shore break. No rocks there, just sand, so that will be a safe landing, but she would have liked to have finished that cleaner.
Yeah, if she at least rides out of it and then jumps off, they're going to give it to her, because knowing it's so shallow, but I feel like there wasn't enough control on that finishing turn to get awarded with that, but it was a pretty nice, well-surfed wave. Only needs a 3.9. It could go close to maybe, here we go, here's the takeoff, up to the nose. Good nose ride on the opening section, brings it back in. She's got a lot of flow, like the board's running nicely. She's keeping the speed through this midsection. Nice little turn, change of direction up to the nose. A little funky on the walk there, but coming back. I think if she finishes this, Sam, this becomes an okay wave and it'll come into her account, but unfortunately not tidy enough at the end.
Well, from one Pacific Coast rider in Japan to a icon of Hawaiian surfing in the Pacific, 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion. She took her first heat win of the day, and she is with Berlin.
Hi, yes, I am here with Honolulu. We're just having a little chat about the shifting conditions and how she kind of started up one spot and chased it down, and yes, you end up winning that heat. So tell us how you feel now, because you're cold, purple hands.
Yeah, I'm pretty cold. I think, yeah, there wasn't that many waves in our heat that I could find, so I was sitting and got a little chilly, but yeah, I got one early on in the heat and then another later on in the heat, and I was just trying to find them, but it was really difficult out there. I think the first heat always is like a little like first heat jitters too, but the heat before us was up the point, so we went up there, and then by the end of our heat it was like more towards the bowl. So.
And obviously with the tide changing and stuff, chasing around and so forth, how's your boards feeling right now?
Yeah, actually I just got this board right before I came, I've only rode it a couple times, but the times I have rode it, it's felt great. It's my new favorite model from my shaper, Myers Surfboards. He's a really cool guy, great shaper, and yeah, I'm stoked to feel comfortable on my equipment.
Yeah, can you give me a little insight on your new favorite model, please?
I think it's a 9.3, and that's all I know.
Oh, that's okay, it's 9.3, that's a start. Okay, that's okay, we'll dissect your board in a little bit. But congratulations, and go warm up, because I know you're cold, and we look so forward to seeing you in the next round. You, go Hawaii. Anyone you want to shout out to?
My whole family.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Honolulu. Back to you, boys.
Well, from one woman representing Hawaii to another, up and riding, Sophia Colhane. Trim speed is quick. Walks up towards the nose, walks back to the tail on her Michael Takayama single fin. Engages that rail, loose, high liner here, back up for another nose ride through the inside, and kicking out cleanly. So Sophia Colhane will add to that 3.5, and she's going to feel confident about that, Josh.
Yeah, that was a really nice, well-surfed wave. It's funny, Sophia and Katie, that they kind of look similar in their approach, nice and calm through the dead sections and then standing on the tail and swooping nice turns. So this is a pretty nice, I like the composure, forward to center, nice trim, getting over this next section, no major maneuvers yet, but just waiting for the opportunity.
And great demonstration of technique, you know, for longboarders tuning in around the world, using the arms for balance, but you know, all the flex is coming from the hips down to the ankles, down to the knees, and keeping that upper body composed.
Yeah, that wave, it actually didn't eventuate to be too much for her, so she'll want to get back out there quickly and just get control again, try and get that priority and just get another score on the board, because her surfing is next level. It's exciting. She's going to go a long way this year in all the events. She's a contender for the title for sure. So she just needs to get this heat underway and start surfing some waves, and she's going to be fine.
Yeah, and she had big results last year. She won in El Salvador, 5th in Bells, but this is the replay of Kira Molnar. She's got a 4.33 and a 3.30 for her top scores.
Yeah, and here she goes. So this nice wave, she's just being nice and patient, cross-stepping, keeping busy, keeping the judges engaged, and just waiting for it to stand up so she can get on the nose. Kira's a fantastic nose rider, and coming from Noosa, we get to really fine-tune that sort of surfing. So she won't be too stoked with that one, but she's going to get back out. Same as Sophia. So the girls just needed this 15 minutes to go. We're halfway through the heat. They've all had a lot of opportunities now. They just need to get a little calmer, stay composed, get themselves on the nice waves, and just let their surfing do the talking.
Absolutely. Looks like a little bit of a calm spell here. A couple of little kind of waves on the horizon there, nothing significant. 14 minutes remaining. Kaidi is taking the lead with that 3.73 and that 4.7. So this seems like a great time to have a bonsai brew break. Stay with us, longboard fans. This is the Melbourne Flight Cam, celebrating the Great Ocean Road, and we'll be right back after these messages. Big shout out to Bioglan for all this physical activity you can do down here in Victoria. Of course, Bioglan, the official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and something that we should all feast on to really keep ourselves young and active and be able to enjoy all the sights and scenery and surfing opportunities on the Great Ocean Road as we get back to the action live from Jurup Bells Beach, of course, Wadawurrung country, with Sophia Culhane, Kira Molnar and Kaidi Inui, Japan, Australia, Hawaii, battling for that spot in the round 3. It's non-elimination. Surfers in second and third move to elimination round 2. Surfer who finishes first will move into round 3. And this is the replay of Kira Molnar.
Yeah, nice and patient here, just waiting for that opportunity and just waiting. Here it is. Nice nose right there. She'll be stoked with that one. Back up again. Needs to finish nice and strong here on the inside. And that's the sort of surfing that we know that Kira can do. So she'll be really happy with that one. She's going to need to get back out and get another score. And here's Sophia, live action, Sam.
Yeah, looking to just connect with that wave there. Now the surfers have moved onto the Bells Bowl. We're sitting close to that low tide. The tide will be pushing in from around 2 p.m. local time this afternoon. 10 minutes remaining. Our surfer from Japan, having won the trials at Torquay Point yesterday, she's streaking into this with a high line, straight in trim, straight up to the tip, stretches in for a 5, lifts those arms into a soul arch, and then goes back to the tail, sweeps that cut back, spray flamboyance out of that turn. A couple more cross steps, moving back into the pocket, then climbing and dropping. And I must say, Josh, we are seeing some phenomenal surfing. There's no question that with these conditions, it's a little bit tricky today, but that was sensational. Into the 10 through the inside, and had she finished cleanly, we could have seen something up into the excellent range.
Yeah, that was sensational, Sam. That's by far the best wave we've seen through the heat. But here goes Kira up on. Just bouncing off the bottom a little bit there, but here she goes, tightening it up. Nice nose ride there.
Overhead section at the start, but then this wave just kind of dying out on her. But she's been busy, Kira Molnar. That will be her 6th wave, but we've seen a lot of waves ridden from all of the surfers. It's Sophia Culhane with a 3.5 and a 3.7. It's Kaidi Inui out there in first with a 3.73 and a 4.70, but you get the feeling that this next score to drop for our surfer from Japan could replace her backup score, may well be her highest score of the heat. Kira Molnar just drops a 3.67, so she stays in second. She needs a 4.11 to move to first. Sophia Culhane will need a 4.73 to move to first, but I'm feeling that we're going to see a decent score coming through for our surfer in white from Japan.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it out there, Sam, that was a really well-surfed wave. Great nose ride like we're seeing from here from Sophia.
Wow.
Big carving turn.
Josh, that opening 5, the length of time on the nose, the size of the wave, the in-the-pocket degree of difficulty of the nose ride, and like you say, backed up with that big carving turn, still going through the inside. Good trim speed from the middle of the board, walks back to the tail, goes for the roller coaster there, right there on the sand, but a lot of fantastic surfing already delivered up to that point.
Yeah, the judges have their work cut out for them now, so they're going to have to compare that one with K80's last wave. I think K80's, she got the mid-section, she got that big hang 10 on the inside, great nose ride on the outside. So similar waves, I think K80 gets the upper hand because there was a little more work done.
Yeah, well, it felt like Sophia's wave had a stronger start. K80's wave had a better middle and end, and it will be very interesting. My instinct says they're going to be quite similar, but I have to admit, I loved the clarity of the maneuvers from Sophia, you know, the length of time on the ride. But let's analyze these now, Josh.
So there's that nose ride on the takeoff, big swooping carve. I really like that. It's clean. This one died off a little bit here, so she's patient, waiting. But I really like this little adjustment here, little swooping turn, generating speed, coming out in the walk, into the 5, holding it, driving along the section, into a nice 10, little bit of levitation. And just there, we're seeing the young surfer, just not the maturity to know that, hey, this is a really good score. If I can tidy this up, finish it all the way through, it goes excellent.
But how's this on the Bioglan replay? Into the 5, and then the way she just leans those hips forward, locking in to the 10. It's really fantastic. So
yeah, this is great. So we haven't seen this yet in a heat, so that was really well done. And Kira on a nice size wave here with a great nose rod on the takeoff. Just got to hang on here, find that nice little pocket. You've got to keep, at the moment, because we're in the bowl, we've got to surf, and then we've got to make sure we cut back to... And here's that replay of Sophia's. Really nice.
Yeah, I like the start of this. I mean, I felt like it got the edge over Kaidi's wave from the start, and it'll be interesting to see how that exchange comes out, Josh. What do you think? Is it going to go higher or lower than our surfer in white?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. I would love to see her finish this maneuver as well. That's an incomplete maneuver, but it was a great hang 5. Here it is here. Look at this one. 5 on the nose, steps back, drives back to the pocket. Really nice surfing.
I feel as if this is live action now. Looking back on that replay, I feel as if a big score was already dropped just for those first 2 elements alone, and I think she's going to now become the front runner as we see her moving through to the inside.
Yeah, and her backup's a 3.5 or a 3.7. We could see her replace it with that last wave that was live just then. So a lot of action going on here.
Up and riding, our heat leader. She's got a 6.5 for her last score. Waiting for that last score, Sophia Culhane. It comes in at a 3.93, not enough. So Sophia Culhane moves up into second. Kaidi looking to replace now. A 4.7 engages that rail through the middle of the wave. Again, sweeping, cutting back, aggressive turns, spray being thrown, but then quick, clean footwork, a tight 5, almost gets the 10, shuffles out of that last nose ride, but keeps composure, widens the stance, grabs the rail, and roller coasts out and jumps onto the sand.
Whoa, that was crazy. What a finish to the wave. Commitment, finishing it, riding out of it. That is going to be a huge score, Sam. And the first time we've seen the ladies really open up. She's doing these great nose rides on the outside, but those turns a little spicier, putting a little bit more body into it, throwing some spray and accelerating out of the turns. That's going to be a really good score. It's going to be interesting to see if that passes her 6.5. She didn't get the crazy hang 10 that we saw on the 6.5. However, those turns through the midsection, generating speed out of each turn, it's going to be exciting to see.
So if we think back to the 4.93 that Sophia got for her last ride and the 6.5 Kaidi got for her last ride, why do you think the Japanese surfer came out on top on that exchange?
I feel like Kaidi got a little, the nose ride on the outside was a little speedier and quicker, and then maybe put a little bit more oomph into her turn, where Sophia got back off the nose and maybe it just, the wave fattened out a little bit. She didn't swoop as much. So they were kind of similar, but maybe the turn was stronger from Kaidi. And then definitely the mid work that she got done, that hang 10 on the inside, lifted the score, and then they both didn't quite finish their waves, so they sort of finished the same there.
Sophia Culhane backs it up with a 5.27. So this is the replay of her last ride. It's not enough to go to first. She's now chasing a 5.94.
Yeah, this was a really nice wave, and this she caught a little bit further on the inside, but a little busier, where she didn't have this on the 4.93. So this was really nice.
Clean kick out as well, and this is the score we're waiting to drop.
So this was really nice too. Great 5, little bit of levitation in the nose, but hooking into that, really getting it on the rail. Lost a little control on that one, but here again, ripping into it, throwing spray, hooking into it again. So I like this, and generating off the bottom turn. Great 5 here, little sneaky 10, comes back, and you've got to reward the commitment here. Up, high line, rolling it out. Total make. We've got to make. She's on dry sand, so that's a make. That's a great wave.
And it comes in at a 7.67, so the highest score of the heat, now meaning that Sophia Culhane needs an 8.9 to move to first. Kira Molnar needs a 9.84. So some scores going up into the high 8s, others in the mid 7s. The average taken, the highest and lowest eliminated. The average of those 3 scores comes out at a 7.67. What a statement for our young surfer from Japan, here with her brother and her sister and her mum.
I was going to say, we're witnessing something pretty cool and something pretty special. We've got 3 family members surfing in the same event. We don't see that very often. We saw it in the CT on the shortboard side. But look at this one for Kira. Nice nose ride there. And just unfortunately, the waves closing out.
Yeah, we talked about siblings, brothers and sisters. Of course, we had the Hobgoods on the CT, but we also had the Wilsons, Bart and Seb Wilson competing together on the longboard tour. But now we have the Inuis from Japan. We have Taka in the men's, we have Kaidi, and we have Sakura. And it's Kaidi Inui, off the back of winning the trials yesterday, who gained her spot here as a wild card. She is currently beating Sophia Colhane and Kira Molnar, two hugely impactful surfers in competitive longboarding who both got world title campaigns in them, currently now needing big scores to move into that third round.
Yeah, they're both under pressure now, both Kira and Sophia. They've got to be really patient. The good thing for Sophia, she's got priority. She has an 8.9 in her. So her surfing is next level. It's really, really solid. So she's got great nose work, big turns. If she can get a wave that we've seen Kaidi get, that have been running through the bowl and getting that midsection link, I wouldn't be surprised if she got the score. So time's running down, but we'll see what happens.
The commitment on that 7.67, it was strong, you know, it was aggressive, but a little bit flustered on some of the shuffling. You know, there was wobbles, but the judges obviously recognizing that commitment, and there was a tenacity and there was a hunger throughout that whole ride from beginning to end.
Yeah, it's the want,
yeah,
the desire. I want to progress. I want to put on a performance. So I like that, really ripping into those turns.
Here
and it's probably why it didn't go excellent.
Josh up and riding 6 steps to the tip on her classic Malibu Peter White board. Walks out of that first nose ride, but that wall just sprints away. But she keeps her balance. She's chasing a big score. She's got the reform. It's Kira Molnar up and riding, walks back out, back down towards the tail. She just sets herself up a nice line through the inside into another 5, walks out of that nose ride, walks to the tail. She's going to come through to the sand in the short break. Can she ride out of this float right onto the beach? She can,
well
with charisma.
done.
And that was great surfing from Kira, but chasing a near perfect score of a 9.84 to move to first.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably not going to go to the score that she required, but she's going to take a lot of confidence knowing that she can complete these waves and surf them to the shore and put on nice performance.
And look at that iconic yellow sand. I mean, to see that sight, you know, this is a spiritual home of Australian surfing, and this young woman has just put on a great show, beating Sophia Colhane, and we do need a score for Kira Molnar, but we wouldn't expect it to be the 9.84. It's going to be a significant score for her, but 9.84 would be unlikely.
Yeah, and that's what a great performance for Kaidi to continue on that success and momentum that she created yesterday in the trials and getting her opportunity to surf against the world's best. Great surfing. She'll be really stoked. She'll probably have tomorrow off, but these guys don't rest. We've seen them in the free surfs. They're out here all day, first thing in the morning, late afternoon. Energizer bunnies, so it was cool to see. That was a great surfing. Sophia will be a little disappointed with that performance, but it's okay. You can have those wobbly starts because you get another chance into round 2.
Absolutely. She finished 3rd on the World Longboard Tour last year. She got 5th here at Bells, losing out to Chloe Calmon. She got 1st on the World Longboard Tour event in El Salvador, beating her good friend Khalees Kaleopaha, and she's going to be back strong in round 2, Josh.
She will for sure.
So we're going to be moving on to our next heat we've got Khalees Kaleopaha, Sive Gerard from American Samoa, and the sister of Inui, Sakura. She is going to be coming up. We're going to be having a short break. Congratulations, Kaida. What a win. Stay with us because we have got the waxhead Matt Janowski coming in to call the action alongside Grant Thomas.
beautiful Victoria. We're very close to Melbourne, but so much more to offer than just surfing and nightlife, hospitality, beautiful wildlife. Belen Connolly in the, sorry, I should repeat that. Belen, Kimball, Alvarez, and Matt Chinosky in the booth right now. I've known you for many years, including mucking up your name for the first time on camera. But say hello to the world. One of the most stylish regular foot longboarders in the world, joining us in the booth for the World Longboard Tour. Welcome.
It is an absolute honor to be here at such an iconic location, iconic wave. Being able to give some insight as to the sport that I'm so in love with. So thank you so much for being here and having me a part of it.
And an international affair in the water. We have Sive Jared, American Samoa, Sakura Inui, the sister of Kaidi, who just made it through that last heat, and Khalees Kaliopaa, you'd have to say the favourite going to this heat from Hawaii. We're going to have a fantastic heat ahead of us. This is heat 3 of the women out in the water right now, and something you're passionate about is women's longboarding, and we've got a glass off. We're in the Bells Bowl, and conditions have really got better throughout the day.
Oh, it's amazing. You know, just a couple heats ago, it was quite bumpy and windy and almost onshore. You had a little bit of white caps, and it's completely cleaned up. This inside is just giving the girls absolutely the most beautiful opportunity to showcase their style and their skills. And it is so nice to have really good conditions for the girls. So I'm so excited to be here to watch this and be able to commentate.
Yeah, it's amazing to have longboarding back at Bells Beach. This is the second year we've had the Longboard Tour down here. We're kicking off the season this year. This is the first of 4 event stops, and there's Khalees there. She lost in the round of 16 last year, but ended up going all the way through to the finals and falling short. She was one of the favourites going into that, but lost to Soleil Erico in the beautiful waves of Malibu. And this year we're going to have the final event in El Salvador, which is a wave not too dissimilar to what we have in Bells Beach.
El Salvador is beautiful. I was just there, and the points are just immaculate, really similar, to the wave here. Long paddle out, and it's obviously opposite, warm. So yeah, it should be a really good final for everyone to showcase, what they can bring after making it through the next 2 events.
And like Bells, I feel like it's a spot, although it's a right-hander, it's open to a goofy foot as well as a regular foot. I would have to say there's more area in the wave, so it's not as tight as somewhere like Malibu, so you might see a few upsets.
It depends if they end up going up to which point they end up running it at, because you actually can get a left off of one of the points,
yeah.
and then the ride itself, it gives a nice long wall. Definitely having to make sure you cut back into nice sections as well.
Well, the cutback is, so important, and somebody who knows how to cut back extremely well, which has got her that heat win, was Kaidi Inui, who's on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We've got a very special interview right now. We've got Katie here and Takamama, as they affectionately call her, so she's going to help us translate a little bit. But firstly, congratulations on a great heat win, and how did you enjoy the conditions?
まずは最初におめでとうございます。そしてこのヒートをどのように楽しみましたか？ありがとうございます。このヒートは、その前のヒートが兄のヒートだったんですけど、その時は波がすごい小さくてよくなかったんですけど、自分のヒートはいい波が来て、すごいいいライディングできてよかったです。Thank you very much for your compliment. In fact, the previous heat in which my brother is not so good, but so I'm very nervous. But my heat, fortunately, I got some good waves, so I'm very happy to win this heat.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance out there, and it was great to see you enjoy yourself so much. But it wouldn't be a good heat interview with asking you how you felt with the shore break and how you handled that down there today.
すいません。もう一回ごめんなさい。I'm very nervous, I'm very sorry. Calm down. なかなか大変なヒートでしたけれども、ショアブレイクの波とかをメイクするのに、どのように工夫をしましたか？
そうですね。ここの波は手前ショアブレイクがすごいメイクするのに難しいんですけど、そこを昨年の失敗を生かしてメイクできるように頑張りました。
Making the end at the shore break is very difficult at this point, but thinking of last year's failure, I'm trying to my best to make and concentrate to make the end, big end, and it was successful. So I'm very happy.
All right, finally, congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the event.
本当にまたおめでとうございます。次のヒートもぜひ頑張って勝ってください。ありがとうございます。頑張ります。Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, girls. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Good job there with that interview. Tucker Mama, who's always at every single event filming the kids, and another one of them out in the water, Sakura, the 16-year-old. He opened up with a fantastic wave we saw in the inset. Scores still to drop, but 21 minutes of action, and Khalees opened up with a 6-1-7. Our surfer in red. It's a solid score on a tricky Bells lineup out there, especially on your first surf, and to lock that in on your first wave, that's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, you've seen a couple of the girls drop a little bit lower scores, so it's nice to see a wave like that drop in for her. You know, her style is just absolutely amazing here with a beautiful wave up and riding here with our surfer in the white. Nice nose ride. Just coming unstuck. Hopefully didn't catch that rail in her chest. And then out the back is Khalees Kaliopaa on a beautiful wave here. Nice footwork, just really trimming that board, utilizing and opting to kick out of that one.
So that was in the inset earlier of that interview, was a replay of Kaide's wave, but we actually have Sakura, the sister, also in white in this heat, to not be mistaken. But this is Khalees, current heat leader, looking to back up that 617. Beautiful style, that Kai Salas designed surfboard, and see her just stepping all the way back and a nice strong turn. It's something that's a trademark of Khalees' style, is her finishes, really clean completions. And she did bow out early last year, but she had some great surfing and free surfing to go with it. And there's Sakura keeping really busy out there. And Sive Jarrett, a 417 to open up on her account. First time here in Bells Beach. She's traveling with her family. She lives in Hawaii, surfing for Samoa. Spends a lot of time traveling now, chasing. She was surfing for the ISA. She was over in Philippines, competing at the single and unattached as well. A very busy year, and she's traveling with her father, Lionel, and mum, Sue's here as well. Her brother is helping out. That's Jonah. And like a lot of we see, a lot of the families that are traveling, surfing, a lot of their siblings are professionals as well. And Lucy, the sister of Sive, is a professional shortboarder. And here goes Khalees. Talk us through this one.
Khalees on a beautiful 5, you know, beautiful toes hanging actually over the nose of that nice little wraparound cut back. Really trying to stay in close to the white water part of this. Just, you know, nice little footwork trimming, beautiful little faded bottom turn into nice setup for a nice 5. Again, opting to try to really work the inside of this as much as possible. Interesting to see how that's going to be compared to her top score. And then out the back on a beautiful 5, just unfortunately getting pulled off the top of that and getting sucked over the falls, which we all do.
Yep, certainly do. And she goes in priority. This is Sive having a look at this one. Strong, committed surfer. Let's see, she's up on the nose there. Nice opening nose ride. The wave's changing a lot throughout the day, so we're back on the Bells Bowl. We're at Rincon there, which is tucked up into the headland for the first half of the heat. Now, first half of the day, I should say. Beautiful redirect there. Smooth transition surfing. And just a relaxed body language. Yeah, just tying that one in nicely with a good kick out. The judges will appreciate the clean footwork there. And at this point, needing a chip away at an 827, she's off to a good start.
Yeah, that last wave of Khalees just dropped as a 6.17. We've got white up and riding here. She's looking for, you know, a combination. She's only got a 1.5 and a 1.63, you know, and that's not, those are just kind of throwaway scores with this beautiful wave right here. Nice side, beautiful locked in 10 there, back to a 5. Still just cruising on the 5, holding a nice line. And opting to finish it off a nice little flitter on the inside. I think we saw her running off of her last wave there into the shore break.
That one was actually her sister in the replay. Same color, white as well. She was in the heat before, so it looks like there could be a board change there. But you're exactly right, in that inset, there's a pretty committed end section there. And Bells, similar to what we're saying about El Salvador, it all comes down to those finishes and clean completions. And obviously, there's rocks on the inside here. And it's really, you can just see the sand's very soft. And it's quite hard when you run off, which is what we saw in that last hit. Kaidi actually going down. Looks like an equipment change. Perhaps a lighter, more responsive board. There's Khalees rounding that turn out. Action galore here at Bells Beach. Khalees carrying through momentum into the inside section. Going to redirect here. She gets the section. Nice footwork there, clean. Transition, go right, go left, and then back around, and she goes down. The damage is done. A 6.27, a 6.17. We'll see where that one gets placed, but she's looking really confident.
She is looking really confident, really relaxed. She's got her family here, which is always nice. You got all of Team Hawaii here supporting her, and I'm sure everyone back home. And a little replay here of our surfer in blue. Nice nose right there. Able to push through that little section and get back into the wave. Just really trying to make the most out of this wave, opting to do a little dance. Fading back into that, trying to get a nice little nose right again. Beautiful style. Do you know what size board she's riding?
Yeah, that one's a 9.4. And look at that snapping turnaround and stepping straight after the turn, which is key, which opened up the opportunity for that nose ride. And despite her riding quite a large nose rider style board, the technique's so good, she doesn't need all that area because these are professional athletes and they can nose ride in the pocket without the aid of all the rocker and all the area. So great technique there from Sive. And this is that wave where she came in and changed boards. So what was she feeling that perhaps made her want to change boards there, Billy?
I'm wondering if maybe her board might just be a little bit too heavy, not really giving her the opportunity to kind of turn to what she's really looking to. Beautiful nose ride again on that inside section, still holding it again. But I would think, if you're swapping to a lighter board, maybe you're needing just something that's just a little bit looser, able, I've got a couple boards that, I'll ride in smaller surf that a little bit light.
Well, as we wait for these scores to be locked in, we're going to go to a Bonsoi brew break, but don't go anywhere. The remainder of Heat 3 coming up shortly. Beautiful Bells Beach region. This is the Melbourne Flight Camp taking us through some of the beautiful scenery that we have surrounding our contest site at Bells Beach. You can just see a plethora of aquatic activities, but not just that. So much more to love around here. The beautiful cliffs and hikes. You've got great mountain bike ranges to go up and over. And how good's the food and the I guess you could say the hospitality around Melbourne and Torquay in particular?
It's beautiful. The food's absolutely amazing. Actually, the fish produce and the seafood is amazing. I was just talking to one of the guys earlier and just saying the fishing is amazing here as well. So that's another thing to add to the beautiful Victorian tourism is
lush marine life, and as we see Khalees making the most of the conditions here at Bells Beach, and This is the second time that we've had the World Longboard Tour back here at Bells Beach, and we were kicking off the season here at one of the most iconic right-hand reefs in the world. And it seems so fitting because it's the longest running event in Australian surfing history. It's been running here since 1962, 63, and you've had so many future world champions that have actually won the event here at Bells and gone on to win the end of the year. World Championship surfers that ring a bell was Midget Farrelly, guys like Nat Young, and of course Gail Cooper, who you interviewed earlier. They all took wins here down in Bells Beach. Some of the best performances have also been from goofy footers. I think of the likes of our first winner, Glenn Ritchie, who was a goofy footer, and you think of Wayne Lynch, Mark Ocalupo, some of the most exceptional backhand surfers here at Bells Beach, and Khalees, who's out in the lead now, the 627 to 623. Currently second, or reigning world champ Soleil Erico is coming up next. She got second to Soleil at Malibu last year for the goofy footer. She should suit Bells really well, and she's warmed up really well, but this is Sive on her replay on her last wave.
Yeah, beautiful style here. Just trying to see if she can make it around this inside section. Board's bouncing a little bit. Just nice little footwork here. Again, trying to make it back into the whitewater section, seeing if this is going to hold up for her. That inside section isn't going to, no, unfortunately. So she was looking at improving on a 3.83. I'm not a judge, so we'll see how that's going to factor for her. Actually, that was her sister. Sorry about that. That was 4.17. Looking at improving on that as her lowest score. I definitely don't think that's going to factor into that one.
No, I mean, it was sort of didn't really have anything of substance on that wave, but under priority, just keep them really busy. You can just see them all bunched in together. The surfers making their way back over to the Bells Bowl. At the moment, she's out into a commanding lead, Khalees. But Sive, she's needing an 8.23 to chip away at it, an 8.5 for Sakura. And at this point in time, you'd have to say, with not many excellent scores going down today, in fact, no excellent scores, I believe, you'd have to say they're going to have to break that into 2 and start your heat. And at 10-minute mark, what's going through the surfer's head right now to have to try and think about a recalibration of the heat?
I just think right now it is a little bit slow. So everyone's just trying to make sure that, you know, they're waiting patiently for something that's going to have a little bit of substance to it. Some of the waves we have seen ridden in between those sets, you know, they're just really trying to work their board as much as they possibly can just to, they're trying to get the length of ride into this right now, as well as, you know, just some of the technical stuff. But I think, you know, just patience as well. And I know some of these girls are probably quite cold out there, and it kind of gets in your head when you've got these little bit, you know, these lulls. So I think, you know, they're just waiting for those bigger sets. It's actually going to give them a really nice, you know, canvas to paint.
And something else that might be going through the mind of Sive and Khalees is the south swell that's just been hitting Hawaii right now with super warm water, warm temperatures, and one of the best swells of the year so far, hitting their local spots here on Bells. Absolutely freezing, but they're here for the World Longboard Tour, of course. And this is life of a professional surfer, is unfortunately sometimes leaving good waves to go to other waves, but we are due for some pumping waves here too at Bells Beach. So this is non-elimination. The surfers who come second and third will go into the elimination rounds, which would be that second round. The winner goes straight through to round 3, and it looks like finals day could be an absolute banger here with some beautiful conditions starting to line up. In fact, a lot better than this. We should see an absolute plethora of beautiful canvases on order, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, I was looking at the surf report, and we definitely have some swell coming in towards the end of the week, which is going to be amazing. It's going to really allow people to showcase, you know, all the beautiful, different variety of surfing that everyone here is able to provide. A really interesting fact, I was looking at the degrees and the angles of the swell direction as well with Malibu. Funny enough, a long time ago, I was like that. Between 180 degree of the south-southwest is what Malibu works really well at. And
it's what we have here, yeah.
And here, it's within that 196 and that 200 up in the early, like the small 200s. I was tripping on that last night.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You have then a lot of our pressure systems that come off from the Southern Ocean. It's actually, you can draw comparisons to the south swell that's actually hitting where these storms are generated. It's no coincidence that there's actually a swell hitting all around the world at the same time. In fact, Australia the other day, we had pumping waves in the east and west coast and down here in Bells Beach as well. And a lot of those pressure systems move and change, and that's why it's the ocean is such an amazing thing. These women are surfing waves that have been generated thousands of miles away. And that's the beauty of it. They're out there trying to harness, use their wave knowledge and try and tap into their wave IQ. Here goes Khalees, one of the best to do it in the world. Backside there, steering on the nose. And that wave just not doing it. Perhaps that one, a little bit of a wind swell in that wave, but those ground swells, they're generated so far away. And that's something in surfing, and people see, what are they doing out there in the ocean, Berlin? But often it's us just playing this natural game of chess, trying to work out which wave to choose. And we're in the elements. You've got the cliff faces, cold water, and here goes Sakura up and riding, smooth surfing. She gets the nose there, little bobble. She carves that one back into the whitewash, looking for a little more power, gets the footwork forward, the forward trim, looking for an end section here. Looks like she's linked it up nicely. And more opportunity on the end section there, just accumulating the points, but looking for that section of substance, needing an 8.5 to go to first. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that one wasn't it, but she may better that 3.8. At this point in the game, you just need to keep bettering the scores.
Yeah, that is definitely the name of the game right now. And, you know, like we were saying a little bit ago, tides and winds and everything really do affect each beach. And it is really amazing to think that you are quite possibly surfing a wave that has come from such a long distance.
Absolutely. Let's talk us through that replay.
On a beautiful wave, here's our surfer in white. Nice 5, almost catching an edge there. Luckily, she was able to pull back, get that weight off that nose. Opting to really try to fade back into this inside section here. Nice footwork. Nice little going in for a quick 5. Really trying to make the most out of this kind of fading inside section, opting to cop out. And then again on this beautiful 5. Again, I just love seeing the way her toes just hang right over the nose. So committed with absolutely beautiful style. That was our surfer in red, Khalees Keliopaa.
And having a look at the charts right now after our early conversation, the swell that hit here 3 days ago, the remnants, and it picked up with another pressure system that moved over to Hawaii. So it was actually the same swell that hit here a few days ago that these surfers warmed up, or I should say cooled down.
Cooled down.
Is the same swell that would have gone over to Tahiti, over to Cloudbreak, past New Zealand and up into Hawaii as well. So there you go.
That's amazing. Really, it's crazy. They say, you know, you drop one little drop, sends it all over the world. Yeah. And this is a beauty, I believe, with surfing, is we are so connected within the ocean and all over the world. And there's just something so special for those that don't really understand about surfing, is how we are connected to the ocean and the communities, and this really the gathering of the tribes and these events like this is I love, is we bringing people from all over the world to connect, and it's just all in the spirit of wave riding, and it's an absolute blessing to see these amazing talented people come from all over the world and showcase their talents.
And you have a native Hawaiian surfer, Khalees, who you can read more about if you go to her Instagram profile. You click on the link, you can read all about her attachment to the ocean and her instincts and where they come from and her family background and really what goes into being a water woman. And there's Molly Powell. She'll be coming up in that next heat against Montauk's Chloe Coleman and Soleil Erico. And Coleman, she's used to the cold waters from up in the northeast. And coming down here, it's actually a lot warmer than what she grew up surfing there in hoods, boots and gloves. And Molly, she's a local woman as well. She surfed here last year. She had a wild card spot, so she's no stranger to bells, and she'll be looking to do one better. She got knocked out in the elimination round last year, and she knows it well, so she's going to be a handful in the next heat. But she does have the reigning world champion, Soleil Erico, who took out the event last year in fantastic form, as well as the world title at the end of the year. But 3 minutes remaining, and so they're not liking the look of that wave with a pair of 4s, which is certainly not a bad scoreline today for somewhere that you've never surfed before. You should be looking to at least eliminate one of those scores and reduce that 8.23, you'd have to say. The time is running out. She's having a look at this one, pulls back. You do see Khalees using her priority on that wave, so Sime making room there, not to force anything or create any obstacle there for Khalees, who had the priority. Nice transition there, linking with the footwork, and the judges love that. cross step. Obviously not a scoring maneuver in itself, but it's part of the package. It's the link between the tail and the nose, and Khalees doing a fantastic job. Great technique there, Dylan.
Yeah, beautiful technique. You were touching on Khalees and her heritage. She comes from a strong lineage of powerful, amazing water women. Her mother is an amazing water woman, great surfer. Up and riding here is Khalees. Definitely making her family proud on a beautiful, beautiful, nice in the pocket nose right there, making it through into the inside here. Beautiful lineup. Just nice transition, beautifully drawn out bottom turns back to a quick 10, which is just so well. Toes really wrapped over, no cheater fives, no just kind of almost their 10s, really showcasing those 10 toes wrapped over. And her grandmother as well, you know, part of the original beach, the Waikiki Beach Boy crew. Their family owned one of the original surf schools down at Waikiki as well, you know, all down at the South Shore. Exceptionally talented people coming from the South Shore of Hawaii. You know, you had Crystal Zigas, you had Joy, who was a previous world champion as well. Obviously, Kelia Muniz. Big shout out to the Moniz family as well. We miss seeing you surfing on tour, Kelia. I hope you can come back. But yeah, it's amazing to see the talented family lineages that are coming now out. You know, you're getting 2 and 3 generations of women.
Cousins, brothers as well. We see it all, like the Inuis. We talked about it in previous heats there. She's here with her sister and her mum, and same with Sive. She's here with her brother and her mum and dad that are on the beach watching, and Khalees, her mother, Malia's here, and of course the Moses and her dad, JP, great surfer in his own right, goofy footer, where she gets a lot of that style from as well. But here goes Sakura, third on the LQS over in Asia, the 16-year-old. Surfing, you could say, above her years, but with a lot of maturity as well. Beautiful 5 and 10 there. She falls down as we watch Sive on the top of the screen there. Our surfer in blue, just looking to try and find a link through the inside section, but she hasn't really done too much of in this heat, and that one's not going to be it. You can see the frustration, but she does regain that second place, but it's not enough to move into the third round. So we'll see Sakura and Sive moving into the elimination round. But there is a heat win for Khalees Kaliopaa, who did look really good last year, but did fall short in round of 16. We look forward to seeing more of her in round 3. And a 6.7 on that last wave that we saw before, where she finished in the shore break. A great performance there from the surfer who came into this ranked 2nd from last year. But we're going to go to a break. We're going to bring you back the reigning world champion, Soleil Errico, who will be coming up in heat 4 very shortly. beautiful Victorian coastline here at the Great Ocean Road, having a look at the beautiful landscapes, amazing waves on tap, Winky Pop, Bells Beach, and of course their amazing cafes, the wildlife, so much more to do than just surfing. But of course, this is a national surfing reserve, and we are at one of the wonders of the surfing world, and we're here for Stop 1, the World Longboard Tour. This is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinosky in the booth, joined with Belin, and there's the camaraderie, Sakura embracing Khalees, who just took the win in heat number 3, but straight into this heat number 4, we have reigning world champion Soleil Erico, last year's Bells Beach Longboard Championship winner, and Chloe Coleman from Montauk, and Molly Powell, the Victorian. So an international battle here. Chloe, she's been looking good. She's comfortable in the cold water. So is Molly, but Soleil really go hard to go past somebody who's just so tapped into equipment these days, into her body, and she knows this wave really well.
Yeah, she's really, really loving her board. She's got an amazing coach down here. We got CJ Nelson, which is so great to see him, giving her some nice insight. Her style is just impeccable. Her technical surfing is amazing. And she's been running around here with a beautiful smile as well. It's so nice to see. Here she's opting to go beautiful quick 5 there, really quick on her feet. Just seeing what this wave's going to do for her on the inside. Opting, no, I'm done. She's wearing a hood.
I back the hood for sure, absolutely. It's so cold out there with that wind, but a lot of the hoods these days are connected to the full suits as well on the back, so you don't get any of that water that sneaks underneath. I know there's people out there who are used to surfing cold water. You can wear the hood under the wetsuit, but the water can still get in. But you're not into the hoods?
Oh man, I was watching Tully and Declan surfing, and I was sending them messages. I'm like, is it really that cold? Like, I was seeing all their equipment that they were bringing, and they're like, yeah, it was that cold. And I wasn't prepared to come down here so I had to try to gather a bunch of equipment. I haven't surfed water this cold in so long, so. Yeah, and Honolulu came in earlier, and I had some hot soup. I'm like, here, wrap your fingers around this and put them in my armpits. The poor thing, her hands are almost purple. So obviously, you know, the equipment's amazing now, and they're all being able to surf these waves and stay warm.
We have Chloe opening up her account there. Quick nose ride there, and she'll step forward and look for an inside section. It gets bucked off, which is oh too easy to do here at Bells Beach. A very turbulent inside section. And somebody who felt really smooth and none of that turbulence was Khalees Koliapai, who's down on the glass with Grant.
Yeah, we're here with Khalees, winner of the last heat. Khalees, congratulations. Blessed, actually, the wind turned around and you had some pretty nice conditions out there.
Yeah, actually, it was really fun. Like, the sun came out and the conditions cleared up. It's been pretty hectic the last few days, so we're really stoked to have these for conditions.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see it turn around. Now, look, heading back to last year, you showed some really good form early in the event, and as you have done it today, but I'm sure seeing that performance I've seen, you've got more in you, so I'm looking forward to and hopefully seeing you go a little bit further than last year.
Yeah, I had a tricky time here last year. It was my first time, but definitely want to improve and do the best that I can. I just want to surf, so yeah.
That's a pretty good motto to have. You definitely just surfed there today. A great heat win. Congratulations in the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
No worries. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great insight there from Khalees. Short and sweet. She enjoyed the conditions out there, and as that water temperature hovers around the 12, 13 degrees, the air temp's colder at about 10 degrees. So 55 and 50 Fahrenheit for our Americans out there right now. So easy explanation why people are wearing hoods out there, boots, but 30-minute heats, you can sometimes get in and out without wearing the boots and the gloves, but I mean, I'm more of a boots and gloves type of person. How about you?
If I'm surf fishing.
Okay.
No, but then add the offshore that we have right now, and that just adds such a different it adds that chill factor as well, and it really gets you down to your bones. So like I'm saying, we're so lucky nowadays. We've got such great equipment that you can go and surf waves like this and be warm. Actually, I was talking to, I think it was Ben Skinner, and he was saying how hot he was in his wetsuit, and he just, the 4-3 was too hot. Yeah. And they needed to go down to the 3-2, just paddling and paddling and paddling. And so, yeah, it's just amazing the technology we have now. And, yeah, so I don't think the cold water is going to affect too many people if you do have the booties out there.
Soleil did surf here last year. She had a great, as we said, she took the win. Down there's a support crew. Looks like Molly's support crew. They're down there flying the flag there for the local girl. See them all down there in the contingent.
Actually, that's for Emma Perrier.
Ah, there you go. Thank you.
Emma had did some really great fundraising to try to get her on, so she could afford to do the whole tour. She made some beanies and shirts. She did some fundraising. She had a great raffles.
Wow.
Yeah. So that and I think she was able to kind of tick off a majority of the funds that she was trying to raise. So yeah, no, they got all their whole Emma Perry from Surfing for Evans Head, who lives in Brisbane. But they're all giving a nice little wave there.
And yeah, there she is down there on the sand. That's her in the middle. She'll be coming up in heat 7. That's our rookie on the World Longboard Tour representing Australia right now, just checking out the conditions, and a fellow Aussie out there on the water, Molly Powell. Soleil opened up proceedings with a 4-point ride, and Chloe the 217. Super clean out there now, starting to get a glass off. Beautiful colors. We've seen multiple rainbows today in that water, looking a bit purpley out there too, which is beautiful. And that neon yellow board from Soleil just glowing in the ocean right now. And I mean, colored boards, it's not just a visual thing. It's somewhere like Bells where the judges are really high up. There could be something in that as well strategically.
Oh yeah, you definitely. It's not the first time you see someone with a super bright board or bright wetsuits. I mean, it definitely makes a difference. You can see the range of surfing that you're doing. It definitely pops out. Same thing with wetsuits.
Yeah.
You know, you see Steph wearing, and we see all different people wearing different colored wetsuits as well. It really does accentuate the maneuvers.
Good point there. And as you see the quiet ocean, but we are on the Bells Bowl. That black buoy is the indication of generally the bowl is this side of that. And there's another one further up, which is where Rincon is at the moment. Not quite sure what those are particularly doing there, but it's just to make people aware of the contest side and not that anyone's free surfing.
That's exactly what it is. So for those of you that don't understand, we have boundaries within where you can surf and you cannot surf, and that's what helps, you know, dictate that. At a lot of events, we do get free surfers that come in and they sit right on that buoy, and they just try to catch the scraps and so forth. But they need to stay out of the contest site. So that's why we have those there. It's just a big marker. And as well, you know, for those of you that don't know much about longboarding, let's have a little breakdown while we've got a little break and so explaining about some of the different maneuvers that they're doing.
Well, of course, board's over 9 feet in length. That's what distinguishes a longboard. 47 inches aggregate, which is an extremely small, narrow longboard. Most of these surfers have got aggregates probably up around the 55 to 60 inches, which is a combination of nose, tail, width, all combined. Most of these boards out there will be about 23 inches wide. There'll be the noses up around the 17 to hopefully not bigger than 19 inches. It's not necessary to have a super wide nose. They are professional athletes. They don't need all that assistance and training wheels on the nose. And tails, most of them actually are around 17, but there is some that are probably bigger, around 18, and some that are a little narrower, around 16 inches as well. So there goes your aggregates. But I mean, smooth flowing turns, connecting it all with footwork up and down the board, no shuffling, which equates to a lack of flow. Pretty cool nose rides, and generally, the better the cutback, the better the nose ride belly.
Speaking about shuffling and you know, the transition between, you know, moving forward and backwards, it really does make a difference when you're seeing people cross foot over foot, and that's what we call cross-stepping. You know, the purpose of cross-stepping is controlling trim. It's controlling your forward momentum. You literally, it's like giving it gas and giving it brakes. It puts you into different parts of the wave. If you need to get someplace quicker, you take a few steps up. You know, if you need to slow down, you take a couple of steps back. And sometimes even the cross-stepping, you're actually not even cross-stepping over your board. You're actually dragging, using the wax, using the inside of your feet to pull that nose towards you. And a lot of people don't realize that.
It's not a hop as per se. Well, it's not a maneuver, and Soleil is one of the best to link it all together, especially at Malibu in the last few years. She's always been talented, especially on right-hand point breaks, but the way that she's really been able to adapt to the rolled bottom boards and utilize the front section of the board with those subtle foot movements really is why she's multiple world champion. And her surf IQ, her board IQ, and the wave IQ has just gone to a new level in the last few years. And here she goes, one of the finest exponents of longboard surfing, up on the nose there, middle of the board, carves it back into the Bells Bowl. Doing really well in a disjointed, wonky wave here. You can see the footwork there, just linking the forward and back, accelerating, changing gears, as you said, Belen. And you see here the art of trim on display there from Soleil, and that'll be a nice backup to the 4-point ride. Obviously, not something that she would classify as a good feeling wave in herself, but at this point of the heat, she just really needed to get it back up.
That's true, and you know, it is just a warm-up. You know, she's out there, she's still got 17 minutes on the clock. That 1.17, and you'll see pretty soon, you know, she's just come off the nose, which we've seen a couple of people come unstuck, unfortunately. There is a bit of a bounce out there, and it's quite easy to get out into the flat circuit, because it is, you know, you really have to keep in that whitewater section to hold your nose up, or you will nosedive. You will catch that inside rail when you are on the nose, and really making sure that, you know, your board really is stuck and your tail's stuck in that pocket of the wave.
And you do that by executing those cutbacks, which is the combination of the rail work element. It isn't per se a nose riding contest, but it's certainly not a performance contest where we're looking for those big turns. And as we talked about the cross step, it's the most unique thing, and nose riding is the most unique thing of longboarding, so that's why it's accentuated. That's what separates it from big wave surfing and shortboard surfing is the length of the board, the footwork, the nose ride style, which Soleil executes so well, and the judges agreeing. A 4.83, she's hunting around the inside section, and it's so nice to see the women out here in great waves. Started off with onshore, side shore conditions this morning for the men, and cleaning up in the afternoon, which it was due to do. It was meant to drop down under 10 knots today, and it has done that, and hopefully a sign for things to come. As we're approaching the halfway mark, it's the veteran and the world champs. Soleil, this is the replay. Talk us through it, Belen.
On a beautiful, nice wave. Nice little shoulder here for her to open up. Beautiful 5 there. I really love the way she utilizes, you know, that beautiful ankle turn right there, which, you know, really maneuvers that board around, stays really up in that, you know, top end of the board. Really nice trim, really gaining speed, really trying to cut all the way back. Just looking to see if something's going to open up for her, but she's like, no, this isn't going to work. But the way she just did those really beautiful ankle turns, that's another thing, turns. There's so many different ways to do turns. You've got, you know, nice little ankle turns. You've got drown out, you know, roundhouse turns, which is when, you know, you're really accentuating all those beautiful pulled out, drawn out cutbacks. And then you've got your drop knee cutbacks, which I heard you explaining about the drop knee cutbacks, which is so nice. And it's so beautiful to watch when it's executed well.
Yeah, in the right place, right time. The drop knee is just an essential part of the longboard surfers' criteria and part of their repertoire. And I tell you what, I mean, her coach down there right now, CJ, and I know watching there would be her father, Danny, and Vera, her mum at home. They want to see more from Soleil, but at the moment she's just matching what the ocean is giving her, not making any mistakes, good, clean surfing. But here goes Coleman. Hasn't really fired in this heat, just the 2.17. Off to a great start, smooth transitions. That Michael Takayama board looking great underfoot, matching the blue rails, the blue rash vest, which is always a nice accentuation, and beautiful, relaxed style. Chloe works her way through to the inside here. Delicate footwork, and she's out of there, so she's going to make her way back to the outside section. Her mum, her dad, her brother Tucker is down here watching. They made this a family holiday, and why not? Beautiful Bells Beach region, part of Victoria. So much here to offer, and we get to watch the daughter surf at a World Tour event at one of the most iconic surfing waves in the world. I mean, you'd be following your daughter if you had one that was surfing on tour?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And what an honor it is, again, to be back here at Bells. We cannot thank the WSL enough, and for all the amazing sponsors for putting an event on like this.
And Molly getting her account started, just the 2.37, so nothing of substance yet. And this is her answer back. Just on the corner of the nose there, not quite over the tip. And that one's not going to be a high scorer. I'd have to say that that one's just going to keep her down into third place with Coleman climbing up into that second. Maybe even eclipsing first. We'll have to see the judges go. But here goes Eriko right now, current heat leader. Looking to drop a low of a 4. Nice little drop knee that redirect into the whitewash. Nice pace there, keeping the forward momentum. She's getting low there and just trying to push the board forward. You can see her now on the front foot, parallel stance. Great use of the midsection trim there. Really nice surfing there from Soleil Eriko. Nothing of substance, but just fluid and stylish surfing.
very stylish surfing. You hear everyone there on the beach hooting and yelling for her. Her transitions are so clean. She's got such quick footwork. And we see Blue up and riding here. Just a couple steps forward, a couple steps back, just really trying to work that board, work that wave, trying to see if it's going to open up for her and give her something more than just a couple steps forwards and back. And unfortunately, this wave just doesn't really give her an opportunity to leave that back end of her board.
Yeah.
But that will put another score up for her, which, you know, it dropped at a 3. So up and riding here is White. Beautiful, nice 5 on that wave. Just trying to get to those. Unfortunately, just getting a little far out on the shoulder, just getting pulled off that wave. Wave kind of fizzling. And it's really hard when you want to get a nose rip. You can't force it, though.
Yeah.
You really have to look at where you're at on the wave, you know. And I've succumbed to that sometimes. I get so excited. I'm like, wave, you know, nose ride. And you're too far out and bog the nose. But, you know, we still got 11.5 minutes on the clock. She's, you know, 5.83 for Blue in order to, you know, leave that second position, and White needing a 6 point. That is completely attainable. You're not on the world tour because you cannot
for
get.
sure.
How's that turn?
Live action, Chloe Coleman.
There we go. She heard it.
Yeah, beautiful turn there. She's looking for an inside section to back up that slash. Delicate footwork. See, she knows she's onto a good one here. Just looking for a nose ride section.
She's smiling.
Yeah, she's feeling the vibe there, and nice surfing there from Chloe Coleman. So that's a great answer back. Chasing a 5.8 free. She's really asked the question while we wait for those scores to lock in. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. Come back for the remainder of Heat 4 very shortly. Welcome back. We are right into the thick of things here. Straight into Heat 4 of the opening round. Chloe Coleman setting the pace there. The great wave score still to lock in, and had a great carve for this section here, and just watch the elegant footwork there. Relaxed body language. Surfer from Montauk. Familiar with the colder water here in Bells Beach. She's just absolutely loving it here. And just watch the delicate surfing there. You can see her just teeing up that cut back there. There's that carve again, trademark there from Chloe Coleman. That was the beginning of that wave. Yeah, great camera angles. And this actually may be another wave from her live action. I think it is live action there from Chloe Coleman, so she's finishing super strong on that wave. No, it is the same wave It was just another replay with the audio in there. So that was the way we're waiting on the score to be locked in on. Judges really taking their time, no doubt watching that replay as well, Belen.
There is some amazing waves getting exchanged here. Here's a, looking for this little replay. Beautiful. Look at this site we get to play at. What a great day down here at Bells Beach. Jurok,
Yep.
as it is known by the indigenous people from this area.
And that's the competitors area there, and the judges are in that white tower, and Winky Pop on the right-hand side of the screen. But we are here at Bells Beach, and here's this set looming out the back now for Coleman, who's still waiting for that score to drop. This is a wave of substance. She gets the nose, quick little nose ride there. She's going to look for another one here, but she might go to a turn. Redirecting into the bowl. Some similarities there with Soleil surfing as well. Very sure-footed and relaxed surfing. A little adjustment there in the middle of the board. This wave is definitely shaping up for Coleman. Maybe her best yet. That Takayama. Solid. The Bells bowl right now, and Chloe moves in, taps it off the top. Oh, and she goes down. So some fantastic work on that wave. She is needing a 6.56 before the exchange because Soleil dropping a 4.73. We'll see where that one goes. And this goes Molly, Pow right now on the replay. So talk us through this one, Bella.
Molly here on a nice wave. Nice little cutback. Just seeing if this little inside section is going to give her an opportunity. She's looking at improving on a 2.40 as her lowest score. Nice little footwork there. Very exciting to watch. We're really wanting to see her really utilize those rails back and forth. Looked like she was going in for a little bit of a drop knee there. Maybe a little bit of a stall.
So this one came in at a 2.4, so the judges really not seeing anything of substance to give any scores there. Not using the middle of the board, and a little bit of shuffle there. Maybe some nerves creeping in. This is the big venue. And this one is Soleil, the replay of the wave before last. So waiting for a score to get locked in for this one. And it appears to be locked in at a 5.73. Some nice work on the outside section. She works her way through the inside and really making use of the footwork and every section on offer and kicking out of that one. So a 5.73 to go with a 4.83. Still scores to drop in for Chloe Coleman, a 4.9 on the wave before the break. That last one, a 5.67, she needed. I think if she was to complete that end turn, it would have been right there, Belen.
Yeah, I definitely think that would have improved it. But look at, the scores right now that we're dropping. We still got, what, 5 minutes on?
Yeah.
I definitely think that there's still opportunity for some higher scores to get dropped.
It comes in short, a 4.3 for Coleman. So falling on that end turn, proving costly. That was an unfortunate fall after all that hard work, some great nose rides in the outside section. But the judges really deeming that one actually to be less significant than the 4.9, despite the nose riding on the outside section. So this is that replay.
Yeah, she looked like it was a bigger wave. Nice nose ride off the back. Trying to make it back into this inside section. You see this kind of lump come in right here, and she just really gets that nice little, again, forward into it. Nice couple steps adjusting her forward weight back up to 5. Nice quick 10 there. Again, really, utilizing those rails to try to get that speed and see if this is going to offer us a nice little floater here on the inside. Unfortunately, just not nailing, landing that, and that is really significant to make sure that you're finishing up your rides.
And there's Molly Powell live action. See her just making her way through to the inside and just kind of caught between the middle and the nose and the tail and just the pace of the wave. So not really able to click and find that wave of substance at the moment. She'll make her way back out. I believe she's on a circle made by a local surfer, Matt Shea, under the Pale Horse logo. He's a local ripper who's always out here at Bells, and he knows what works. And he was surfing yesterday in the trials, but always nice to see a local shaper put his boards to use. And Soleil, she's on a CJ Nelson South Coast collab model. We'll get more info on that super neon yellow board. At this stage, she's still in the lead, so maybe in the post-heat interview, we'll be able to catch up and have a look at that board. But Coleman on the Takayama, needing a 5.67 and showing some great form. Unfortunately, falling off on that last wave. I don't know if it would have gone 5.67, but certainly would have made the requirement a little less Belen. But how important is that control aspect and finishing the wave on your board and not falling off.
It is really important. I've seen people lose heats not finishing off a ride before. It was literally the difference of finishing clean and still composed to just, you know, catching a rail or falling. And it is really difficult. You know, you're coming up, it is quite bumpy. It's hard on that inside, but you really got to really stay nice and low, making sure, you know, you're compressed, being able to cat-like with the dismounts off of that.
Very cat-like, exactly right. And the 3 pillars of the longboard criteria: style, flow, and grace. And falling off does not factor into any of those 3 elements, unfortunately. And the goal is to make it look easy and, of course, ride the wave and pull off with control. And there's Soleil asking for the update, perhaps time or the position. And that in recent years has actually been a tactic for a lot of these surfers to do that when they know they're in the lead, is to actually get the sound reciprocated to all the other athletes, so they know exactly that they're in 2nd or 3rd place. But in this case, it is a long way away from the announcer.
Strategies.
It is.
Everyone has their strategies in the water.
In fact, the QS competition where Chloe qualified through, she did a fantastic run over in Morro Bay in Central California. The waves changed so much throughout the event. It was 10 foot one day, it was 2 foot another, and the longboard division had beautiful 1 to 2 foot left-handers, great waves, but such a long distance, about 500 meters away from the announcer. The winds could change, so a lot of surfers genuinely didn't know where they were at. So it was a good old-fashioned contest where the surfers just had to keep a mental record instead of getting that verbal update with the announcers. And it's not always a luxury at certain spots. You don't always have that, and the elements can change. So that's why you'll hear these surfers often waving. And they might have water in their ears, or all sorts of things can go on. They could be under the wave when one of those announcements is being read out. You see they're waving their hands.
It's so important when you are in a heat to know what you need, how much time you have left, what everyone's scores are. And it's so important, you know, if you can't hear them, you got to have someone, you know, jumping on the beach to give you some signs as to, hey, you need to step it up, or hey, you're good, you know, and that's where, you
strategy,
know,
right?
Strategy.
Yeah, so much more than just riding waves here. And you've got the priority element, you've got the priority board up there. You can see Coleman looking for 5, 6, 7. She has priority, and Soleil, she's trying to bait her into this one. You see the red paddling here. Chloe uses her priority. 15 seconds remaining, needing a 5, 6, 7. She pulls the trigger, and a good option, takes the drop. She's going to look to try and add something. Here's a nose ride section. She gets to the nose. It's going to have to be her best wave yet. Nice carve there, so she's off to a great start. World champ having to make way for Coleman. That one's not going to be, you can see the body language. Soleil, consummate professional there, and a great performance there. 10.56 total. And this one seems like she was up before the hooter as well, so she may still consolidate. Not knowing what Chloe did on her last wave. And working this way through the inside, and that one's not going to do it as well. But a great performance there from Soleil Erico, starting off her Bells Beach campaign, where she left off last year with a win. But Chloe Coleman, really exciting things to see from this young girl.
Amazing, and you know, representing New York, you know, the Montauk, there's some amazing surfers that live there now. You know, Mikey DeTempo, he used to be on tour, lives out in New York as well. So big shout out to Mikey.
And Chase Leader in the men's division, who's also from Montauk as well. And there's Molly making her way in, so she'll regroup and she'll be back out there in the elimination round. So will Chloe Coleman as well. But a great heat. It was nice to see the finesse, the footwork there of Soleil and Chloe as well. But Soleil will be feeling refreshed after that one. We'll catch up with her for the post-heat at some point.
Yeah, you definitely want to, you know, take your first heat win. You know, get it under the belt and feel a little bit more comfortable and confident, especially, you know, working out the kinks, the bugs.
So there's CJ and Soleil embracing there, and we're going to go to a break and bring in Heat 5 with Josh and Sam coming up shortly.
Welcome back to the 2024 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic from Jurak. And of course, this is Wadawurrung country, and we had the fantastic welcome to country ceremony this morning, of course, acknowledging that we are hosting this special event at Jurak on Wadawurrung country. And the Wadawurrung people are the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today as we see the Melbourne flight cam live there at Bells Beach as we move into our heat with Mason Schremer, Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, and Roisin Carolan from Byron Bay. Mason from the USA, learned to surf around the world, originally from Florida, grew up in Waikiki in Hawaii, now based out there in Noosa, where she has just graduated from studying a degree, works at the cafe at Thomas Beckson Surfboards, does a little bit of coaching with my co-partner Josh Constable.
Yeah, we do. We work together. She's looking forward to this year. She's been surfing so well in the off-season, really refining her boards with Thomas, obviously living in Noosa, really fine-tuning her surfing on the points up there. So she feels at home now in Australia. It's a home away from home, and yeah, we're excited to see how she goes this year.
26 minutes remaining, of course. It's those 30-minute heats that continue. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru rides the Piccolo Clemente built boards. Big shout out to Piccolo, who'll be tuning in back home in Peru. Piccolo, 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion, but it's Roisin Carolan having a look at that wave here with her partner Jack Lewis. Of course, they both work at the Fig Tree restaurant in Byron Bay, and as a kind of New South Wales supporter, I know Roisin would have been very happy about the State of Union decider last night, winning 14-4 against Queensland.
Yeah, they were really excited. They were a little hungover and moving slow this morning, so it was a good game, and excited to see her back here at Bells Beach. She surfed in the event last year, and she's back again, and looking to put on a great performance.
Absolutely, sure. Rides the McTavish built boards. Mason Schremer, as you said, Josh, she's riding the Thomas Beckson built boards. What will be the psychology of Mason going into this? Having, been, pretty impressive last year. She got 5th on the World Longboard Tour, qualified for that top 8 place to compete at Malibu, finished 5th in Bells, lost out to Honolulu Bloomfield.
Yeah, she surfed really well here last year, unfortunately, just narrowly losing her heat to Hono, but look, 5th in the world, it's nothing to sneeze about. It's a great result, but for her, she was not satisfied one little bit. Like, she's a contender, and she feels like she can be world champion. Her surfing is good enough to be world champion, so it's just, there's a lot of good girls out there, so she's just got to put on good performances. She's got to get to that final event this year, and then just let her surfing do the talking.
She just told me that she's now just finished her bachelor's degree in business and marketing. I said, are you going to do a PhD one day? She said, I might do a master's, but don't tell anybody about that on the broadcast. So I'm completely going against that. I apologize, Mason, but I have faith in you to go all the way with a master's, a PhD, and maybe one day a world longboard title.
Yeah, definitely.
She's going to absolutely rinse me for this, Josh. I apologize, Mason, but let your surfing do the talking. This is the chance to shine. Slow start for everybody. No waves ridden. How does that affect you when you have those slow starts, Josh?
Yeah, you've just got to stay composed, because you look at it now, none of them have had waves. Your opponents haven't had waves, so it's still an even playing field. Instead of a 30-minute final, we're dropping down to a 23-minute heat, So you've just got to stay calm. Waves will come, and just when those waves come, you've got to be ready to perform.
Absolutely, and perform. All of these surfers have done over the last few years. Maria Fernanda Reyes, Mafer, as she's known by her nickname, from Lima. I talked about Piccolo Clemente. He's been a 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion. And Maria herself, a graduate of sports science at the University of Lima, represents Adidas, and big kind of brand to be behind her. She's pretty much a big icon of sport over there in Peru, and we've seen Uruguay represented, we've got Brazil represented, we've got Peru represented, and she will be loving this climate because she's used to some of those colder winters as we get to see the the drone of the lineup here, and this is something that Maria is going to be happy to perform at, and somebody who has been comfortable down here, having spent the last couple of months already in Australia. It's our reigning 2 times Women's World Longboard champion, of course, going for that 4th World Longboard title this year from California. Soleil Erico is down there on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here's here with the last heat winner, Soleil. Firstly, congratulations. Back at Bells Beach, how are you liking it?
It feels really good to be back. I really love this place. It's been a minute since I've competed. I haven't competed since the finals last year, so to get back in the jersey felt a little weird. It's kind of funny, like I've been doing this forever, but it still feels weird for the first opening round, but I'm glad I got it out of the way, and I feel really good going into the rest of the event.
Yeah, fantastic. It is always nice to have that feeling moving through that first round. But look, the surfing looked lovely. It looked nice and smooth. But from the footage I've seen lately and the stuff that's coming up, I'm sure there's a bit more in the tank out there.
There definitely is. And yeah, I just hope the waves are pretty decent for the rest of the event. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll do my best. Yeah.
And I just ran into a long-time friend of mine who I've known for a long time, CJ Nelson, who I obviously is in your corner. How's that relationship?
It's amazing. I'm so blessed to have him. He's the best. He's so in my corner and there for me. And it's really cool to go through these contests with him. And also Kai Ellis has been with us and he's been coaching him. So to have a teammate has been awesome. And yeah, it's a good time for sure.
Cool, fantastic, Soleil. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you more and further in the event.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Great stuff, GT. And Soleil Erico already, Josh, going for her 4th world title. 2 back-to-back world titles, one at Malibu, previous one in Taiwan. You know, for such a young woman to already be going for that 4th is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing to just see the composure that she can have in the control that she can have in her surfing and go up and down levels when she needs to put her foot on the gas. She can go up and go to another level. So really exciting to see this year. Obviously, we're not going back to Malibu for the final event. She's had a little advantage there being a home break. It's Malibu, it's so perfect, but there is sections to the wave where you really need to understand, and she's had that upper hand in the previous years. But look, she won here last year. She feels confident. She's just got the win now, and she's all the wheels are in motion.
Maria Maffei there on your screen in blue from Peru. She got a 17th last year here at Bells. She got knocked out by surfer from Reunion representing France, Maya Glassenat. Maya not here qualified this year, so Maria will be looking for a big result. She comes off the back of some fantastic surfing at the recent ISA World Longboard Championship in El Salvador, Peru, regularly, you know, one of the standouts. A lot of nose kick in those Piccolo Clemente boards. You know, those boards have a lot of rocker throughout, quite wide square tails, single fins. What you'll see from Maria, though, is she has an ability to spend a lot of time locked in those long 5s early in the wave.
Yeah, totally. And those boards are suiting these conditions because it's a little bumpier today, so you don't want the nose catching while you're up there. So the board choice is good. She's, like you said, Sam, she comes from Peru, so she's used to the colder water. A little bumpier over there, even though it's clean, it's always got a little wobble to it. So she feels at home out here, and she surfed really well last year, unfortunately just not making it through that really tight one.
Here it is, live action, having a look, looking for her 2nd score. She's got a low score of a 2.0, so she's not going to take that wave. Sitting out there now in 3rd priority, Mason Schremer and Roisin. Neither of those surfers have actually got priority because Maria's already had one wave. So at the moment, it's still the deepest surfer out of red and white who will have priority.
Yeah, it looks like Mason's got that inside priority. Maria's paddling hard for this one.
Straight up to the tip, 4 steps, locks a 5. I like the soul arch, lifts that back arm up, walks back to the tail, cuts back, down calves, into the middle of the wave, 4 steps back up for a nose ride. Again, a quick 5 into a 10, runs out of that nose ride, and just on the way back to the tail, just jumps off. So completed the nose ride, but didn't cleanly ride out of the whole maneuver to end cleanly in style.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because she actually did pretty well for the ocean slow right now. She had the 2, so she lost priority and she was third in line, so she was just trying to get busy. It was quite a good wave, and she's turned and nose rode well, but look at this one for Mason.
Straight up to the nose, commits to the 5, walks back out of that nose ride, but high degree of difficulty, recognised that she needed to find the 5, but what went wrong on the way back, Josh?
Yeah, I think she just pushed too hard on that wave. It was a bigger one. She'd been patient and waiting. Maybe she was a little stiff and tired, stiff and cold sitting there, but she'll be right. She's gone back into second priority now. And we see that one of Maria's coming in at a 3:17, so the judge is obviously not deeming that the control on that last nose ride. I feel like for Maria, she did all the hard work. She went 5, but she tried to sneak a quick 10 in, and it was too close to the shore. She should have just surfed a little safer, got back off the 5 and finished the wave.
Yeah, that really crippled that score. You felt like that could have gone up into the 5s. We get the replay here, Josh. Tell us how it went and why she didn't end clean.
Yeah, you can see that board just flowing nicely there. Just a nice little tap of the nose. I like this turn, like a little bit of body movement in it. Drives off the bottom. And again here, so 5, back, nice 5, and push the 10 and then just lost balance. Rather than just nice 5, get back, pedal out of it and keep it clean. And then Mace again, just kind of run up. It stood up in the bowl. Unfortunately, just nosedive. Those things happen.
An important thing to reference for all the surf fans tuning in back home around the world is the takeoff spot of both of those rides. Maria was substantially further in when she caught that wave, whereas Mason was right out back. And I think that low score for Maria was also impacted by the fact that she really took that wave from the inside.
Yeah, she didn't have, she was in third priority, so at least she's getting busy. She's winning the heat with a 3 and a 2. She feels comfortable. She's putting a little pressure on the other girls. Still 15 minutes to go, but it's going to be interesting to see in this back half.
Well, with 15 minutes remaining, this is a perfect time to have a little rest, put on a brew, put on a coffee, put on a tea. Let's have a bonsai brew break. We'll be right back after these messages. Stay with us. Welcome back to the southern coast of Victoria, 100 kilometres southwest of Melbourne, just 10 kilometres from Torquay, of course, the gateway to the Great Ocean Road, as we continue day 1 of the Bells Beach Bioglan Longboard Classic in one of the most iconic coastlines in the world, those sandstone cliffs dropping, cascading into the Southern Ocean as the swell continues and Mason Schremer takes it through to the inside, kicking off with a low score, getting some hoots from the sand. That feels like that could be something significant for the surfer based up in Noosa, Queensland.
Yeah, well, interesting to see with this one in the replay. It looks like Roisin got one as well during that break, so it's going to be interesting to see the replays and see what we missed out on.
We heard some hoots on the sand. Of course, Mason's going to have a lot of local support. She came down early for the Bells event last year, got to surf some of that kind of really big, iconic Bells Bowl clean swell. We've had smaller conditions leading up to the event. She opted not to come down so early, but has just wrapped up her business and marketing degree. But what about this replay, Josh?
So here we didn't see the takeoff, whether she got to the nose or not, but a really nice slice out of the lip there. Just being nice and patient here. As you can see, Mason's just got beautiful flow, great style. Jamming back on that tail, and you can see that board just really trimming through that section. So hopefully she gets a little bit of nose work here and we'll finish off strong. Yeah, you can see nice little 5-10 combo. Little roller coaster, finishes nice and clean. So that's from that little part that we saw was beautiful surfing. That's kind of what we know from Mason. And here's Maria with a nice fade, cross-step nose ride. And unfortunately that one just fades out into the gutter.
Live action, answering back on her 5th ride with a 2 and a 3.17 already. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, foamy wall ahead, but there's a nice soul arch line up there and touches that 5 right through to the inside. You can see how shallow that is as she commits to one last 5, almost going for that standing island kick out and just jumping off the middle of the board as she gets into the shallows. So again, an insider wave, but we've seen that significant 4.67 from Mason Schremer. So now Mason just needs to work at replacing that low score of a 1, and she's going to be in a commanding situation. But let's not rule out Roisin. She's up and riding from Byron Bay. She's cutting back, she's looking tall there. Beautiful, elegant, upright stance. Can she find the connection here as this wave just starts to fade on her, but we didn't get to see the damage that she did on the outside. No,
but beautiful style you can see coming from those point breaks of Byron Bay. She's got the flow, she's got the letting the board do the talking and trimming nicely. So hopefully she got some opportunity on that outside. Didn't kind of run through, but here's Maria's one on the outside. Quick fade up to the tip, nice driving it back to the pocket here. So it's nice surfing, just being nice and patient. She's been the busiest surfer in this heat with 5 waves now, so she's starting to find some flow, some rhythm in this heat, Sam.
Squeezed things in on the inside here as well, didn't she? Went for that second nose ride right on the shallows.
Awesome. So in a perfect world, we see her get back off the nose and we see her do a little floater or a little cleaner pull out. But here's Roisin, beautiful drop knee carve. Gets a little stumbled up there. And unfortunately this wave, we see it goes a little fat and she doesn't get that link through. So she'll be back out the back trying to get some position.
But we got to see a reference of the drop knee, and that's an important part of Roisin's repertoire. She really has a fantastic drop knee. Arguably one of the best drop knees in women's longboarding at the moment, as we see Mason Schremer up and riding, just using those cross steps. This wave is just going to die on her, so she might well replace that one and put her in a slightly stronger situation. But as it stands, Maria Fernanda Reyes has moved up into first position as we get the opportunity to look at a rising star. This surfer on your screen, Natalia, let me tell you, surf fans, an absolutely fantastic longboarder. If you've had the pleasure of watching some of the clips she dropped from competing at the Mexi Log Fest, if you watch some of her clips from her native Oahu on the North Shore, she won the longboard qualifying series event in Pismo last season. She got 3rd at the local Motion Surf into Summer Longboard QS at Ala Moana Bowls. She has been a standout at regional events for a couple of years. She's a Hurley rider, and I'm expecting her to really be entertained because that is a bright talent, and really stoked to see her here on the world stage for the World Longboard Tour.
That's what's so cool about this tour, Sam. We're getting so many new faces, and the surfing that they're bringing to the tour is exciting and keeping everyone on their toes. So here's a nice set wave now. Girls opting not to go so far. Roisin, 3rd. Oh, had priority and she's away on this one.
Straight up to the tip, locks the 5 on her McTavish board, but that wave just dying on her. So Roisin has got a 2.17 and 0.6. So she may well get something higher to replace that backup wave, but it's Maria Fernanda Reyes, 3.37 and 3.17 that are putting her in the lead. But Mason in a strong position, just looking to drop a 1.23 as Roisin up and riding. 6 steps to a locked 5 high on the nose ride. And again, that wave dying out. So a lot of challenges with the roll and the run of the waves, a little bit of luck required, but you've got to feel that Mason is in the driving seat right now, having that highest single score of a 4.67, just needing something pretty small to move up into first.
Yeah, definitely. Roisin's getting herself on the wave, unfortunately just not reading it that great. Needs to figure out that she's got to drive back to the pocket, and as the tide's lower, we're surfing the bowl, but unfortunately small swell, so we've got to keep cutting back in that midsection and try and get back to the inside little Rincon link up. So she'll just go back to the drawing board, readjust. 7 minutes to go. It's still a very close heat. No one's run with this one yet. So Mason's just got to be patient, try and muscle back and get into that #1 priority and get herself a 1.87, and she'll be through. But Maria's sitting in a good position here. She's got the lead and priority, so she'll try and manage this all the way to the end, Sam.
Roisin, a chef at the Fig Tree restaurant in Byron with her partner Jack, and of course last year, Josh, we got the chance of eating out in Anglesey on the Great Ocean Road here. Some fantastic food, and we got the chance to mountain bike, to look at the golf courses, and it really is a great place to bring the family this coast.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've got my wife and son down here this week, and we're having a great time, and the restaurants are phenomenal. There's so many things to do besides surfing. As you know, I'm a golf nut, and the golf courses down here are just phenomenal. So it's a really special place, and it's a cool part of Australia. So if you haven't been here, it's definitely worth a trip.
6 minutes remaining. Mason Schremer looking to drop that 1.23. As it stands, our Peruvian in the lead with a 3.37 and a 3.17. First priority with Blue, Maria. Second priority with Mason, but that 1.23, what will be going through her mind, knowing it's pretty attainable score of pretty much a 2 to move to first?
Yeah, she'll be fine. She's just got to know that she's got to wait, be patient. Here comes a nice one here. Maria's stroking into this one.
Fades in deep, little arch turn, staying high, just trimming, gliding on her Piccolo Clemente built board, and then she just gets low and having to just kind of stroke that surface of water, and that wave fades on her. So she's lost her priority, giving the opportunity now for Mason to really wash off that low score and get the 2 that she needs to move up into first.
Yeah, so plenty of time remaining, 5 minutes. Unfortunately for Maria, pulling the trigger on the priority and not really capitalizing. So we've got a nice wave looking here. Roisin's looking into a nice one. So let's see her surf this one, Sam.
Yeah, good opportunity for Roisin. She needs a 4.37. She's still going. Nice high line there, elegant high stance, great clean footwork up to the nose, and it all looks so composed, but she just falls on that nose ride. But again, a lot of these waves just dying on them. So I have to admit, all of the surfers have been pretty unlucky with the way they've selected something that's felt good on takeoff, but then it's just hit a slow patch, and they've really had to read it well to stay with the energy to keep that scoring potential available.
Yeah, totally. Is it unluck, or is it just that they haven't spent enough time out here? Or sometimes with longboards, we kind of pick nice clean days. So today's a little bumpy, a little uneven, and maybe they don't choose these locations to practice when they're having their free surf. So it's nice to see a little bit of adversity, and the girls have to think outside the box and adjust their surfing to the waves. So it's good to see.
Alice Lemoine heading out. She's a 2-time ISA World Longboard Champion, 7 times WSL European Champion. She has been the woman to beat in Europe competitively for the last decade. Zoe Gropignon is now up and coming, and she's occasionally beating Alice in the events, but still, for all the young European longboarders, they look at Alice and she is the woman to beat. She consistently wins that regional tour for the LQS season in Europe.
Yeah, and then when she comes onto the main stage, she still puts on those same performances. She's very confident in her surfing, confident in her equipment. She's working very close with Luffy there in Portugal, producing and getting on some beautiful boards that really suit her surfing. So for her, she's been performing great over the years on the main stage, but she probably considers herself to be a real title contender. So I'm looking forward to seeing her this year put on a good performance here at Bells and go all the way.
Absolutely, and she got to the final last year, Josh. She got second, losing out to Soleil. It was a very close final. It could have gone either way, and it was Soleil that took the win and went on to win the world title that year. But Alice has won big WSL events. She won in Malibu in 2021, but despite those ISA World Longboard titles, she's still waiting to get that inaugural WSL World Longboard title, and that's the prestigious one because it's based on a tour. It's the best surfers in the world. It's the one that these surfers are most hungry for.
Yeah, and I feel like her time will come. You got to just keep knocking on the door, and eventually the door will open. And she's one of those surfers. She believes in herself, and it's going to be exciting to see.
Absolutely. You were telling me the other day about losing, multiple Aussie titles before you finally got the win, and then the wins started flowing. And is it 6 Australian titles that you have won?
Yeah, I've got 8 Australian titles, but I missed out. I went 6 runner-ups, and it just was never happening. And you feel like, oh, is this ever going to happen? Then finally got the one, and then the belief was there, and then you feel like you can win. So Alice believes she can win. She's won big events. She just needs to get that title, and then watch it all open up. And we're seeing that on the men's side. We see Kai Salas, he's always been there for years and years and years. Last year, wins the Bells contest, goes on to win the world title, backs it up with an ISA, and then his performance this morning, he's surfing like a world champion.
Absolutely. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Mason Schremer scrambling deep for this section. She's looking to just get a 1.87 to move up into first. Has she found the opportunity? This wave is going to be very hard to catch. She's going to have to work hard to get that. It's not going to run. It's not going to lift or line up. So she's got 50 seconds remaining. Having a look, and up and riding is Roisin Carolan from Byron Bay on her McTavish surfboards. Nice and cool, upright into a nice down carve turn, throwing spray, cross-stepping, and then just readjusting as she kind of comes to the bottom of that wave as we see Maria Fernanda Reyes, our heat leader, looking to replace a 3.17, and she takes a fall. So as it stands, Maria first, Mason second, Roisin third. Only 20 seconds remaining. Mason up and riding, walks forward, looking to find the tip ride, stalls, stands tall. There's the steep section, locks a roll of the 5, and then down carves, only needing a 1.87. So if Maria didn't replace her low score of a 3.17, you'd expect Mason has done a buzzer beater.
Yeah, that's a crazy finish, very crazy finish. She shot over to Rincon knowing that it was slowing up at the bowl. The bowl has the better waves right now with this lower tide. However, it's a lot more inconsistent. There's still lots of waves coming in at Rincon. So that was a bit of a game plan that we had. If you get stuck, shoot across and get something and get some work done. So she'll be happy with that finish.
So Roisin drops a 2.2 for her last wave. Maria Fernanda Reyes looking to replace a 3.17 to increase the need for Mason Schremer. It wasn't a very significant ride, so it may well not increase that need, and Mason needing a low score of a 1.87 to move up into first. Is it going to be enough? We got the instinctive feeling that it was enough. It is enough. She gets the score. She moves into first. Mason Schremer takes the win. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru moves down into second, and Roisin Carolan stays in third. So Roisin and Maria, non-elimination. They'll be reseeded to surf in round 2, but a buzzer beater for Mason Schremer. She moves through to that round 3.
Yeah, that's a very nail-biting heat, but great surfing from Maria. She put the pressure on Mason there at the end and held her off on a wave. Unfortunately, another one came through, but great surfing by all the ladies, and look forward to watching them all for the rest of the event.
Great moment there. Good boards represented. Piccolo Clemente, Thomas Bexon, Bob McTavish. All of those women put on a good show, but it was Mason Schremer who scrambled for positioning at the end and just did the job just in time.
Yeah, that was really cool. Super.
We've got a big one coming up. Alice Lemoine, Natsumi Teoka, and Natalia Wonderlich. They will be surfing next. Stay with us. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Welcome. 。
Welcome back to the Melbourne Flight Cam live from day one at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic here at Dirac and Wadawurrung country in Victoria, Australia, as we continue women's round one with Hawaiian Natalia Wonderlich surfing against the French woman Alice Lemoine and Natsumi Teoka from Japan, who would have been inspired seeing fellow Japanese surfer Kyoda Inui really put on a good show earlier this morning.
Yeah, it's great to see the Japanese contingent really strong in this event this year and surfing really, really well. So it's cool to see. This is going to be an exciting heat. 3 ladies that are, I don't know, contenders, exciting, fresh, new. It's yeah, it's going to be a really good one. So hopefully we get lots of sets, lots of waves, and a lot of opportunity for them to put on the display of good longboard surfing.
Absolutely, Josh. Natsumi got a 5th here at Bells last year. She actually lost out woman on women to Alice Lemoine, and Alice got a 2nd last year. But somebody who's just booked themselves a spot in the round of 16, based up there in Noosa, riding her Thomas Beckson built boards, it's Mason Schremer.
Mason, tense times in the dying minutes of that heat. In fact, the last 30 seconds, what was going through your mind?
Oh, not a lot, actually, but just thought I needed to get a score, like a pretty small one as well. So, but it's tough when it's like in between kind of tide, and like it's hard to tell what's going to break and what's not, but yeah.
So you're in the bowl the whole heat, needed to go almost back over to Rincon for a wave. Was that a plan, a strategy that you had in mind?
It was, but just from watching like the heat prior, they were kind of all just on the bowl, so I kind of just decided to pick one and stick with it. But obviously, like kind of through our heat, it just changed quite a bit actually. So probably would have been better to maybe go to Rincon.
And a shout out to anyone at home or around the world tuning in.
Yeah, probably just my parents are watching, I bet, and just everyone at work and my housemates, so yeah.
All right, well, we're seeing Mason coming up in round 3. We got some live action. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff, the Wax Head. Big congratulations, Mason, recognizing the need to move, to adapt, and that's such a key element at Bells. You know, the impact of the changing tide when it shifts between Rincon, between the bowl, that really, really was important for Mason to take the risk and go and look for that wave over at Rincon, and then she just came back across and just snagged that low score in time at the bowl.
Yeah, you always have to adapt in the ocean. You never know what Mother Nature's going to throw at you, so you got to have plan A, B, and C, and maybe A's not working, go to B, go back to A, and then over to C. You just got to keep being open to anything, ready to pounce when the opportunity's there, and that was a really smart thing. Sometimes you can get bummed at yourself and sit there and just put your head down in your hands and give up, but Mason fought to the end, raced across, got the wave, got the score, and she's advanced into the round of 16, so she'll be really happy.
Busy start for Alice Lemoine from France, a 1.33 and a 3.73. Natsumi Teoka, the highest score of the heat so far, a 4.33. Natalia from Hawaii, she kicks off with a 1.7. You can see the buoy there, you can see the jet ski, you can just see the positioning. You know, what are the surfers now looking for as the tide now starts to fill up again, Josh?
Yeah, it's a hard one. So like Mason was saying just then, it's the tide's changing again, so it's the tide's coming in, it's getting a little slower and a little fuller over here on the left-hand side of the screen at the bowl. Tide's coming in, starts to move over to the right of the screen, which is Rincon. It's still in between, so the small ones at Rincon aren't linking up all the way. It's going to have a closeout section in the middle and then go really fat. So the surfers just have to adapt. They're great surfers. They know what they need to do. Just be selective, do their surfing, and just be patient. That's all it is.
Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and of course a brand that offers a range of vitamins and supplements that are backed by science to support our health needs. And of course for longboarders, we have that great shelf life. We have seen world champions peak, you know, a variety of ages in their longboard careers, and it's great to know that Bioglan are on board to keep us active and healthy. As we can see, 22 minutes remaining and a score under the belt for all surfers, but it's this surfer on your screen right now representing Japan, Natsumi Teoka, winner of the Asian LQS Tour. Up and riding, steep section, takes a drop, air drop, almost seeing some space underneath that single finish. She got down to the bottom of the board there. Multiple Japanese and Asian champion. 5th here in Bells last year. She commits to that wave, but unable to keep that board trimming moving. But you can just see how difficult it is now for the competitors to make that decision, to take the risk over at Rincon or to stay wide and get that more open face ride at the Bells Bowl.
Yeah, unfortunately for Natsumi, that was a solid wave well overhead for her. She was in no man's land because she started to go up to Rincon, realised that there was a set coming back at the bowl, moved her way back, but she was not far enough into the bowl, so it closed out on her, unfortunately. But still solid waves, so we know they're still swelling the ocean. They've just got to be patient. The waves will come. And in the break this, then we saw Alice get a really nice wave as well.
Absolutely. So Natalia, they're sitting in 2nd priority, opting just to move in a little bit, waiting for that score to come through for Natsumi. It's a low score of 0.67. So Alice Lemoine, she stays out in the lead. What about that air drop, Josh?
But you can see the size in the waves, so they're still swell, which is promising. Just got to get that tide to fill right in and the last couple of heats. But here's this one of Alice's.
So she got a 3.73 for that last ride. So looking again to replace that 1.33. So Alice and Natsumi, of course, great experience on the World Longboard Tour. Natsumi from Chiba, of course, a heartland of Japanese surfing. But Natalia from the North Shore of Oahu, big success on the Longboard qualifying series events in the last couple of years in Hawaii, Ala Moana Bowls and in Pismo. As we can see, Natsumi gets herself up and riding as Natalia straight to the tip, locks the 5. That's that stylish surfing I was talking about. Fantastic talent, walks out of that nose ride right through to the inside with 19 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. And there's Natsumi. Quick, clean footwork, back to the nose, finds a 5, back up again, locks in a 5, lifts those arms over her head into the sole arch, and then floats out of that last section with control and kicks out. And you'll see a little bit of a power battle now between these two surfers to gain priority.
Really nice surfing from both the ladies there. And you'll just see that, we'll probably notice it in the scores with Natsumi. It's so important in these grovelier ways where the surfing is, you've got to finish. You've got to kind of do the surfing. You've got to kind of manage the bump and the wobble in the waves, but you have to finish and you have to keep it as clean as possible. Natsumi finishing with that floater on the inside, right on those bricks on that shallow part of the reef there at Rincon. So that was a really nice wave. But this cross-stepping and nose riding was phenomenal. Unfortunately, losing a little control, but you can see, like, man, she can surf.
Yeah, this is an extremely talented longboarder, you know, somebody who can really be a big threat for big results.
So we can see she just didn't finish this end floater when Natsumi keeps it a little tidier, 5.10, both doing similar surfing. But I think this wave will be a little higher score for Blue because it finishes off a little tidier.
Yeah, great start as well with that 10 on the opening nose ride.
Yes, and here 5, nice little pose there, climbs up over that lip and just keeps it clean. So both ladies again surfing so well.
And you could also see from the Melbourne flight cam the speed of Natsumi's paddling, not only quick with the footwork, but a very, very fast paddler. When you put in a paddle battle with her, you really put your money on her.
Yeah, so we don't compete with her in the free surfs, do we? We just let her paddle past us because we're too slow now.
Absolutely, as we can see, live action, stalling, setting herself up. Natalia, can she find the lock of the 5? Tight, clean footwork on the nose ride, but that wave just dying on her. But again, demonstrating great style and approach as Alice Lemoine looking to replace 1.33. Alice on her Luffy built boards. There it is, the 5. Nose rocker just poked up at the front of the tip there. You can see that Luffy board locked in nicely for her nose ride, staying in trim. She just gets low, stands high, cuts back. You'll notice one of the distinctive features of Alice's surfing is having those palms out. There's the 5, there's the 10, into the soul arch, walks out, and then just puts that board onto a down carve and ends elegantly. And you start to now see the significance of Alice Lemoine, an absolutely fantastic world-class longboarder.
Yeah, this is going to be a really nice score as well, and the girls are really pushing now. There's some good scores coming on the board, a 5 and a 4 for Natsumi. Natalia had that really nice 3 that she didn't quite finish, and then Alice there with a really nice wave. Kind of the whole control, the carving all over the wave, the nose riding, the 5, the 10. The judges are really going to like that, aren't they, Sam?
Yeah, after the reference point of having just dropped a 5.33 from Natsumi, which had an opening 10, a nice turn, great, quick, critical work through the inside, ended with a pretty radical committed floater, but you just felt like Alice had the edge on that exchange, and it really could put her in a significant strong spot with 16 minutes remaining.
And we're probably noticing Natsumi took off a little more at Rincon, where it's a little smaller, where Alice stayed a little wider and closer to the bowl, so the wave was a little larger, so it looks a little more exciting also. So it'll be interesting to see the score come through.
Natalia up and riding. High line, 2 steps, 4 up to the tip. Great lock of a nose ride there. Those feet so close together. Great style. Pulls up for a committed 10. That was a really radical nose ride. High degree of difficulty. Staying true to that 5 right through the pocket, pulling up for a 10. Walking out, putting that board on rail, and then stalling. Great technique. Again, good balance and control, and walking cleanly out all the way through to the inside. The sand will be coming close, and she kicks out elegantly. Again, a great celebration of all-round longboarding.
That was a pretty sick one, Sam. Really committed nose ride. I thought for a second she'd held on a little too long and was going to lose her balance and wobble off, but that was really, really well done, and I liked that she finished it clean, kicked off before that dumping shore break, so that's going to really get her in the middle of this heat as well now.
Well, Alice Lemoine drops a 5.27, and as we see the Melbourne flight cam, we'll wait for those scores to come through for our Hawaiian Natalia, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Huge exchanges have just gone down in heat number 6, with Alice Lemoine from France dropping a 5.27, Natsumi Teoka from Japan dropping a 5.33. But watch out, longboard fans, because the up-and-coming Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii has just dropped a 6.93. Some judges putting that up into the high 7s, some in the mid 6s. The average comes out at that 6.93, and it puts Natalia into first position. She's carrying a low score of a 3 3.07, but the judges really rewarding that long nose ride through the critical section, real high degree of difficulty committing to that nose ride there. And we saw a big exchange on that last set with all three of the women putting on a good display, but it was Natalia who got the edge, Josh.
Yeah, she did. She got high and tight on that nose ride, driving through that section. And it's hard to do backside out there, especially today in a little bit of bumpy conditions. So really well surfed wave. It's great to see. You've been talking her up all week, how good she is, and she's delivering right now. It's unreal to see.
Alice Lemoine kicks out, takes off, looks, walks, recognizes no scoring potential, wanting to drop a 3.73, chasing a low score of a 4.74 to move to first. Natsumi in second, up and riding, chasing a 4.68, finds the 5, walks out of the 5 and floats it with a big re-entry, but not able to climb out of that. She was almost still cross-stepping back as she hit that section.
Yeah, unfortunately not finishing that one off, but that's okay. She'll get back out there. I don't think it was going to go into her 2 scoring waves anyway, so.
Natalia on your screen is now in first position, so she will be sitting out there with first priority. And World Longboard Tour viewers might be new to watching this surfer, but Mexi Logfest fans will know she has performed at the top level in the Mexi Logfest. And of course, on the regional level, she's been a winner of WSL Longboard Qualifying Series events. She got a first in Pismo at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic on the central coast of California there, and a third at the Local Motion Surfing to Summer LQS at Ala Moana Bowls in Hawaii. Of course, she's no stranger to competing at the highest level, but this is the first time we have seen her on the World Tour. And yes, when she was on the sand before she paddled out, I was really celebrating the level of her surfing. She's one of those surfers, if you follow her on social media, on Instagram, she drops a lot of clips that immediately tell you the skill level of this young longboarder.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see there's so many good surfers coming out of Hawaii at the moment. They've got such great mentors with Kaylee Paha surfing so well. She's been putting on performances. Then young Sophia, and then look what's coming through the next level behind them.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
And Megan Godinez, Clea Moniz, you know, so many kind of iconic longboarders who are still young, who are still active, who are still surfing at the highest level. And now the likes of Honolulu and Khalees and Kiani, you know, out here on the World Longboard Tour. And now we have Natalia demonstrating that she can push the likes of Natsumi and Alice right to the edge, because the pressure is now on our stalwart competitors out of Japan and France, who are used to often winning their first heats at this level on the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, totally. And Natalia's sitting in a great spot right now. She's got priority. She's only trying to drop a 3.07, so she can really put the pressure on these ladies out here soon.
Natsumi just had to readjust her line on the paddle. As she paddled into that, she just swept back a little bit. She faded in, she got a 5, she walked back up for a second nose ride. She's now finding a connection, some open face. Can she line this up for another nose ride? Here's the steep wall. She gets high, it's gonna get busy, it's gonna get lively. She's still going. She's just about hung on through to the inside, and she's got the float and the redirect. And things were a little bit awkward. There was not the best rhythm and tempo on that ride, but she's not chasing a massive score, Josh.
No, she's only needing that 4.68. It seemed like she was a little bit stuck behind the whole time, and maybe it came from this wave entry. It's so important to get into the wave with speed and a great line, where she was chasing herself and got stuck in this dead zone, so then it put her behind here. But still, she surfed it well. She did everything she needed to do, getting back on the tail, really opening up those shoulders and rotating around. So just waiting for it. Just the wave was lackluster. It had the size, it just didn't really have the sections.
But it was that's one of the worst feelings, when you're paddling into a wave and you just know that you're slightly too far forward, so you have to quickly readjust. But I think that kind of just threw her tempo a little bit, but she kind of ended up doing a lot, and she's not chasing a huge score. But of course, we've seen strong surfing from the women getting in the 5 range. So is this going to be the 4.68 she needs to move to first?
Yeah, I'm not sure it will, and if it does, it's only just going to get there. But I think it's definitely going to come under. but there's still 7.5 minutes to go, so she'll get back out there. She might pick something up wide in the bowl as she's paddling back out. She's going to be in third priority, so she can't be too selective, but she's just got to try and keep busy.
You were exactly right. Not quite enough. A 3.83, Josh. So stays under the requirement she needs, which is a 4.68. So she stays in second. Alice Lemoine from France stays in third. Alice chasing now a 4.74. And Natalia sitting with priority, looking super relaxed and cool. But she's still got a 3.07 to drop. So what can be the different approaches now moving into the last 6 minutes, 50 seconds with priority, but carrying that low score at the same time?
Yeah, do you play defense and not worry about improving on your score and just staying close to your competitors and taking away their opportunity of getting a wave? Or is she still on foot on the pedal? I'm dropping the 3.07. I'm going to put another 5 or 6 on there, and then I'm really putting it out of their reach. So as a young competitor, first year on the tour, where do you think her mindset is here?
Well, looking at her body language, she looks as cool as a cucumber. She looks unruffled. She looks relaxed. She looks like she's enjoying being here, and she looks confident that if a set comes, she's going to be in priority and she's going to drop that 3.07.
Yeah, nice. I like it. She's looking very calm. And we can see here our seasoned competitor just looking around, being very vigilant. She's moving. She knows she has to make something happen here. But both the ladies, they're only needing high 4s. They can do that in their sleep. So Natalia's not home yet. She needs to still ride one more good wave, really put the pressure on. 5.5 minutes to go, so this is going to be an exciting back end of the heat.
There she is, our heat leader, sitting with priority. Alice Lemoine in third, chasing a 4.74. Alice, born in Nice in France, but she moved over to St. Gilles, Reunion Island, where she grew up and learned to surf, and then she now moved back to Biarritz, where she spends a lot of the year, but she also still gets back out to Reunion, spends time with her partner, a great kite surfer, Luca. And she's been working with the Biarritz Town Council, connecting sport, youth and environment. And she's the only longboarder to be funded by the Fédération Française de Surf, the French Surf Federation. So great to see that kind of like Olympic level money filtrating into longboarding for Alice Lemoine. Yeah,
it's great to see a town and country supporting their surfers and their athletes, which is really cool. Longboarding's been huge, as we're aware. We spent a lot of the early 2000s over there, and their longboard scene is huge, producing great surfers, so it's good to see them getting behind her.
Yep, good days at the Biarritz Surf Festival. As we can see, Natsumi Teoka, is she going to get a nice high line? Sets herself up deep, walks into a 6-step, 5 to a 10, walks quickly with 6 steps back to the tail, and a great carving turn with that board just engaging, knifing, slicing back to the bottom of the wave. Another cut back, staying in the pocket. Now she stays relaxed, just ready to use the footwork to keep that trim speed, stalls it in the 5, walks back to the tail, has to just readjust. She's now a little bit through to the shallow section on the inside, but again, like Alice, she's chasing a pretty low score, and that was very strong from Natsumi, and it could make a big impact in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, totally. That's gonna go close to getting the score, if not maybe being one of her better rides. Surfed it so well on the outside, got a lot of work done, kept it really clean through the inside, and finished off strong with that just nose ride and then straightening out as it closed out. So that's a really well surfed wave. We saw Natalia, who had priority, stand up on a wave. Unfortunately, didn't improve. It was a 1.53. So she's back into second priority. But priority is weird for Natalia then. She had one surfer sitting in the bowl, one sitting at the top of Rincon. So for her, it was hard to decision. Was she going to try and block someone? Was she going to go and stay close to him? But Natsumi ended up getting that one up there, top there at Rincon. So plenty of time to go, 3 minutes. Like I said earlier today, it's a bit of a wind swelly, so there's lots of opportunities, lots of waves coming through, but here's that replay, Sam.
So it's pretty much a 5 she's chasing. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, really nice here, cutting back, 5.10. Maybe looking at it now when we compare it to that 6.93 that was really explosive that Natalia got. She was driving on the nose. The wave was a lot taller. This is really well surfed, but now it looks a little softer and a little bit sleepier on the inside, the wave.
It's right on the money, though. It's going to be super close.
It's going to be close. I do think she'll get the score just.
There it is. You're just right. She did just get the score, Josh. A 5.3 changes the situation. Natsumi Teioka moves into first, meaning Natalia is now in second. She just needs a 3.7 with 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Alice Lemoine from France needs a 5.36. Wow, what a turnaround in the last 3 minutes, Josh.
So it'll be really interesting to see where Elise goes here, because she's got priority. She's been sitting in the bowl. The best scores so far of the heat with Natalia and even that last one and Natsumi, they're getting that up at the top of Rincon. So it'll be interesting to see if she adjusts her game plan right here just in the last couple of minutes.
You can see surfers paddling out for the next heat. Rachel Tilley, Tully White, Emma Perrier, of course, someone you would have seen coming through the ranks. She had a big result at Burleigh for the Longboard Qualifying Series regional event in Australia earlier this season. She'll be very pleased to be here, having qualified for the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for her. She's really looking forward to the year. Great surfer. Evans Head, it's a small little community there on the northern part of New South Wales. They're really behind her. They'll be all cheering. They've got a surfer on the CT in Callum Robson.
Yep.
He's been putting on great performances. He's on the Challenger Series at the moment, but the town's passionate about their surfers and their surfing.
Hometown of the Roxburgh brothers. Ruben, of course, big shout out to Ruben if you're tuning in. And Keenan, a judge here on site. Of course, Tori Gilkison, former Women's World Longboard Champion, is the head judge. But Keenan, of course, a local of Evans Head.
Yeah, he is. So they can produce the great surfers, so it's really cool to see. So she's coming up next. Natalia looks like she's paddling for a little bit here. She just needs to stay composed. There's still 30 seconds to go, as we saw in the last heat. Mason got that wave with 10 seconds to go, so never give up, just keep fighting. Looks like there's some little waves coming here. She just needs to get herself into position.
So Alice Lemoine chasing that low score of a 5.36, sitting with priority, moving towards the Bells Bowl. 15 seconds remaining. Natalia in second, needs a low score of a 3.7. In second priority, Natsumi. So Natsumi has priority over Natalia. So you'd expect that Natsumi takes that wave. She does. Natalia knows that Natsumi was going right, so she had to kick out of that. So the situation won't change. Natsumi will stay in the lead and take the win and move into round 3. And this non-elimination round 1 will mean Natalia and Alice will be reseeded to surf woman on woman in that round 2.
Yeah, what an exciting heat. That was really well surfed. Unfortunately, Alice didn't get another chance when she had that priority at the end of the heat, but well surfed, and look forward to seeing all the ladies surf again tomorrow.
And big celebration for Natalia there, because she, you know, her first time on the World Longboard Tour. We talked about her skill and she proved that she's world class, but congratulations, Natsumi Teioka, taking the win. Stay with us because we've got a big one. Rachel Tilley, of course, a former world champion. Tully White from Australia, and another Australian, Emma Perrier. We've got Berlin and Matt coming in to call the action, and we'll be right back after these messages.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of WSL. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Events, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Welcome back, straight into Heat 7. It's the women's division here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and there's Natsumi Teoka debriefing after her Heat 6 win. Matt Chinoski in the booth, joined with Belen, Alvarez, Kimball. So nice to have you in the booth. You're a queen of longboarding. You're featured in some of those iconic surf films of all time. And how good is it to be back at Bells Beach and calling some longboarding?
It's, again, an absolute honor to be here, to be a part of this next generation of women surfing at the moment. Watching the beautiful waves here and the beautiful coastline in Victoria, so very excited to be here.
And out in the water, we have Rachel Tilley, Tully White, and Emma Perrier. And Tully White representing the blue colour for the New South Wales Blues that took the win in the controversial State of Origin. And a little hands up went up for Belen as well. So Emma Perrier, also from New South Wales, up in Evans Head, and Rachel Tilley representing, well, she's got the Australian flag next to her now too, so I'd say on the California via Queensland. And there goes the rookie Emma, qualifying through the LQS, off to an early start, and she's up at Rincon and goes down on the inside section. So they're tucked up into the headland, and just as that tide starts changing, it's coming back in. A great move to head back up there, Belen. Some exciting heats in the break, but let's go through this replay.
Here we have Emma up and riding on a quick nose ride, just up and out of him, and then Tully taking off on that inside of. Nice little trim work there, beautiful, poised 5. Kind of get a little bump, see if she can make some speed, plow through this little whitewater section. Still holding on that inside rail, which is really hard to do, trying to make it around that whitewater, just not being able to push it into the inside.
So Tully just locking in a marginal score there, 0.6. And another score still to lock in there, but Rachel, she was off to an early start, locking in a 4. We talked about the State of Origin. That's, of course, in rugby league, one of the premier codes of football in Australia. And here, I mean, as part of like the tribal competition is what we have in surfing. We have it in board rider clubs. We have it in all sorts of sports. But, I mean, in surfing, we've got that support network. We've got people down here. And Emma Perrier, she has a support crew down here. She's probably got a 20-strong squad supporting her down there on the sand. And Tully's not far behind with her support crew as well.
Yeah, she definitely has her own little entourage down there, and there's slightly purple shirts and beanies on. We got some scores getting ready to drop here pretty soon. But yeah, opening up that ride, Rachel Tilley up and Tully White up and riding. You want to call that out, Matt?
Yeah, so she took off a proper Rincon out the back in front of the blue buoy out there, and that was a good positioning, a nice wave there for Tully. So hugging Rincon, and she gets this one all the way through the inside. Nice, quick footwork. And this is going to set her up for a little inside track here. So great wave selection. And it was only a matter of time before Rincon turned on. And she finishes just about, but wasn't of too much consequence there. So some nice surfing in the lead up to that. Maybe the best wave of the heat so far. And Emma Perrier behind her controls that turn. She makes her way through to that inside wash, but on the tail, it can be a bit tricky on that inside reef there. You've got to be on that forward section, Belen, to get that forward trim. And that one, she's just going to kick out of there.
No, it is really important to stay in that middle front half of that board. Just really get that drive that you do get from the center of your board.
Rachel kicking out, who had a great campaign last year. Lost probably a little prematurely than what she would have liked. She had some incredible performances in the lead up and in the free surfs out there. Really sending it last year, but fell short. And that's her Bells Beach special, that board. It's got a massive stringer, about, I want to say it's an inch, maybe even wider, an inch stringer in there. And balsa, I believe, as well, with lots of rocker. So a perfect board here for Bells in the Bells Bowl. Someone who has a perfect board for most locations she goes to is Natsumi Teoka, who's on the glass with Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. Natsumi, firstly, congratulations, and how does it feel to be back at the iconic Bells Beach?
I'm so happy to be back here. I love Bells Beach. It's really cold, but yeah, I'm so happy to get to the next one.
Fantastic, lovely surfing out there. It's always nice to get through that first event of first heat of the event. Sorry, but yeah, how do you feel moving forward, and how are you liking the conditions?
Yeah, the wave is a little bit tricky, but we have a lot of windy wave in Japan. So yeah, I try to get clean one, and I think the wave is better than this morning. So yeah, I'm so happy to get a good one.
Fantastic. And anything you'd like to say to the people at home watching in Japan? I'm not sure of the time, but I'm pretty sure they should be watching right now.
Only 1 hour difference. Yeah. 日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。今回は結構本気で1週間前に1人でベルズ入りして、しっかり練習もできたので、すごいいい気持ちで試合に臨みました。次の試合も一つ一つ丁寧に頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Awesome stuff. Congratulations on a great performance, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Righto, back to you guys in the booth.
Nice to hear from Natsumi there. Super fast footwork, and that was a real developing heat that I knew the tide was going to start coming in. I thought it was interesting to see how the surfers adapted really quickly from Rincon, Bell's Bowl over to Rincon, and that's where we are now. This is taken from the top of the headland straight out the front of Rincon, and that's Tully White, the surfer. Still got some scores to lock in. Started off really strong. We haven't had that score lock in yet, but nice, clean footwork. Gets that proper drop knee. Redirects back into the bowl. And really getting low there and redirecting. Trying to stay in the power source and get her nose rights nice and tight in the pocket. There we go, another little touch. So nothing of significance in particular, but the overall flow, the style, and the impression will be a lasting one for the judges, Belen.
Yeah, the way she rode that wave, she read it really well. I think she got the max out of it that she could have. And it was really interesting. You know, you see them all have definitely moved up to Rincon. Speaking to Gail Cooper earlier, we'll have a little chat about this wave. Nice little floater here for our surfer in white, Miss Emma Perrier. She's looking at, this was her 4-point ride. Nice little floater there. Again, nice little hip jive there. Using that little inside rail, but upping the kick out. So yeah, as we were saying, you know, and up and riding here, Miss Rachel Tilley, growing up in San Clemente, showing us how we surf a point. She's very much used to that. Beautiful little cutback there. That board has so much kick in the nose. It really does. If you look at it, it's been her go-to board. She rode that in El Salvador for ISAs, where she did really, really well. But I was actually checking her board out, and the rocker in that thing, it's a light board. It's got a lot of kick and really narrow tail, and she's got a solid fin on it as well. And it's so loose. She really utilizes that tail and nose rides. It holds her in the nose really well.
That's the overall curve of the board. You can see it in the wave right now, and she steps back on that tail, and she often uses the tail, the nose, and the middle of the board equally. So she steps forward for that momentum now, looking for an inside track. Eyeing off a nose ride section, she gets a little touch and hits that one off the top. And I mean, that's an example of a surfboard that's custom made for someone in particular. And that board there is just suiting Rachel's style. And yeah, she's had some great results on it in the last year.
Yeah, when you get to this caliber of surfing, you really start to hone and know your equipment, and you've worked with your shapers for such a long time. You're able to modify and change up things, you know, either make your boards a little bit more narrow, or a little bit wider, a little bit thicker. And on this board here, on a beautiful wave, is Miss Tully White from Manly. Beautiful, really drawn out, nice drop knee there. Again, working the section all the way, another drop knee. Just really trying to utilize that middle part of her board to get that speed in section. And again, this is Tully White from Manly. And then on that last wave, again, beautiful, nice swooping turns by Rachel Tilley and Red. Quick little 5, able to get back in the mid part of that board, just chase that section. And again, just seeing what it's going to do for her. It's going to open up a little bit more. Nice little footwork, trying to, again, just really pull back into that little Rincon inside section here. Nice little 5. Again, really fast on her feet. Nice lift with that floater and really beautifully executed ending of a wave for Rachel Tilley in red.
Yeah, I think that relationship with Josh Martin, her shaper there, is a real testament to Rachel's success over the years as well. And, you know, obviously the shaping talent of the caliber of surfers actually and shapers that are over in California. I think, yeah, Rachel and Josh are possibly one of the best competitive combos there. Obviously in the shortboard realm of things, you've got Matt Biolas, who's shaping phenomenal boards for some of the San Clemente shortboarders as well. But I think as far as longboard goes, Rachel Tilley, she's definitely got one of the premier shapers in her corner. With 17 minutes remaining, Emma Peria, she's opened up the 4 just like Rachel, but Tully off to an early lead, the 5.5, the 4.43, adequately rewarded for that clean surfing. And encouragingly, she hasn't had a section that's really opened up to have anything critical, so that must feel good, just literally getting the feet in the wax and getting some nice scores just for pretty clean. For Tully, that's pretty standard surfing.
Yeah, definitely. Tully has a really high overall score drop, so this is definitely, she's just warming up. She's got 16 and a half minutes. Tully as well has a really good relationship with her shaper. She rides for Nettleton surfboards, and her partner as well is an amazing shaper, shapes Archer surfboards. So she really does get the opportunity to fine-tune her craft. She's got a really solid support. Her mother is an amazing physio. She actually was the physio when we went to El Salvador for ISAs. And Declan White is down here as well, supporting her,
yeah.
always traveling, her little travel buddy. So it's really nice to see the girls lean into the boys for support and feedback.
Yeah, that's right. And a great combo there from Manly Beach. Everyone tuning in right now, no doubt, taking some time out of their work day. And as we do that, we see, we're back on camera. And I was eyeing off Emma Peria, having a look at this wave. So she gets into this one, quick footwork, anticipating a carve, little drop, wow! An aggressive drop knee there in the bowl. And we'll see how this one links up the inside. If she can, she wrangles her way through to the inside. And unfortunately that not capitalizing. Some great turns right there. And we're gonna go to a Bonsoy brew break while we wait for those scores to be locked in. So more than just longboarding and surfing here along the Great Ocean Road. Of course, some of the most iconic waves in the world, but one of the best drives. We've got hikes, you've got some amazing bike routes as well, but some of the hospitality, some of the laneways in Melbourne, and of course, we're just an hour and a half away from some of the most iconic international events that are being held throughout the year. And we're here for the Bioglan Longboard Classic. I'll tell you what, Ellen, it's just heating up. The women, they're well and truly through the draw. Heat 7, the day is almost coming to a close, but the waves have had a mid-arbor glass off, but it's Tully White from Manly Beach out in the lead, and what a great performance so far.
All right, and speaking of Up and riding. Beautifully drawn out, gorgeous nose ride from Emma Perrier here in white. Really trying to just hold on to this section here. Completely pulls it off and then just says, nope, I'm out. And then on the inside here, a nice quick 5 different wave pulling out.
That was the replay of Emma there, just trying to chip away now, needing a 5.93 with just the 3.27 in the opening 4 for her. And Rachel Tilley hitting that 5.01. And Emma's actually riding a Tolhurst. She's surfing for Billy Tolhurst, one of the most iconic shapers on the east coast of Australia, based out of mid-north coast, Coffs Harbour. And she's riding like a performance-style single fin. And it really seemed to suit the bowl of the wave on that drop knee turn. Some exciting stuff from the rookie. And you've seen Emma surf before, especially up around Evans, North Coast region?
Yes, yes. Emma's a beautiful surfer. She does so much for our community. She's the president of the Evans Longboard Club as well. And she actually runs her own breast cancer event. It's called the Breast Comp Ever. Oh. And yeah, she was great. She ended up raising like over $100 grand and was able to access a machine for women in the area that we didn't have access to for breast cancer. And so the money that was raised from that event went towards helping. And yeah, as well, it ended up really supporting people that financially needed help when they were going through treatment. And it's a really great gathering for women. And so Emma's done a lot. And it's really great to see her here as well. She showcases, she's got so much talent and she has so much support from the longboard community. And now, yeah, she lives just up on the far north coast now. And Rachel's used to live up on the Gold Coast. She's now moved back to San Clemente and pursuing, her career there and just enjoying being back home with her family, which is great as well. It's sad having her not around the hood anymore. She was running some Pilates classes in Cabarita where I live. But yeah, she's moved on to new adventures, which is exciting.
As we have a look at inside the blue buoy there, that is Rincon. You can see Emma on the right-hand side of the screen having a look at that wave on the inside. And there's so many good waves that actually sneak under priority here. That's not a bad option. But yeah, Emma's crew down there, but there's none more deserving of a shout-out than her dog, Bimo, who's joining her down there on the sand, hanging out, watching her right now. She's brought a dog and a boyfriend, Billy, who's standing nearby. Both of them are a common sight on the Gold Coast as well. I know Scotty Johnson up there, he's a big fan of Emma. He was going to come down and watch her, but he was out with a knee injury. But all the Gold Coast and North Coast friends tuning in, watching this right now. It's so cool to have the Oz rookie representing. And Tully was once there, but she's now considered to be almost a tour veteran as far as the Aussies are concerned. And here she goes, the rookie up and riding right now, and kicks out. And yeah, it's so nice to see that support. And you've got it up there. I mean, the Californians have got it, the Hawaiians have got it. And often with the Australians, I feel that support up until recently had almost gone by the wayside. But it seems to be that camaraderie, like we talked about earlier, with the board rider clubs, is really coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, it is. It is really, again, it brings it back to the gathering of the tribes. You know, you get people that all have the same passion we care about. You know, the adventures of riding waves, log riding, surfing, everything that has to do with the ocean. And you were talking about catching waves under priority, which we saw in that last heat. Actually, Natsumi snuck in that wave under priority and ended up moving into first position, right, with the line under not much time left. So that inside section is really working well.
For sure, especially if it's only a marginal score. But Rachel using her priority here and stepping back into a trademark carve there. She really turns that upper body. She gets on the nose. Looking here, back to the power source. She's going to want to try and find that reform section. She knows what's up. She's no stranger to bells. Great timing there for former world champion who just can't ride out of that one, but some great work. She's needing a 5.01 behind her. Smooth fade there for Tully White. Up on the nose. Trimming through the midsection there, so she's adapted with that board IQ, that wave IQ from before where she fell off in that same section. Nice turn. And starting to really find a groove here at Rincon. She's looking for this inside bowl section. She gets it, connects, and that board looking really nice as it runs through the inside trough there and finishes with a lot of control. She's eyed something on the end section. She may get a little bonus before it runs in really shallow ledge there. And now you see her almost with the booties stand up there. So that's all reef, flat reef there. So good option to wear the booties, not just for the cold belly,
Oh yeah, no, and especially, you're going to be worrying about your fins getting in that close. A lot of these girls are riding, 9-inch, 10-inch fins, and you go smashing those fins into those things, there it goes.
And that fin is on that Nettleton looking fantastic. That's the FCS fin. She's a team rider. That's actually my wax head model fin. It's 10 inches exactly, and it's made for exactly what we have out in the lineup. And there's Rachel's replay.
Rachel up on a beautiful, nice wave. Again, she just has this really beautiful swooping style, really, really polished off California style. Quick, nice 5 there, holding it in. I haven't seen a lot of long, locked-in nose rides like that, like we have earlier. So I know we're really hoping to see if we can get nice, just quick little taps there. And unfortunately, she just kind of gets that little gap suck up from underneath her and just comes unstuck. And then here, again, Tully White in blue on a beautiful ride, well-surfed wave. Really, again, in that middle section connecting to that inside, beautifully drawn out, fading back to this little setup lineup. Really using that inside rail, that outside rail when she was going left, knife footwork, nice trim speed. And again, just really working this wave to the max. So that was our surfer, Tully White.
And live action there, the little drop knee. Redirect, so good flow here for Emma Perrier. And this wave running away from her. She's going to stay with it by the look of it. And she's in that whitewash, just nice and stable. Try and ride this one out to see if she can link the inside section. Gets the steps forward and opening up a few opportunities here, but it looks like it's just going to be a straight and out drop knee there. And a cut down for Emma, but chasing a 5.93. You feel that heat's starting to get away from her a little bit. The body language perhaps showcasing she's wanting more out of it. But Tully, on the other hand, looking really confident. Score still to drop in.
Yeah, all right, and Emma, this is Emma's last wave. Nice, so trying to get that little side slip to get that little speed out of that section. Again, connecting, beautiful drop knee. Just a kind of quick half drop knee. Nice little float. Try to get some speed off of that. You can climb off that little foam as well and connect back down. Seeing if this is going to do anything else for us. And she opts for a little bit more trim. Fading to go left here, little drop knee. So again, she was looking at improving 3.27. She's currently high score is a 4.0 with just coming up down to almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, needing a 5.93 though to go into first place. The winner will move straight into the round 3. Second and third move into the elimination round. And at this point, 5 minutes to go. That score still getting locked in. The judges will take their time. It's a crucial time of the heat. As these surfers are standing up, you can see them sort of waiting for that announcement from the beach announcer. You can hear that in the background. The scores drop. A 4.7 for Tully, extending her lead slightly. And a 3.67 for Emma Perrier, needing a 6.2 as Tully has just extended her lead a little bit. So scores going exactly how the body language really was anticipated. And it's always nice to know that the judges are onto it with what we're seeing in the coverage too. You know, sometimes it's difficult to see what the judges are analysing because the span of the camera angle can actually, we're zooming in on the intricacies of the nose ride, and it can look a lot more technical than the expansive view. When you pull back, it can look like a smaller wave actually from the distance. Really nice to see that we're on song here.
Looking at Tully's body language, you were talking about body language, she sees maybe something pumping out the back. This is not her first rodeo, and she's looking at the scores that the girls need. A 5.28 is nothing for Rachel Tilley. You know, she does that normally. And then again for Emma, a 6.2. You definitely do not leave any doors open for these two girls. You're wanting to solid, you want to keep first. You're not wanting to, you know, jump into the next round. You want to keep that momentum with only 3.5 minutes left. I don't think that last wave that Emma caught's going to really come into her play. So she's hunting now. Everyone's kind of hunting.
Yeah, she needs 6.2 now, and Rachel, she's chasing a 5.28. So petting the kitty there, just trying to get down the wave here. And a bit of a disjointed outside section, but she'll try and make up for it in the inside section. Using a priority there, and nice sweeping bottom turn there. She identifies some down the line action here. Couple of nose rides, staying really busy. She gets the completion and unfortunately goes down on the inside reef. 3 minutes remaining. She's going to need to make her way back out. What did you make of that one, Bella?
I don't think that, I don't know if that's going to be better than her highest score. It'd be interesting to see, what she fell on that at the end of that wave, but she got some nice nose rides, beautiful turns and so forth. Like I said, we're just going to have to see what the Georges throw out for that. Coming just down to almost 2.5 minutes left. And Emma's now needing a slightly higher score to get out of third place. Rachel's chasing a 5.28, and when you're coming down to 2.5 minutes and you don't have priority, if you can sneak one in that's a good one, has a good line, and allows you to really open up a bunch of different maneuvers, you can get those scores.
So paddling back out right now after an exhausting 27-minute heat, 28-minute heat, what's going through Rachel's mind right now? Where is she going to go right out the back and waste that time, or separate herself? We'll get into that in a moment, the strategy. Let's talk us through this wave.
This wave Rachel took off on, it looked like a great wave, but then she just kind of got hung up on at the top section of it, and she was able to really legit compress, get down, patting the kitty as you call it, and then, just work this inside again, making the most of what she can do. Again, a nice, just quick 5, back to another 5 in there, and going for this beautiful little floater, almost pulling it off, and then, just coming off the back rail.
So looking to drop a low of 4.93, that wasn't going to be it with that that last one of 3.73, the incompletion. But she's out there, she's sitting inside everyone else, going to try and maybe scoop something up under priority.
Yeah, and that was the conversation we were just having, was like, what would you be doing? You've had this long heat, you're tired, you have been, catching a fair bit of waves. Rachel's caught 6 waves already, Emma's caught 8 waves already, and you'd be waiting for that inside section just to throw you something.
Yeah, she's hunting for something, while Tully with the priority out the back, looking to drop a low of 4.7, and we have seen a lot of heats go right down to the wire. This is going to be a really tight ending if another set comes through. It does look like it's quite flat at the moment, and Tully in a commanding position. Those little lines starting to come through, perhaps a little bit more groundswell slowly making its way as that wind swell died down throughout the day. But a very consistent day of surfing. I mean, we've had almost 23 waves ridden in this heat just alone. Some of the other heats more, 25, 30 waves. So great day of surfing. But we're not done yet. We have Heat 8 coming up next, which should be an absolute banger. See on the inside, Emma, last-ditch effort, needing a 6.2, 20 seconds remaining. She gets up to the nose and can't get over the boil on the inside, so we'll count this one out very shortly unless Rachel, and she goes, she sneaks one in the final seconds. And she's really far on the inside, going left back into the rocks. And yeah, an unusual type of wave here, but it's opening up for her. And a power carve back into the whitewash, so unconventional, but she gets a score, chasing a 5.28. We'll see where the judges go with that one. But a predominant right-hand reef, I can't see it being one of the better waves of the heat.
Yeah, yesterday when I was down here, I was watching it, and a couple of people were out surfing, and it was all lefts right around this time, and I was explaining that to someone. I'll explain this to you after I tell you. Oh, coming in. Yeah. So yeah, I was, and I saw a couple of the girls surfing, a couple of the girls later, and I said, oh yeah, I just watched all these lefts come through, and then just looked at me, lefts? And I said, yeah, at the higher tide. It was this left. And up here, this is Rachel Tilley on one of the replays. Just getting a little wipe off, going up. Ooh, big breath.
And this is the beginning of that next set. We still have scores to lock in. And this is Zoe Guapion, the French woman, starting off early. And that's Rachel coming back in. So we'll catch up with the beginning of Zoe's wave shortly. But Tully White takes the win from Rachel Tilley, and Emma Perrier will move into the elimination round tomorrow. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. Final heat of the day coming up next.
nice to be back here at Bells. Yeah, what I love about this wave in particular, it's a really big canvas and you get to paint the canvas all the way down the beach.
This is a beautiful place. I'm so excited. It's gonna be the best thing after a cold surf in the ocean. Princess, this is for you.
Thank you. It's important to rejuvenate and take the time to relax, and all the amenities here at one spa are just the perfect way to do it.
Something that makes Victoria so different is all the amazing food and coffee that we get to explore. I think that's something I get really excited for. It's safe to say the day we've had is the perfect day you could have in Victoria.
Yeah, good surf, good food, and good spa. What a day!
Genuinely stoked. That was Alice Lemoyne and Rachel Tilley there. And the Melbourne Flight Camp showing us the beautiful contest site here at Bells Beach. Iconic surf spot in its own right. We're here for Stop 1 of the World Longboard Tour. We've got Zoe Gopion, Avalon Gal, Emily Curry out on the water, and Bellin joining us in the booth. I'm Matt Chinosky, and we're here to call the final heat of the day. What a day it's been so far, Bellin.
Oh, it's been an amazing day. Great surfing. You know, we had amazing waves in the morning. That wind picked up a little bit, and then it just cleaned up. And the girls, the ladies, have just had the best conditions. You know, they started off down at Bells Bowl, and now they've moved back up to Rincon, and they're making it look so fun.
And Zoe, all an international affair, coming through on the regional qualifying tour, and Avalon Gal, Emily Curry also coming through on the regionals. So that LQS system, the way that it's gone back into the regions, has really broken up the flags that we're seeing flying in the last few years, where previously it was relatively dominated by just a handful of countries, but now it's a full international affair with qualifiers from South America, Hawaii, America, and then you also have Australia, Oceania, and the Asian region as well, and of course South Africa. That's why we have the full spread of countries represented. And Zoe opening up with 217. No stranger to waves like this. South of France offering plenty of setups, very similar. La Fatinia and Guthrie as well. But of course the temperature of the water, so similar. And really starting to feel like home. I'm sure a lot of the French surfers, but Avalon Gal, absolutely lovely, stylish, goofy footer, and should be one to watch in this heat. And Emily Curry, of course, the cold's not going to hold her off.
Oh no, she's from the north, yeah, being from England. Emily, definitely, she probably feels right at home. I know I've heard a couple of the people that are from England today, they've been saying, this feels just like England surfing at Newquay. You know, you got the big, beautiful cliffs, the cold water, that really beautiful greeny blue hues as well. And yeah, definitely not something that they're scared of. And then you've got Zoe as well. She's just a little traveling all over the place. I was just talking to her up in the competitor's site, and you know, she's here and then she's going around, and she's just doing like 15 trips this year. And then Avalon, oh Lord, I was looking at some of her footage. Absolutely beautiful style, just so graceful and technically on point. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the girls, you know, turn this heat on for us.
Well, we haven't seen Emily Curry here, but we have seen Avalon surf last year, and Zoe. But someone we saw some great highlights last year was actually Tully White. She took out that last heat. She's on the glass for a post-heat interview with Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Here with Tully White. Tully, flying the Aussie flag, first one through to round 3 of this year's event. How does that feel for you?
I'm really stoked. There's a really awesome crew of Aussies here, so hopefully everyone else can meet me in round 3 as well. But yeah, really, really stoked to have such an amazing support crew around us, and stoked to get through.
Fantastic. Your heat was at one of those tides, not the first one of the day at that tide, but it's starting to move across to Rincon. I noticed you were pretty set on your ways at where you were going to surf out there, and as I looked down the stairs I also noticed some of that support crew. So Cale Bell Warren down there, pretty good man to have in your corner at Bells Beach.
Yeah, Cale's been super duper helpful. Yeah, I've been surfing with him for a couple of weeks, and he's really knowledgeable at this spot and this coastline, so really grateful to have his support, and yeah, already kind of reaping the rewards of it, so very grateful.
Yeah, fantastic. I know he's got a lot of actual bells at his house that he's won helping other surfers. I'm sure he'd like a bells bowl, but congratulations to you. Fantastic performance, and best of luck in the rest of the event.
Thanks heaps. I'm looking forward to it.
Well done. Back to you guys, boys.
Thanks so much, and great insight there from Tully. And look at that beautiful headland there. You mentioned Emily Curry with that similar landscape over there in England. Portugal, much the same, and that Melbourne flight cam just showcasing the lineup here that the surfers have to look at, and that's the stairs, the famous Bell's Stairs leading up to the contest site with that white marquee there. But we're at Rincon here. Bell's Bowl is over to the right-hand side of the screen, all the way to the end in front of the stairs. This is Avalon up and riding on her first wave. That lucky pink board, she said it's one of the best boards she's ever owned, that Michael Takayama. She doesn't even know the specific dimensions, but she just said it doesn't care. She doesn't care because it feels so good underfoot. And a lot of surfers inspired, and shapers inspired by what Michael Takayama has done in the last 5 or 6 years. Originally shaping some standout boards for guys like Kaniela Stewart and, of course, Kai Takayama, his son. But a lot of influence in modern-day longboards has been taken from Michael, and you must have seen that in the contest area today.
Yes, I have seen that in the contest area. And like you said, I have seen a lot of those boards in the past year. They all kind of just showed up the coast one time at an event. And I was looking, I think there was like 20 people riding his boards up at Noosa one year. Yeah. And that's when you and I were doing stuff together. And I was checking all the boards out, and they look so good. And, that last name has a lot of legacy and a lot of amazing talent. Everything from uncles to sons to nephews.
World champions as well.
Definitely some world champions.
Although a world title hasn't specifically been won on one of those boards, but surfers have ridden those throughout the years. Surfers like Honolulu as well. And here goes Avalon kicking her way through this one. And she gets up, gliding into this wave. And that one's not going to do it. And you see Zoe behind her. So this heat just finding its rhythm. The waves perhaps not breaking right on Rincon as they would have liked, but they're going to stay patient. Looks like some action moving here. Emily with priority. You can see her on the right side of the screen having a look at this one. Zoe perhaps with a better line. And Emily pulling the trigger on this one. She's very deep behind the boil. She gets almost to the nose and comes around the section. Here's the boil there. She does a great job to control. And just looking for some open face here. She hits that one on the lip and is able to ride through this one, but very deep on the takeoff and unable to find any green face or scoring ability at the moment. She'll stay with it, maximizing her priority, her option there. And just looking to better a 167 that she has as a backup. So nice footwork there. It gets the nose right, and unfortunately just a little out of rhythm on that one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Obviously, it's going to better her 1.67. She is not scared of waves. She was charging when we were in South America just recently. I think she's really worked hard on her equipment. She is she's kind of royalty in England. She's done so much for women's longboarding. She is doing her PhD as well. She's working in, and this is her riding on a nice way. We'll just recap this, just connecting to that little, just trying to get over that little ledge on the inside. Hoping for that beautiful reform, nice little floater, trying to get some speed around this whitewater section, nice and low. Again, just really trying to drive and use that, her body weight and everything, just getting low, forward momentum, connecting, nice little footwork, staying right in that middle part of the wave. Nice quick 5 there. So she's doing her PhD in sports science. I'm trying to drag her over to Australia so she can come and do some stuff here at surfing. It'd be great to see some more women in that field.
And Emily makes her way out, gets the 233. There's a long wave for a small reward, but she'll take it. She goes up to the lead. But no one's really broken away in this heat so far, but it's the French woman's second priority in Avalon, holding that main prio down into 3rd spot right now. Avalon's dad, Ray, tuning in right now. The first contest that he's never actually joined Avalon. She's 21 years of age. She's been coming to Australia since she's been about 12, 13 years of age. Similar with Khalees since she was about 9 or 10 years of age. So Australia has really been an annual pilgrimage for these surfers, typically for the Noosa Festival of Surfing, held in March. Warmer water, beautiful waves on the famous right-hand point breaks of Noosa. But a different reason to come to Australia at the moment. This is for the World Longboard Tour kicking off here. First event at Bells Beach. And Avalon just traveling with her boyfriend Kai Takayama. And Dad Ray, he'll be tuning in right now. He'll be smiling from ear to ear. He's got a hip operation coming up, and he's a fixture at the site. You know, a really welcomed, happy guy. He's really nice. He adds that family aura that people talk about with longboard events, but the shortboard events can often be really competitive, a little bit more at stake. That's a community aspect of longboarding.
And, you know, Avalon being so young at those events, you know, it'd be really great to find out what little Avalon, if she ever, you know, obviously she would have hoped to have been here one day, but she's now doing it. And this is the biggest area you can be with longboarding.
And so Zoe up and riding right now. She's riding boards made by, we'll get into that in a second. Look at this section on the inside. She finds something on the inside. A couple of bit of footwork up onto the nose, another nose ride there. So this bowl, she's identified it. Let's see what it's got. Another nose ride, clean, clinical footwork, and gets the rail engaged. So this is great wave selection, maybe the best wave of the heat so far, and she stays on her feet as well. So the French woman, that one's going to feel great. She capitalized, a great takeoff, and she got that one under priority, Belen.
That wave right there is exactly what Gail Cooper was explaining to me about. You know, if you sit up, you can link it all the way down. She was saying, she's like, why would you go surf down there when you can surf this wave and it will connect all the way through. And again, looking for hopefully a nice long connecting wave is Avalon Gale up and riding here. I'll let you walk through this.
Yeah, let's go through this one. And she might have another little inside section here as well, just like Zoe. A little sleepy to start, but some nice footwork. She gets up on the nose again and can't get down. But we've got a live reaction with Kai Takayama, who's with Grant out and about.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Standing on the iconic beach stairs here with Kai Takayama. A little bit different scene for you, Kai, this time around. You know, done a lot of competing around the world on a longboard and sitting here on the sidelines. How's that going?
Yeah, I kind of love it. I got a new perspective and appreciation as like a surf coach. It's fun being the board caddy.
Yeah, fantastic. Supporting Avalon out here today. She's just got her first wave then. We got a glimpse of it. What do you think?
Her feet is finally in the wax. That's a good start. Her heat looks a little bit slower than the last couple, but you know, hope she pulls through. Yeah.
Fantastic, mate. And obviously coming from a longboarding family well known all around the world, how's that been for you kind of growing up, coming through that sort of scene?
I'm lucky. That's about it, you know. I kind of got to meet people who maybe I couldn't appreciate until I was a bit older. You know what I mean? Yeah. I just didn't know that I was surrounded by like my heroes. But yeah, it's become something that I could totally appreciate now as a grown man, you know what I mean?
Yeah, fantastic, mate. And speaking of lucky, you're in Australia at the iconic Bells Beach. How are you finding it?
I love it. I love it. There's so much history here. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. You know, I love all the Aussies. I'm like an honorary Aussie. I've been here, this is maybe like my 13th time, just to Australia itself. And yeah, just I've came out of the water and just taken a deep breath, checked my surroundings, and I'm in love with this place.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. We're going to switch back to the broadcast as girls surfing.
Thanks so much. Great insight there. And Kai certainly is an honorary Aussie. That mate's been coming here for so long, also since his early years as well as with Avalon. So Avalon and Kai both sharing their love for Australia. Just on the inset, Emily and Avalon just getting smaller, mid-sized waves that didn't link up to the inside section, both needing Emily needing a 4.85, Avalon a 6.44, and they're really deep up the point right now at Rincon off that reef. But French woman Zoe, a 5-point ride, riding a locally, you could say a locally designed board by Phil Grace, who really channeled his surfing experience and an original surfer from this area, been shaping for over 40 years. And yeah, she's sponsored by over there, Stephen Bell Surfing as well. They've got a little retail setup over there in France right now, and he's also no stranger to Bells Beach, having supported Kelly Slater here for many decades over the years. And yeah, Zoe, her you could say there's a long lineage of support that she's got that runs really deep here at Bells Beach and similar to the south of France. But currently in lead, looking to drop a low of a 2.17, commanding position with priority, but still a 3.85 needed for Avalon and Emily Curry, a 4.85. This heat's going to come right down to the end, as we've seen in the last few heats, the buzzer beaters. I think back to Natalia, who lost to Natsumi Taoka in that last minute, and Mason Schremer, who had to get a 1.7 in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, that last 20 seconds we were standing on the stairs, and she just scratched into it, and like you said, just was able to pull that off. And you just have to be on your guard and on point until that buzzer goes off, because I've seen people, the buzzer hands go off the rails and they're standing up, and that's the end of the heat, and it switches. So you just you can't let anyone slide underneath you, especially when you're in this position like right now, where first you skip a whole round. And right now people are just wanting to keep advancing and make it a little bit easier on them. Not that it's going to get easier, but just make it a little bit less.
Yeah,
surfing.
take the pressure off.
Yeah.
We see smaller lines there that are not going to eventuate. Let's go to a Bonsai brew break and come back for the remainder of Heat 8 very shortly.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of WSL. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Events, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Final heat of the day here at the iconic Bells Beach. This is the first stop in the World Longboard Tour. We're into women's opening round, heat number 8. Bellin, Alvarez, Kimball joining Matt Chinosky in the booth here. And that's Zoe Gropion using her priority there and not able to capitalize on that wave. So the veteran French woman, she's in the lead, but a little priority. We'll see if it's an error shortly, as she has to give way to Avalon Gal, who's third down in priority. Takes off on this one. Beautiful opening wave there. Nice carve, really getting to work on this wave. Great footwork, nice polished style. Avalon working her way through to the inside section there, getting some work done on the outside. This one looks like to have an inside bowl, mid-tide, really starting to make Rincon peel off like its own little point break. Californian there out from Laguna Beach, kicking out of that one, but that'll be exactly what she needs, only needing a 3.85 to go to the lead. 8 minutes 30, it's a good time to jump into the lead, Bellin.
Yeah, great time. That was such beautiful surf. I love watching the girls surf this wave on their backhand. The way they really utilize that inside rail with their footwork, and the way that they're so open up, when they are on the nose, it's beautiful. It's so classy. And she surfed that wave really well.
Let's dive into that on the replay, the opening up of the hands, the hips. That's really key, especially on your backside. So I look forward to diving through that replay, because these are little technical idiosyncrasies that separate and define style on a longboard and make good surfing different to crabby sort of bad style. I love that you identified that.
Yeah, it really does make a big difference. And it just makes a difference with the way that your board functions and the way that it moves. And yeah, I have a lot of respect for people who, surf their boards well and read the waves and utilize their bodies in different positions to, get that board moving, to stall, and then to lead them up into the next maneuver.
This is that replay. You can just see her carving that around. Talk us through this one.
Oh, beautiful, nice, quick, straight off the feet, nice in a pot, just running through that little pocket. You can see her tail, is just really nice and loose. Nice little, sorry, we just lost that one there. Again, just cutting back into this little foam section. But yeah, again, you could see the inside of where her heels, how they lean into that rail. Again, and then back shifting.
The subtleties of the footwork,
and
right?
then shifting onto her toes, to go left, and then again, back onto her heels. Nice, really utilizing the pivoting of that rocker in that board.
And it's interesting, as we take the steps forward, they're not, parallel to the rail. That front foot is always open. My students often, I refer to it as a gangster style stance where the hips are open and the hips are forward, and it's propelling, it's opening up that forward momentum, and it just looks so good when it's executed on the backside. And longboarding on the backside is so much more difficult, I feel, nose riding and all those technicalities than it is on the front side. As it is barrel riding, there's all those little idiosyncrasies, of course, as well. But on the heel side, it's an absolute art. Avalon did enough to go to the lead, a 5.67, putting Zoe in a predicament now, needing the 4.01, and Emily a 6.67 required. And this is that quick replay. So yeah, quick, fast feet there, and you can see riding real high there, open the hips up in this turn, engaging the rail, back around with a bit of power there. I think a lot of the points coming from the combination of maneuvers there, Belen.
Yeah, she surfed this wave so well. There was really nothing more that she could have done. Just linking this inside now, this is just literally just adding the frosting on top of this cake. Really, really, again, watch her feet, how she leans into that rail just to kind of drive around certain sections.
And the little kick out at the end, that comes from not using a leash and practicing a lot without using a leash, because that's the way you hold onto your board. You don't just jump off into the whitewash. The judges pick up on that. And exiting the wave, although it's not a major counterpart in a score, it certainly leaves a good taste in the judge's mouth. It looks good, and it's like a sign-off or a bow around your performance. And it's just saying, that's my package, here you go. And it's paying respect to the ocean, because after all, this wave's traveled about 4,000 miles to get here.
It is showing amazing control of your equipment. There is such a difference when you do see someone kick out of a wave and hold on to their equipment, and you can really tell those who do not surf with a leg rope, and we're not getting into that, but I love...
let's get into it.
My first boards when I first learned it didn't have a leash plug, so it really taught me how to read a wave. It really taught me how to project, look down the line. You wouldn't take off on waves that you knew were close. It taught you how to be a water woman, how to understand each wave and read and be smart about your choices.
Yes.
It taught you how to hold on to your equipment and not just let it go because you had something that it was going to be attached to. So I'll tell you what, man, if I get on a shortboard, I feel like I'm going to put my hands through rails because I know I can grip and hold on to that board. And you're going upside down and inside out, legs wrapped around your board, really holding on. And that was, I think as I was younger, it really taught me how to ride various waves and read waves, which is so important when you're learning to surf.
And there's a batch of Americans up and coming, Kevin Scavana, Kai Takayama, Chloe Coleman down there, and they're supporting Avalon on the beach. They're stoked with that last score, and reiterating the leg rope issue, this is not reckless surfing. This is a controlled environment. Obviously a lot of them all wearing leg ropes now, but if you lose your board, it's on the rocks, and that's it, heat done almost, and the board done. So if you're in a crowded environment, if you're underskilled, of course, you need to wear a leg rope for your own safety, but paddling around the lineup, surfing without a leash and with no crowd, it teaches you a lot of lessons, a lot of water skills that you don't get when you've got this leash attachment, which of course can snap.
No, yes, I've definitely had a few. I think actually my worst injuries I've ever had were with a leg rope. I've had it come back and hit me in the face. I've gone over the falls, and normally where your board would go away from you, I've had to come back and hit me.
We're not promoting reckless surfing, we're promoting professional surfing. This is a professional surfing event. And here we have Zoe Guopion. And that wave looking like it's going to open up on the inside, but she's got some good timing here. Nice and stable style. Caught in between, maybe Rincon and the bowl here. She's going to look for that inside. Elegant footwork for Zoe. Soft feet, using the rail there. Going to town now. She's going to be looking for the hang 10, which she hasn't got yet. Just about 6 hang 5s at the moment. Maybe showing some variation of the nose ride. She feels she needs something more. And she goes down. That's a crucial moment there. She was searching for a 4.01. It might still be the score, but Emily Curry behind her, not to be left out of the equation. Waiting for this inside bowl. And bright pink board just shining through the inside wash on a moody afternoon here at Bells Beach. Body language perhaps showing that may not be the score, but we'll have to catch up and see if there's anything done on the outside. The great exchange of waves. Talk us through this one.
Beautiful takeoff there on a nice wave. Looking at, like you're saying, her last wave was a 5. So looking at improving on a 5. Beautiful, nice nose ride. Seeing if this is going to link back up onto the inside. She's got that forward speed. Nice footwork again. Just, just adding that forward momentum. Nice little turn. Really working this wave, rail to rail, tail to tail, nose to tail. Again, nice, clean, drawn out little turns. Really nice fades. Again, unfortunately, just getting caught on that inside section. With just coming down to a minute, you're gonna, if you're in first place, you're gonna really want to make sure that you got a really good line, really good lead on everyone else. Second and third, again, a 4-point ride is.
Yeah. Well, great surfing there from Zoe regardless, but needing a 4, we'll see where that one comes in. And this is the outside of Emily's wave that we didn't see.
Beautiful ride here from Emily. Again, nice. I love that little parallel stance. Kind of side to side, so it actually really moves your board through the section again here as she does that again. Just trying to get, that little, move some water underneath that board, connect to this inside a couple of steps here.
This is about where we caught up with her at the end. So not a lot on the outside section, just keeping busy, but that wave not really allowing or opening up for her, where maybe the wave beforehand, Zoe's, was quite a bit bigger and sort of drove off the reef. But here's Avalon looking to drop a 3.33. As we still haven't got that score in from the French woman in red, but we missed the beginning of Avalon's. We'll have to catch up with that as well.
I'll tell you what, I definitely would not want to be swimming from out the back there.
5 seconds left. Sorry, the Zoe, she may need a score here, and this could be it. So fast footwork there, and she steps back, then she link up the inside. She doesn't, so it's all going to come down to that last exchange. And we'll have to wait and see. Emily did get up as well. She was chasing a 6.67. So this is the beginning of Avalon's wave.
Oh, solid set here for her. Really driving, nice, powerful surfing. Beautiful nose ride again. Nice nose, nice 5 again. Just, just using that foam to kind of climb around that section. A little stall, that little kind of check turn, I guess you'd call it if you were on a shortboard, just to slow down. Trying to reline this little inside. Is it going to offer her something? First, straight up in a nice, really critical part of the wave. Nice 5 there. Beautiful, beautiful style. Again, look at that, straight through the white water, just floating off that white water foam right there. Nice drive off the bottom. See all that water come off her rail there. Again, slowing down, going, okay, there's nothing I can do over here. I'm just going to wait, ride it out, connect on that inside.
So a 3. So Avalon looking to drop a 3.33. She's gone down into second. Zoe's gone into the lead. Zoe, a 5.43 for her last, so it was enough and some. And Avalon is now needing a 4.76 in that last exchange. It's going to be right there, I feel.
Oh, nerve-wracking.
And it's come in. It's a 3.73. It's not enough. Zoe Guopion has held on to that victory after that last exchange. It turns out she didn't need that last wave. The judges appreciating that wave. And the French woman, Zoe Guopion, she'll move forward into round 3, and you'll see a smile come on screen as she can get told who took that win. But Avalon Gao and Emily Curry will move into the elimination round tomorrow. We've got the post show coming up next. We're going to go to a break. Catch you soon. Beautiful Victoria. There were their 12 apostles. Of course, the Great Ocean Road. So we make your way all the way up to the beginning of the Great Ocean Road to Bells Beach, which is the location for the opening event of the World Longboard Tour in 2024. And a great day of competition today opening up. Belen on camera, Matt Chinosky here to take you through the day and our post-show. And what a great day it was, Belen.
Oh, it was such a great day. Great surfing, good conditions. You know, nice, perfect opportunity for everyone to open up the first day here at Bells Beach.
And it was Ben Considine, the local boy. Here's a little opening wave here from the local fella. Some quick, fast footwork. And of course, you'd have to expect that from the local guy. He was going to come out all guns blazing. That's a highlight of his locally made surfboard. And Nacho Pinataro, he put on a great performance. And Kai Salas behind him, coming back for victory, the current world champion. Won here last year as well. There's a lot of momentum that he was carrying through this opening event and that opening heat. Kailis Flint here, her self-made high estate surfboard, putting on an absolute clinic.
Oh, absolutely. His own hand-shaped board as well. Beautiful floater there. Just so much style. Really just using every single part of his board, showing amazing nose rides, beautiful turns.
And, John Michael Van Hohenstein, who didn't have the best event last year. He had an elimination today to do. He actually had an interference in the opening minute of that heat. And it was a fantastic day. We're so stoked to be here for the first event on the Longboard World Tour. And as we move into the women's division, Khalees Kaliapaa took off where she left off second in the world last year. She's looking really strong in her opening heat.
She is definitely feeling it right now. She's been putting the time in here, she said. Just really working her board so well. Her equipment seems to be working really well under her feet, just connecting everything that she needs to, showcasing her talent. Beautiful style, great nose rides in the pocket as well, you know, and then those just beautiful turns, nice drawn out, showing why she is definitely one to worry about. And making it to the final here. Again, this is still her on another beautiful wave.
Yeah, and she left out of talk a little bit last year with her surfing. Her free surfing was phenomenal, but didn't get the results that she hoped for with a round 16 finish, but looking really strong and super effortless. And Sole Eriko, reigning world champion, well, she put on a clinic that you'd expect in challenging conditions, moving over to the Bells Bowl from Rincon, but adapting really well as you'd expect from a world champ.
Definitely. She was showcasing why she is a champion and why she's won this event before. And yeah, she's definitely on the hunt, really wanting to make sure that she knows everyone that she's here.
She makes her way in, relieved of that performance. And it was the Inui sisters there, Kaidi, who got this wave all the way through the inside section with a dramatic finish, utilising the rail and fast footwork that saw her qualify onto the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, really, really showcasing and representing beautiful countries that have all come together to all in the sport of beautiful longboarding. Look at this beautiful woman surfing here. Absolutely showcasing the beautiful talent and finishing that with a solid floor and the runoff.
I mean, that was a dramatic moment.
That was
for sure.
a dramatic finish.
Bowing to the ocean as she always does, thanking the ocean for her session. And Natsumi Teoka, a clutch victory in the dying seconds over tour rookie Natalia. And that was a tough heat. Rachel Tilley behind her. And she was up against Tully White as well. So a lot of old stories and new stories coming into this event so far. And we've laid the precedent for what we're going to expect during the week. And here we are, Bells Beach, one of the most iconic longboard locations and surf locations in the world. And so stoked to be talking about our first stop on the World Longboard Tour. First of 4. How exciting.
Oh, so exciting. I'm really looking forward. We know that the surf is going to be getting better and bigger. So I'm looking forward to seeing round 2 go through and then see where that's going to shift out to.
Someone else who's super stoked to be moving forward is Zoe Guopion, who's on the glass with Grant moving into round 3.
Thanks, guys. Heat 8 winner, Zoe. Congratulations. Bells Beach, Australia. Round 1. I bet it feels nice to get through that one.
Yeah, I did a lot of mistakes during my heat, but happy with the end. And yeah, I'm very stoked. Maybe the nerves. So yeah, I'm feeling way better now, and I'm going to reset and ready for the next round.
Yeah, and feeling comfortable, feeling good to be in Australia and down here at the iconic Bells Beach.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be back in Australia. I love Australia and I love Bells Beach, so I'm really stoked. We got some really good wave at the end of the day, so yeah, it feels amazing.
Fantastic. And a few words to the people at home that are watching?
Yes, merci beaucoup à tout le monde d'avoir regardé, de vous être levé un peu tôt. Heureusement, c'était pas dans la nuit, c'était tôt ce matin. Donc merci à tous, gros bisous à ma famille et à mes proches.
Fantastic effort. Best of luck in the upcoming rounds and great performance today.
Merci.
Thanks, guys, and enjoy the afternoon.
Merci beaucoup to Zoe Guapion, putting on a great stylish performance of surfing. We love seeing Zoe surfing, and she does say it reminds her a lot of home. And an amazing day. We have the Bonsoi Daily Dose highlights coming up next. And I tell you what, some of the most exciting surfing came in some of the heats that actually threw up a lot of changes between the bowl and Rincon. These surfers adapted really well. None other than this is our fifth highlight. This is Natsumi Teoka. You can see Natalia on the inside. Natsumi coming from behind the clutch victory, but just really controlled footwork and rail surfing, Belen.
Effortless as we would expect. You know, she really studies the style, as a lot of the beautiful women in Japan do. They really care about making sure they're in the pocket, really executing everything, and really, you know, she is a force to be reckoned with.
And there's another highlight there from Natsumi, who absolutely blazed through the qualifying tour over in the Asian region. She didn't re-qualify last year. She had a little pressure on her, but she blitzed every event last year over in Belair and La Union and the wave pool in Korea as well. But Natsumi she does commit at Bells Beach, although it was smaller today. If the swell gets a bit bigger, you know she's going to be one who won't pull back, and she's shown in the past. She takes the big wipeouts, but she can also send it big and complete.
Oh, in El Salvador, when we first got there for the ISAs, it was solid, and she was not scared of that size.
And Khalees Kaliopaa from Hawaii, of course, not scared of size as well. Controlled surfing, and one thing that really stood out is her connection with her equipment, not really putting a foot wrong, really effortless surfing, as we talked about during this heat, and carrying a Hawaiian lineage that runs really deep. This water woman, she's going to go really far in this contest if she can keep up these performances.
Yeah, she's coming from Hawaii and the South Shore as well. She's got some beautiful mentors, you know, amazing women that ooze of style.
And Kaidi Inui here, traveling with her family, Sakura and Taka and their mum as well. She's back in Bells Beach. She put on an absolute show on this wave. Strong, committed rail turns with a board swap halfway through. And she's showing why she was able to make her way into this main event after coming through the trials yesterday. And as we look at this end section, she eyed it up and did one of the most radical end turns we've saw. And she rode out, and with a little bit more extravagance, also stepped onto the sand.
Again, that exit off of her surfboard kind of scared me.
And opening up this morning was Kaniela Stewart with a measured performance from the guy coming second last year in the world title run against his mentor, Kai Salas. So beautiful nose riding there, and that was one of the higher scores in the morning, a 7-point ride. And you're going to see why, just critical nose rides. And that one was just a muck around, believe it or not, that heel hang. Kailis Flynn behind him, just showcasing what modern longboarding is about. Tail, rail, using the middle and the nose of the board effectively. Right timing, right place, and this is true involvement surfing. In many ways, this is where longboarding left off, where we evolved into shortboarding. We left behind some really good quality longboarding. Kai, a fantastic exponent of that progressive style. And tapping that one off on the inside section. And Kai really showcasing to the judges why he's so well-rounded and respected across all, being coached by none other than CJ Nelson, and he's in the same camp as world champion Sole Errico. So those two may go on a run. Highlight of the day for yourself?
Oh, highlight of the day. There were so many, honestly. I have to think about, I couldn't really tell you. I think watching the girls move up towards Rincon, I think watching Natsumi, you know, sneak in under priority, as well watching, there was just so many. I really honestly had to sit down and think about it. I'm just impressed by the women's level of surfing now. You know, they have so many opportunities to surf such great waves. And the technical side of their surfing and really honing in on their crafts now. And now they've got coaches. I think everyone right now is just on fire and on point. So it's really hard for me to kind of pick the highlight for me today.
Well, I think Bells Beach is the winner today, providing consistent waves. WSL bringing longboarding back here. Thank you to Bioglan and Melbourne. This is a phenomenal event. We're stoked to be back. We're going to have a great week of competition ahead. We're going to say goodbye to you guys and leave you guys with some highlights. Thanks for tuning in. Come back tomorrow for the call.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.